Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin, you might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. LeBron better than MJ, cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked #1, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah 1 too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coke rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1993 NBA Finals. Tonight, Game 1 between the Chicago Bulls and the Phoenix Suns.
Here's the brand new America West Arena, host to the finals in its first year as the Suns' home court. Phoenix had the NBA's best record this year, and the Suns have home court advantage in this series. Still, they're decided underdogs in the finals to the defending champion Bulls.
Before the last game, I said that Chicago, the atmosphere in there was that they were very focused. It's the same. Horace Grant said it best when he said, we as a team feel like we have a chance to make history, and that's by winning our third championship. An update on Michael Jordan, who hasn't shot well. At the end of the last series with New York, he had a knot on the back of his wrist. I checked with him today. The knot has gone down. He expects that will affect his shooting in the form that he will shoot better. Anna?
Well, Ahmad, oftentimes the last thing an athlete sees as he enters the competitive arena is an inspirational sign above the door in the locker room. And Suns coach Paul Westphal has put up a special sign for the Suns during the playoffs. He said he was reading a book on NBA history and he liked what Bill Russell used to tell his team when he was coaching. The game is scheduled. We have to play. We might as well win. Well, it's not exactly poetic, but it is pragmatic, and that's the sort of attitude that these Suns are taking into the game as they look to win their first NBA title. Mars?
Thank you, Hannah. In this, the 25th season of the Phoenix Suns franchise, they are gunning for their first ever championship, while the Bulls are trying to become only the third team in the history of the league to make it straight wins. The officials, Hugh Hollins, Hugh Evans, Jess Kersey, 99 degrees outside, and things beginning to stir up inside. The opening tip controlled by Chicago, but the outside official, Hugh Holland, says a do-over. It was a bad toss, and Hugh Evans will do it again. It is controlled by Phoenix as Kevin Johnson moves across against B.J. Armstrong. This is Dan Marley, played by Michael Jordan. And Charles Barkley facing a double team momentarily. Barkley fires. Rebounded by the rookie Richard Dumas. And a foul is called on the Bulls. Foul committed by Bill Cartwright. So Marley will throw in. During the regular season, the Suns and Bulls split 2 games, each winning on the other team's home floor. Chicago winning here convincingly. Pippen with the steal. Pippen all the way. And the Bulls off to the 2-0 lead.
Immediately they go out and extend their defense, man-to-man, push out over the 90 feet, see what they can make happen, get a feel for the opponent you're guarding, and no question that ball pressure by B.J. Armstrong against KJ is going to be very important in the series.
Barkley finds West. Mark West serving up a facial and a whistle on the play. Scottie Pippen in a mild argument. He's called for the foul.
Chicago was 5th in the NBA this year in steals, averaging about 9.5 a game. They get their offense going immediately by playing good defense. And then Barkley, who will give up the basketball to an open teammate, finds Mark West down inside where he operates best.
Well, I think what the fans can look for in the Phoenix Suns side, look for them to be nervous. This is their first world championship. I remember when we played the Bulls in that first world championship in game 1, they were nervous. And so look for the Phoenix Suns team to be a little nervous.
It was 3 years ago that the Bulls able to settle down and knock off the Los Angeles Lakers.
When Chicago comes down to run its half-court offense, Dan Marley's assignment is keep the ball out of Michael Jordan's hands, deny him all over the floor, push him out as far as you can. So you'll see Marley paying all his attention to Michael. Forget the help defense.
B.J. Armstrong for 3. B.J. Armstrong has had a terrific playoff run, and he is the NBA's top 3-point percentage shooter, 45% from downtown during the regular season. The Bulls 5, the Suns 2. Marley had the baseline cut off. Johnson penetrating. Kevin Johnson, so effective off the dribble, was able to break it down.
Magic in the Cleveland series, B.J. Armstrong did a very good job against Mark Price and Terrell Brandon pressuring him. Kevin Johnson presents a few different problems, however.
Michael Jordan able to go glass to give the Bulls a 7-4 lead.
Well, the Bulls are doing an excellent job on their half-court offense. They're really looking to move the ball, move their bodies around.
Now Barkley banking Grant. West with the rebound. Richard Dumas, who did not play at all last Saturday in the 7th game, setting up Dan Marley. The Bulls 7 and the Suns 6. One of the major question matchups from the Phoenix point of view is Richard Dumas as Horace Grant gets the role. Dumas going against Pippen. Dumas had a solid rookie season. Did not play well against the Lakers in the opening round of the playoffs. Did not play well against Seattle. Jordan off the steal. 3-on-2. It's Grant from Jordan. It counts as the foul. The foul called on West.
Well, Charles Barkley's going to have to make sure he changes ends quickly because Grant could run the floor. But as KJ comes down, he loses the handle at the last second. I'm sorry, this particular one is where he scores. It was after that coming down that he had the turnover take place. But Grant, the guy who can run the floor, converts easily. Charles Barkley is going to have to run the floor with him.
But I like what I see with Chicago in terms of what they're trying to do. They're really executing their half-court offense very well. Right now, they're shooting, 5 for 5. They're taking their time and going to whoever they want the ball to go to.
Grant completing the 3 three-point play. It's Chicago 12, Phoenix 6. Marley handles, really trapped himself in midair. Oliver Miller has come on for the first time. And this is Miller. Miller does have a good touch from outside, although he went short on that first opportunity. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Now Bob. The double team on Pippen. Cartwright. Miller with the rebound. Miller playing despite congestion and a bad call. He was a question mark. That is deflected out. Last touch by the Bulls. Game 1 of the best of 7. Game 2 Friday night here in Phoenix. Game 3 at Chicago on Sunday. Charles Barkley. So Barkley with his first field goal. Charles coming off a sensational 7th game against Seattle. Jess Kersey with the call against the Suns. It's on Dumas.
Well, you can see that what Chicago is trying to do is relieve the pressure and let BJ go down the court and let Scottie Pippen bring the ball down so they can take the pressure off of BJ, because you know Kevin Johnson would be pressuring.
The other thing, it's a test immediately for Dumas having to guard Pippen as much as he is early in the game here, knowing that Pippen can score or dish it off.
And Bill Cartwright does the scoring. Bill Cartwright came alive offensively against the Knicks. And some solid games. That's a blocking foul called on Armstrong.
That's not the kind of foul that BJ wants to pick up, because if he gets a couple quick ones early, it will force John Paxson to come in, who does not have the same foot speed as BJ Armstrong. Both those guards, BJ and Paxson, not giving enough credit for the excellent defense they play against point guards.
So Charles is 1 for 4. Bulls lead it 14-8. Chicago has hit 6 of 7 from the field. Here's Grant. Yes. Horace Grant with the post-up move, extending to an 8-point lead.
See, he said Horace Grant said in the paper today that he's going to go at Charles Barkley on offense.
Johnson tried to lead Barkley, and they called it a jump ball, a disagreement between the two officials, and Hugh Hollins says jump it up.
Well, if you're not sure, better jump it up. Okay, then make an incorrect call. The decision right there, off Barkley's hand last. Officials saw it different ways. One saw it off Grant, one saw it off Barkley. They were right. It was just that it was Charles next.
So it will be Barkley and Grant. Suns control the tip. Miller set the pick and roll, but Johnson went the other way. Dumas with the spin, had the ball knocked away, but recovered by Barkley. Bulls 16, and the Suns 10. We're just underway. Connor Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson. Jordan is bottled up, and it will be Phoenix ball.
Michael trying to find an opening down the lane, gets tied up from behind by Marley. Then Oliver Miller comes over, and the ball goes off Michael. Goes back to Phoenix.
6:53 to go. First quarter. Bulls by 6 over Phoenix. Bulls and Suns met only twice during the course of the regular season, so both clubs in the early going not certain what to expect, and it has been a feeling out process. We talked about that with Chicago Bulls coach Phil Jackson.
Well, we think that this is a ball club that if you don't know their personnel, you get lost, and they end up banging you for three-pointers or inside plays, or Barkley gets offensive rebounds. They run out in transition. A very unusual, unorthodox team. Pretty freelance style. New York is orthodox, execution. This team's going to be wide open. There's nothing you really can plan for except for the people. And you've got to know how to play each people in every play, personnel-wise.
Interesting exchange. First the steal, then Pippen missed on the drive. And it will be Chicago ball with the new 24.
Well, what Coach Phil Jackson was talking about, they have Charles Barkley as their best post-up man, being only 6'4". Then you have 2 or 3 guys who can shoot three-pointers, Danny Ainge and Marley. Then you got a team that want to run and gun, to just get down the court. There's a traveling there on Dan Marley. But you must play the personnel, know the personnel, and play them for their strength, not play the team, but you have to play the personnel.
It is kind of a hybrid, unusual setup, and it can lead to all kinds of different type matchups. Bill Cartwright with his second field goal.
Let's face it, most teams play defense the best when they play against situations they know, predictable situations. Phoenix is unpredictable.
Bulls with an 8-point lead halfway through this opening quarter. Cartwright setting the screen for Pippen. Rebounded by Barkley. Crowd a little impatient as the Suns are off to the slow start. Barkley goes all the way.
Well, there's not a whole lot you can do there, Matt. You just ran over the top of Grant. He was in perfect position, but Charles just moved him out of the way.
Well, it's tough when he gets a head of steam going because he's unstoppable at that situation when he got a head of steam going.
After the good start, Bulls have missed 5 of the last 6 from the field. Michael Jordan, 1 of 2. Bulls by 6. Kevin Johnson ran it to Bill Cartwright, who was switching off. Johnson off the recovery, trying to set it up. Johnson gets back to it. Shot clock down to 6. It's Cartwright guarding Johnson, and he fires for 3. Rebound Barkley. Rebound Miller comes to Barkley. Oh, he is way off.
Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're seeing all this nervous energy taking place out here by both teams. That's why you're having a game looks a little raggedy right now.
But a game 1 in any 7-game series is always going to be like this. It's going to be a low-scoring game because both teams are nervous. Both teams are trying to feel each other out.
Scottie Pippen going glass for his second field goal. I would think a low-scoring game, if that is the way it does turn out, would certainly be in favor of the Chicago Bulls, who are defensive-oriented as opposed to the run-and-gun style of the Phoenix Suns.
And Marv, you can see that already because they have extended their half-court defense way out. That being the Chicago Bulls.
During the course of the regular season, Chicago held 43 opponents under 100 points, while Phoenix only did it 16 times.
And now both clubs having their difficulties. We come up on 4 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Kevin Johnson with a brilliant move. He went the distance, beating 4 Bulls off the dribble.
First rule of defense, you must stop the basketball. Guard's not supposed to go from one end line to the other and score a basket on you.
Timeout taken by Chicago. The Bulls now lead by 6.
Well, here's one of the best point guards in action, going coast to coast, taking it up with the left hand. Beautiful move.
Yes, it has been a splendid MVP season for that man, Charles Barkley. There has been much pressure on Charles. Some lucky times during the course of the playoffs, but he has made it to the NBA Finals. Yesterday after practice, we asked Charles, did he feel more of a responsibility to take the Suns to the final?
It's been such a difficult year for me, stress-wise or pressure, whatever you want to call it, because the day they made the trade from Philadelphia, if we did not get to the finals, it would have been considered a total flop in most basketball circles, considering what they gave up to get me and what people expected from us, the city of Phoenix, the Suns as a team, and basketball in general. They expected us to get to the finals. And it's just, I was kind of just relieved more than anything else that I had handled the pressure so well.
Well, the man can hold his head up because he has met the challenges. He has done exactly what he said he was going to do to this point, get Phoenix into the finals, have a chance to win a championship. And in fact, of the 17 shot attempts now by Phoenix, Charles Barkley has taken 8 of those. He's only 1 for 5 from the perimeter, 2 for 3 from down inside.
And here's Jordan following that Richard Dumas field goal, his first. Cartwright with the steal and the bucket. And that is a most unusual sequence.
Well, you don't expect Bill Cartwright to come up with a steal. And Mark West got to watch those outlet passes.
Richard Dumas. Dumas with his second field goal. Now getting into the flow. The Bulls 24. Suns 18. Pippen off the screen. Yes. And the shooting is picked up at both ends. Pippen is now 4 of 6. He has 8 points. The Bulls lead by 8 with 2 minutes 35 seconds remaining in this first quarter. Marley played by Jordan. Phoenix now 9 of 18 from the field. Chicago 12 of 20. Shot clock at 5. Marley off the dribble. Jordan knocked it away, and a reach-in foul has been called on Michael Jordan.
This isn't what you would normally anticipate, that once the rebound's secured, a big center is going to hang around. But Chicago tries to jam the rebounders to slow down the fast break, and by Bill having his hands out there, he knocks it free, gets an easy score, and Coach Paul leans back in the chair and says, I can't believe that just happened.
Paul Westphal in his first season leading the Suns to their best record in the franchise history, best record in the NBA. Won the Pacific 62-20. There's Tom Chambers, one of the heroes of the victory in game number 7. He got the starting nod instead of Richard Dumas and played very well. Bill Cartwright sits down. He's been a big factor here in the first quarter. Scott Williams has replaced Cartwright.
And see, here's this unorthodox style of the Phoenix Suns that Phil Jackson was talking about. Who do you match up defensively against Tom Chambers?
Tom Chambers goes 6'10", 230 pounds. Armstrong. Pippen gets to it. Setting up Armstrong. Beautiful play by Scottie Pippen. Just under 2 minutes remaining. First quarter. The Bulls 28. The Suns 20. Chambers has the excellent touch. Kept alive by Marley. Dumas now played by Williams. Goes to the finger roll. Swept aside by Scott Williams.
One thing that kind of jumps out at you here early as Michael hits Grant on that transition, fill in the right lane, score for Horace Grant. One of the things that jumps out at you, Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, neither player has gone to the free throw line yet to pick up any points at the foul line.
Biggest lead of the game, Chicago by 10. Barkley isolated against Grant. Here's Charles Barkley. The tip missed, and then rebounded by Scott Williams. Barkley is now 3 for 9. Just under 1 minute remaining in this first quarter. Michael Jordan with only 2 points does not have the shot opportunities, but Michael has compiled 3 assists. Shot clock at 5. Now Grant over Chambers. And it looked like Chambers got a piece of it. Horace Grant off to a fast start. Began the series against the Knicks bothered by a sprained ankle. And when it healed, he came on. He was an important man as the Bulls knocked off the Knicks in 6. Chambers. Marley gets the new 24. 3-point attempt. The Bulls had the numbers momentarily, but the Suns able to hustle back. Phil Jackson says hold for a final shot. 15 seconds to go in the quarter.
What you see Phoenix do is trap immediately. They want to hope that Chicago takes an early shot. Maybe they'll get one back at the other end.
It's Jordan, final seconds, getting it off. Yes, 3/10 of a second remaining in the quarter. Chicago leads by 14. Strong start by the Bulls. The Suns looking shaky here in the early going. Michael Jordan, 2 out of 5, 4 points. And Charles Barkley, only 3 of 9 to start things off. So after 1 in game 1 of the NBA Finals Series, Chicago 34 and Phoenix 20. We'll be back right after these messages.
Ahmad Rashad back in Phoenix now while the Bulls are trying to make history by performing a three-peat. Here's a man who has made some history. He was the first coach of the Chicago Bulls back in 1967, and then in 1969, he was the first coach of the Phoenix Suns. He is Johnny Red Kerr. Johnny, Coach Evans?
Absolutely. A lot has changed. I've only been fired once from Phoenix and twice from the Bulls.
Yeah, but you had to do everything when you're coaching those days.
Absolutely. Had to do a little bit everything to start up these two teams. I didn't have an assistant coach with either one of them. They both come a long, long way, and it's great to see the progress they've made as expansion team.
And you can probably feel proud because you started the whole thing.
Well, I feel extremely proud, but, I got to go for the Bulls tonight.
Thanks for joining me, Johnny. All right, Marv.
Thanks a lot, Johnny Kerr, television analyst now for the Chicago Bulls. Second quarter is underway. Michael Jordan able to penetrate, could not complete it. And Marley gets to it for the Suns. Chicago finished the first quarter hitting their last 4. The Suns missed the last 6. And they have now missed their last 7 shots. That's a traveling violation on Chambers.
In the timeout between quarters, Coach Paul Westphal very animated with his team. Point of emphasis, get the Bulls off the block. They're in there, down too low, getting inside scores.
Not only was he upset about that, but he was also upset that different guys are not taking their shot. They're taking somebody else's shot. They're not playing their game right now.
Scott Williams diving for it, and he's tied up and is upset. He thought he was fouled.
I think he thought he had called a timeout first. He was trying to call for a quick timeout before he got tied up. Here's the extra effort with Grant sneaking in from behind. Williams goes to the floor, thinks he's going to be tied up. He's trying to signal timeout, but gets smothered right there. The official calls jump ball.
Substitutions by both teams. Otto Miller is back. Oliver Miller is back. Danny Ainge has come on, as has John Paxson and Trent Tucker. Frank Johnson also checking in for the first time. A minute gone by in the second quarter. Suns and Bulls now battling for position for the tip that's controlled by Chicago.
And Phil Jackson goes with his small group, the three-guard offense. Michael Jordan pulls up, hits a jumper, and this will be a good unit to use throughout the series against Phoenix because Paul Westphal likes to go to unusual lineups, small lineups at times.
6 points for Jordan and the Bulls with a 16-point lead. Frank Johnson with a nice move. He's played well during the playoffs. Here's some pressure momentarily. And then the Suns drop back. Frank Johnson, 34 years old, played the last 3 years in Italy after spending 7 years with the Washington Bullets. And it's a trouble on Scott Williams.
Michael Jordan gets Marley off balance. You can see him rock back on his heels. Just gets enough space to elevate and get a good look at the rim.
And look for Michael to be doing a lot of shooting in this quarter because with Scottie Pippen out, they're going to look for him to take over the offense.
Kevin Johnson, who just returned, was fouled by John Paxson. Paxson gave the Bulls a lift off the bench in the series against the Knicks. A couple of productive games, including the final game of Chicago last Friday. Johnson being guarded by Paxson. And Barkley backing Grant. Put to the left hand, and Grant got some help.
Okay, this is an interesting situation here. What they're going to try to do is take the middle away from Charles Barkley and turn him to the baseline where then the Bulls are getting help. And this is what happened right here. Scott Williams comes and blocks the shot.
So Barkley, 3 of 10. He's missed his last 4 attempts.
Welcome back to America West Arena. Hannah Storm along with Suns forward Cedric Ceballos, who had foot surgery on Saturday, should be ready for next season. But Cedric, I think they could use you now. You were instrumental in that win March 30th against Chicago and held Scottie Pippen to just 8 of 19 shooting. What kind of job is your team doing on him now?
Well, I think I need to make Scottie play a little bit more defense. He's not working as hard, and Bulls are getting easy buckets. You take away the easy buckets, make them work a little harder on the defensive end, the score will be a little bit different.
You were so instrumental in getting your team to this point. How tough is it to sit here and watch, especially with them down early?
It's tough. It's like getting all your good grades and be able to go to the prom and sit and watch everybody else dance. It's tough, but hopefully my career is young and I'll be able to get in one of these again.
Thanks, Cedric. Good luck with your rehab. Mark?
All right, Hannah, once again, Charles Barkley coming up short. Charles has had his ups and downs during the playoffs. Had a difficult time against the Lakers. Came back with some solid games as Phoenix was able to win that series 3-2. Up up and down against San Antonio, the same against Seattle. He finished strong against Seattle in game number 7 on Saturday. Career high 44 points, a playoff career high for Charles, along with 24 rebounds, but he struggled here at the start. Again, Barkley. He has missed his last 6 shots. He's 3 for 12.
Well, at least he's trying to go down inside, trying to draw some fouls, get to the free throw line. But Grant is a very active player. He waits to the last moment. He will body up with Charles and then gets that arm extended and challenges.
Well, he's got him falling away from the basket. He can't turn into the basket to shoot the basketball.
Ollie called for that hacking foul. They doubled up on Jordan. Illegal defense called for the first time. For those who may have just joined us, as Bob Costas mentioned right at the start, Michael Jordan has broken the vow of silence. And at halftime, we will hear a conversation that he had with Ahmad Rashad. That's the first interview since he stopped talking. I know if I were breaking a vow of silence, the first person I would want to talk to, I speak for myself here, is Ahmad, without question.
I want to ask Magic a question. Magic, the 7-game series against Seattle, couldn't it have taken a little bit of wind out of the sails of the Suns where they're not coming out here strong here in the first half?
Oh yeah, because you know what happened in that Seattle series? Seattle made them work really hard for every bucket. They pressured them, they trapped them a lot. So it could affect them in this game right now.
8:45 remaining in the first half. A backdoor pass handled by Scott Williams. And the Bulls executing beautifully. Now lead at 38-22.
Well, they're doing an excellent job of just executing their half-court offense, getting the ball to the open man and scoring.
Chicago now 18 for 29. That's 62% from the field. Ainge guarded by Tucker. Trent did not go for the head fake. Ainge to the fadeaway. Danny Ainge, the man who faced the Chicago Bulls in the finals last year as a member of the Portland Trailblazers. Jordan from deep. Yes. Michael Jordan has 8 points. The Bulls by 16. Evan Johnson facing the double team. And Arley, rebound winner. Will not count. The outside official, Hugh Evans, calling the foul. It's on Miller.
Watch the attention that Michael Jordan will draw when he comes out. This defensive player and the one back here will wind up on Michael as he comes up. Here's the key guy under the basket who winds up all by himself for a backdoor layup. Jordan comes out on the pin down. 2 players chase him outside. The pass over the top for the backdoor score. Nice and easy when Michael draws all that attention.
On the Bulls' defensive end, Michael Jordan has been doing an excellent job on Dan Marley, not letting him catch that basketball and pressuring him all the way out to the three-point line.
Well, you can tell the message got across about challenging the three-point line. Every time Phoenix catches it out there, Chicago runs at him, makes him put it on the floor, chases him inside the line.
Strong move by Williams. Crowd wanted a foul. They thought he made contact with Miller. Dumas gets down court. Well, he eluded Paxson, but he could not get on the drive. Paxson for 3. Grant with the rebound, but a loose ball foul is called. It's against the Bulls.
You know what the problem is with Phoenix right now? They're not getting any transition baskets. Everything has come on the half-court end, and they're not a great half-court team unless Charles Barkley is getting double-teamed, and the Bulls are not double-teaming Charles Barkley.
And the reason is simple. Chicago is not only an excellent half-court defensive team, but they are one of the best in transition defense. Their athletes are able to get back, stop the basketball, and pick up the open people.
Morris Grant a bit of the last foul, sitting down. Stacey King has come on for the first time. That was rebound number 7 for Scott Williams. Just under 7 minutes remaining in this first half. Pippen, yes. And the Bulls open up an 18-point lead.
You know, Chicago players have to be saying to themselves right now, this is too easy. They didn't get open shots against New York like this.
And I think Paul Westphal has the same thought on his mind. Back in Phoenix. The Bulls trying to become only the third team in NBA history to pull off a three-peat. It's been a very tough season for three-peat attempts. The Duke Blue Devils not able to do it. Pittsburgh Penguins of the National Hockey League also knocked off. Jim Courier looking for 3 in a row in the French Open. And Michael Jordan and his Bulls trying to win 3 in a row. No team has won 3 consecutive titles in 26 years. Only the Minneapolis Lakers and the Boston Celtics have won 3 straight championships. The 2 most recent teams to attempt pulling it off, the 1989 Los Angeles Lakers, the 1991 Detroit Pistons, both fell short, as Dumas and Miller just did.
Coming into the series, everyone said you have 2 finesse teams in the finals. Well, something that shows up right away. There have only been 4 free throw attempts after a quarter and a half of this basketball game, which means either you don't have people hitting each other out there, there aren't a lot of drives to the basket, there's a lot of jump shots, or people are scoring too easy, no one's contesting it.
What a sensational first half effort by Scott Williams. 4 points and 8 rebounds for Williams. Johnson with the force, but it's punched home by Dumas. That's his 3rd field goal.
Bob, that was the first easy basket that Phoenix has gotten in this first half.
The end result, Chicago with an 18-point lead. Make it 20. Scottie Pippen, who had the sensational series against the Knicks, with 12 points here tonight on 6 of 8 from the field. The Bulls 46 and the Suns 26. Barkley. And the first easy attempt for Barkley.
Exactly. I'm going to tell you why that happened, because you have kind of a mixed group on the floor for Chicago, and defensively they weren't quite sure who was going to rotate where. Phoenix caught him that time with some nice interior passing.
Dumas with the steal. Here's Ainge for Johnson. And put home by Dumas. And the crowd getting back into it. Phoenix now trailing by 16.
Well, they needed to because they got some transition baskets. That was a transition basket, and they hadn't gotten one.
Tucker setting up King. Stacey King had it knocked away. Here comes Barkley with the crossover. Barkley going all the way, trying to draw the foul, but had it knocked away. He thought he was fouled, but does not get the call.
Trying to get easy scores. Well, you can start it with good defense. As Magic said, they haven't had many easy ones. The miss, Pippen gets a little frustrated because he tries to get the block from behind. Nobody checks off Dumas, who follows up the shot for 2. Barkley trying to dribble through 3 defenders, feels he got fouled. Instead, a deflection was called. Phoenix will get the ball back.
Dumas passed up on that first opportunity. Michael Jordan has returned. The Bulls with the ball and a 16-point lead. King lost it. Kevin Johnson accelerating and had it knocked away. It'll be Phoenix ball. Horace Grant returns, replacing Scott Williams.
KJ trying to get to the hole, sees a lot of red shirts step up, something that was very familiar in the New York against Chicago series. Maybe something he didn't see as much against Seattle. The lane closing down that quickly.
Cartwright is back. Stacey King departing. 4 minutes to go in this first half. Barkley with that pass off the dribble that misfired. Here's Jordan. He had it knocked away from behind. Kevin Johnson. Barkley for Miller. Phoenix showing some signs. They are now down by 14.
How long do you let this thing go before you take a timeout and try and stop this thing?
6-0 run by the Suns. Armstrong hit from behind. Miller got a piece of the ball and a piece of B.J. Armstrong.
Once again, get the crowd into the game. It helps the team raise its level. Barkley that time draws the defense Cartwright, and then the unselfish play to the rookie.
But the only way they can get the crowd going and into it continue to stay in that transition game. That's when Phoenix is at their best.
Patrick, I asked you at the start of the telecast about the friendship between Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley, how that will play into this series. You made reference to your friendship with Isaiah Thomas and Laker teammates wondering if you would be able to give the hard foul. Well, Charles says, hey, we're going to play golf, we're going to have dinner. They're talking about plans that he and Michael have during the NBA Finals. Is that possible? Can that work? Is that a bad thing? Can that have an effect? I give you 5 questions, though.
It can't work because you have to have sort of like a dislike for your opponent, no matter if he's your friend or not, going into the series. So if they go out to dinner and continue to go play golf, it's going to work more in Michael Jordan's favor than in Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns.
In effect, it softens up Barkley.
Exactly. It softens him up, and he doesn't have a dislike for not only Michael Jordan, but for the Chicago Bulls.
Well, that point was made by some people in the Knicks organization. They felt that Charles Oakley, although he played well, did not play with the same type of ferocity against the Bulls because of his friendship with Michael Jordan. Not that they want to see Oakley hurt people, but they felt he would not give Jordan a hard foul that last series.
Exactly, and you must do that, and especially you must do it for your teammates, not just for yourself, but for your teammates.
Illegal defense has been called. Called on the Bulls. That is their first violation. 3:08 to go in this first half. The Bulls 48 and the Suns 32. Johnson and Marley at the guards. Barkley up front with Miller and Dumas. Here's Johnson. He got the step. All swept by Pippen. And the call by Pierce Kersey. He steps out of bounds. So Phoenix will maintain possession. The first, a timeout is called with 2:57 remaining in this first half. There's Pippen trying to save it, but he was out of bounds before he released it, according to Jess Kersey. Bulls at 1 point, led by as many as 20. They now lead by 16 with 2:57 to go first half. Reminder, this Friday, don't miss NBA Stories, a prime-time special taking an in-depth behind-the-scenes look at some of this year's top stories around the league. You'll see the Phoenix Suns as they've never been seen before on the plane in the huddle and at the hotel as NBA Stories documents their trip to the finals. Also a close-up look at future Chicago Bulls. Tony Kukoc, illegal defense called for the second time, so that is a technical foul. Incidentally, NBA Stories to be followed by Game 2 of the NBA Final between Phoenix and Chicago. That'll be Friday night here on NBC. Kevin Johnson will shoot the technical. Kevin Johnson making his first appearance at the foul line.
This may be the biggest play of the series, setting the screen, letting Kevin Johnson try and get into the lane, and Chicago has to decide who's going to come over, make the rotation without getting called for an illegal defense. Is particularly tough when Barkley is setting the screen. In fact, that was the big play at the end of the game in Chicago that KJ scored off of to win that game against the Chicago Bulls. Same exact play.
Oh, Dumas connecting with the floater. Richard Dumas, after the slow start, has come on. He's 5 for 10. He has 10 points. He's the high man for the Suns, who now trail by 13. Off the weave, Pippen. Being played now on a switch by Barkley. Shot clock at 5. Jordan changed his mind. Here's Grant. The tip missed by the combination of Pippen and Cartwright. Barkley with Pippen from behind, going for the steal, finding Miller. So the Suns have cut it down to 48-37.
That's when Charles Barkley is at his best. When he can grab the defensive rebound and bring it coast to coast, good things usually happen for the Phoenix Suns.
Phoenix with an 11-2 run to cut into that sizable Chicago lead.
Here's the young rookie who is so athletic. He has great lift in the legs, one-on-one against Scottie Pippen, who's an outstanding defender, but that lift at the end enables him to get over the outstretched arm. And then Charles knows exactly where his teammate is. Oliver Miller leads the break, lets the big man run ahead of him, finds him for the finish.
Richard Dumas with 10 points. Charles Barkley has 8. They're the high men for the Suns. Chicago being sparked by Scottie Pippen who has 12. Horace Grant with 11. Michael Jordan has 8 points. And this crowd very much back into it, but Scottie Pippen able to quiet them down. Pippen now with 14, 7 of 9 from the field.
On that last play, Michael Jordan was wide open for a backdoor layup because Dumas was overplaying him so hard. They hit the flash post, man. He just didn't deliver the pass on time.
Dumas. Pippen off the board. Bulls want to run. Pippen trying to feed out. 4-on-2. Dumas. Chicago 50 and Phoenix 39.
There's a big 4-point swing. 2 you think you're going to get because you outnumber the defense 4 against 2. You don't get it, they go down and score against you.
Pippen with the room. Miller on the rebound. And the Suns will reset it. Shot clock down to 10. Johnson got the step. And it counts. It's a goaltend.
Sometimes you'll try and get a block shot any way possible. You get it from behind, you get it from the front, and then you even try and stick your hand through the bottom of the net like Chicago did that time, but it doesn't count that way.
But Chicago is not getting the same shots on offense that they were getting earlier in this game.
Phoenix have moved within 9. They were down by 20. Here's Jordan extending. Michael Jordan driving the lane. And he's given the Bulls a 52-41 advantage.
If you're going to let a player like Marley get up and bump and hold him and elbow him, then you've got to let Michael Jordan make his spin move. There's no way to stop him there.
Final seconds of the half. Miller rejected from behind by Cartwright. Pippen gets it off. So that's the end of the first half. The Bulls led by as many as 20. Phoenix now down by 11 at halftime.
Marley gets up so close that Michael has no choice but to put it on the floor, take it to the basket, and the fact that they didn't close down in time allows them to get to the front of the rim.
So Michael Jordan with 10 points in the first half. Charles Barkley with 8. Scottie Pippen, high man, with 14. Bob Costas and the Prudential halftime report coming up. Chicago led by as many as 20. The Suns with a 15-6 run to end the half. 41 points, the lowest scoring first half of the playoffs for Phoenix. As you check out the leading scorers, Scottie Pippen at 14, Horace Grant 11, Michael Jordan with 10, Richard Dumas, the only Sun in double figures with 12, Charles Barkley in 24 minutes, 4 of 13, only 8 points. Jordan and Armstrong at the guards, Cartwright, Pippen, and Grant up front as we get started in the third quarter. Shot clock down at 3. And Pippen has to fling it. So the ball goes back to Phoenix.
One of the weapons that have been missing so far in the first half, the three-point shot. During the playoffs, Phoenix has averaged 12 shots a game from the three-point line and made 4 of them. Tonight, 0 for 3. During the regular season, Phoenix is the 3rd best three-point shooting team in the NBA. They're first in three-pointers attempted, almost 13.5 a game, and first in three-pointers made. So that's a big weapon that's missing. That's why they only have 41 points right now.
And here's Barkley again. Bulls lead 52-43. The Suns hit 398 three-point field goals during the regular season. An NBA record foul called on Barkley. That is his first. Look at the rundown here. Dan Marley during the playoffs, 37 for 98, turning it after the slow start. Danny Ainge, 25 for 68. Ainge did not shoot well at all during the series against Seattle at 36% for that series. Here's a three-point attempt by Armstrong. And back come the Suns. Emmett Johnson being played by Scottie Pippen on a switch. They isolate for Barkley. Grant going for the steal. Foul call. Counts. The basket counts. And the foul charge to Horace Grant.
If you want to know it, if you're a Phoenix Suns fan, why the Phoenix Suns are still in this game is because of 10 offensive rebound. Now, remember the Chicago Bulls are not double teaming Charles Barkley, so you can see what happens when you don't double team him. Horace Grant has been doing an excellent job up until then on that shot there.
Barkley a 76% free throw shooter during the regular season, his best ever in the league, and he was way off on that attempt.
Barkley has 16 shot attempts, Magic, already in this basketball game. That's a lot of shots.
Phoenix has moved within 7 off a 19-6 run to get back into it. Cartwright operating against West. Grant had it knocked away. It'll be Chicago ball with only 1 remaining. 1 second left on the 24. Pippen will inbound. Jordan. Grant with the rebound. Armstrong, yes. B.J. Armstrong with 9 points.
Paul Westphal is going crazy. He tried to get the inbound. The man who was inbound to pass a double team, Michael Jordan. And the man did not do that. Then Michael Jordan comes down on this end and causes Dan Marley to travel. But Paul Westphal is just going crazy because Michael Jordan was able to get that ball and they scored because of that.
Jordan got off a pretty good shot under the desperate conditions, and then it led to the offensive rebound and to the score by B.J. Armstrong. Bulls lead by 9. Armstrong for 3. So B.J. Armstrong with his second from downtown. The Bulls have a 12-point lead.
Weapon that Phoenix used so often during the season and the playoffs. Coming back at him now. 3-pointer by Chicago.
Barkley backing in. Rebounded by Dumas. Marley. Well, Dan Marley had been quiet. That is only his second field goal. The Bulls 57. The Suns 47. Pippen with a nice fake, and then met on the switch by West. Barkley behind the back. Barkley for Marley to the reverse. Beautiful setup. Charles Barkley for Dan Marley. The Bulls now lead by 8, and Phil Jackson called for time.
Charles, one of the players that has the ability to rebound, dribble out, start a fast break, and then either finish himself or make the correct decision by finding the open teammate.
Remember, Phoenix Suns are at their best when Charles Barkley rebounds the basketball and takes it coast to coast like he just did then.
Well, Charles said he wanted to put all the rumors to rest. Foul was called on Marley. 8.5 to go in this third quarter. Michael Jordan is now 5 for 11 from the field.
Well, it's just something that the two superstars seem to have had to deal with at just about the same time as they're making their way into the finals. Michael has his share of controversy. Charles dealing with his share. I'm sure they understand what the other is going through.
Dumas, Richard Dumas, who was benched for the entire 7th game against Seattle, has come back in very solid fashion. He has 14 points on 7 of 13, and he's done the job off the board. The Bulls clinging now to a 6-point lead. Jordan for 3. There's Dumas. Phoenix gets back to it. The Bulls 57. The Suns 53.
How many times have we seen that tonight where the Bulls play good defense, but then Phoenix always ends up with the offensive rebound, and that's 11 for them offensive rebounds.
Scottie Pippen continues to show the touch. 8 of 11 from the field. Much concern coming into tonight's game about the Dumas-Pippen matchup, but Richard Dumas has been able to hang in. He's had a hot hand. Now Barkley goes to work against Grant, facing a double team. And Grant with the rebound. A foul on Barkley. He was down on the floor, and he stopped the fast break, and he's hit with a second.
If there was any concern about the rookie, Richard Dumas, being a little gun-shy, think about this. Charles Barkley, the MVP of the league, has 18 shot attempts. Dumas, after missing the first one, never loses a stroke of confidence. He's already taken 15 shots in this game and made 8.
Well, Richard Dumas must take more shots because first, Cesar Tobias is injured. Second, Tom Chambers is not playing well. So Dumas has to take more shots, and that's what he's doing.
Just played only 3 minutes in the first half. Basket won't count. Foul before the shot called on Dumas.
So one way to slow down a guy who's hot, maybe go right back at him, make him work with the defensive end. Scottie Pippen's the guy who can do it. Dumas called for the reach-in foul before the basket.
Richard Dumas, a second-round draft pick last year. He had drug problems, went through a drug treatment program. Played for Oklahoma City in the CBA, averaged 28 points there. Also played for John Lucas's Miami Tropics team in the USBL last summer. Bill Cartwright on target. He's 4 out of 5. He has 8 points. The Bulls lead by 8. And what a terrific rookie year for Dumas, selected to the all-rookie second team. He averaged 15 a game during the regular season. Shot clock at 4. Dumas lost it, and Pippen feeds Jordan. Michael Jordan. 12 points for Jordan, and the Bulls have a 10-point lead.
That was an excellent job by Scottie Pippen by giving it up to Jordan. He actually set a screen on KJ, who was trying to chase him down from behind, gave Jordan a clear path to the basket.
Mark West with his second field goal. Chicago 63, and Phoenix 55. Cartwright keeps it alive. Jordan passed on the outside shot and went to the floater. Beautiful finish by Michael.
Oh, it's beautiful because he changed hands on it. He finished with his left hand. It was beautiful.
Michael now winds up guarding Kevin Johnson because Marley ran out as Michael drove to the basket. So B.J. Armstrong had to pick up Marley. Michael takes the ball.
Oh, what a pass from Dumas. He spotted West. Dumas for West. And it's back to an 8-point Chicago lead. We are just under 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Pippen. Yes. Scottie Pippen with 9 and a 13 for 18 points.
But see, Mark, the problem is that Richard Dumas is not touching Scottie Pippen. He got to get up and touch him. He's letting him just roll free and letting him just take the ball up and shoot it with no pressure.
Barkley under pressure. Went short. He thought he was fouled. And a loose ball foul is now called against the Suns.
The crowd doesn't like it. How can you call a foul on a loose ball? Well, let's go back a moment ago to Michael Jordan, who puts the ball on the floor. The ability to convert with either hand. Well, this time he decides he's going to use the left hand. Up on a little different look, winding his way down the lane. The concentration, even with the body contact of West, enables Michael to score.
And the foul by West put the Suns over the limit. So Jordan will go to the line. Michael to the line for the first time. Michael Jordan during the regular season had 2 excellent games against Phoenix. 16 for 27, 40 points. He was here in Phoenix back in November, in Chicago in March. Jordan 19 for 31 for 44 points. You know, after that first game back in November, Paul Westphal said, "We are not in their league," talking about the Bulls. Kevin Johnson said we played soft, just like in the past, but that was back in November. They split the 2 regular season games, each winning on the other team's home floor. Frank Johnson has returned. He's handling the ball against B.J. Armstrong. Illegal defense called, and Jess Kersey with a look at Phil Jackson, who apparently had something to say about it.
Right now, you know, some way Phoenix going to have to get some more guys involved in the offense. Charles Barkley and Dumas cannot carry the offense.
Want to see an illegal defense? The ball is over here. This man is guarding this player, but when he fades out of the screen, that defensive man never moves out of the lane. He gets caught guarding nothing but space. You got to either double team the ball. You just can't play the middle of the lane that way.
And a timeout taken here at the America West Arena in Phoenix. The Bulls lead by 10. To this point, it has not been a good shooting night for Charles Barkley. 6 for 19, but look at this breakdown.
Well, what happened in here is he's 1 for 7 jump shots, 5 for 12 inside. The reason that being is because he's shooting over a taller man, and Horace Grant at 6'10", Charles Barkley is 6'4". He's giving him all kind of problems.
You get frustrated when you go inside and you can't get a shot to fall over a taller opponent, so what you tend to do is you try and step away, maybe get a face-up look, see if you can get your game going that way. It hasn't happened so far for Charles.
Here's Barkley, who has been quiet again, not able to hit the 3. Barkley inside. Grant pops it down. Good job by Pippen in the box out on Barkley, leading to Grant getting to that rebound. Jordan with a crossover to set it up. And Barkley gets to it. His pass knocked away. Jordan with the save. And back come the Suns. Frank Johnson challenges and then changed his mind. Marley with the open 3. Yes! Well, Dan Marley, who set an NBA playoff record by hitting 8 in one game against Seattle, hits the first 3-pointer for Phoenix tonight. They're 1 for 5 from downtown. It has not been a weapon thus far. The Bulls lead by 7 as we come up on 3 minutes to go in this third quarter. Jordan off the fake, the pass behind Cartwright.
Well, what a crazy play for Dan Marley to finally knock a 3 down on him. I mean, you know, the save, the knock around, Frank Johnson get caught up in the air and then pass it back out, but he finally knocks it down. Let's see if he can capitalize on that being Dan Marley.
Bill Cartwright charged with his 3rd. Phoenix already over the limit for the Bulls. Only their 2nd team foul. Paul Westphal has Frank Johnson now at the point guard position. Johnson and Marley at the guards. Barkley, Miller, Dumas up front. Barkley drawing the double team, threw it out. Johnson went short. Johnson with the save. Now, wait a moment. Did he catch his own magic, his own shot?
You can't.
That's what they're discussing right now to see if Frank Johnson caught his own shot. So you can't do that. They said that B.J. Armstrong tipped it.
Well, if it was deflected by B.J. Armstrong, then you can go get it. But if it's an air ball by yourself, you cannot shoot an air ball and then go chase down your own shot and grab it.
And they call a foul on Pippen, who is discussing it with Hugh Hollins.
Well, see, the problem there was, Marv, that Bill Cartwright felt that Frank Johnson just shot the jump shot. He didn't go after it. Frank Johnson come running in and out-hustled him because he knew that if he could get to it, that he could throw it and save it. So it's a good move by Frank Johnson.
Danny Ainge replacing Richard Dumas, who hears it from the crowd as you get another look at that play. Miller has brought the Suns within 6. Now Ainge guarding Pippen. Marley switches off. Ainge now on Jordan. It is kicked out by Marley. And Chicago gets a new 24. The turnaround here in the third quarter by Phoenix has been sparked by their job off the offensive boards. And also by the shooting of Marley. 8 of his 12 have come here in the third. Cartwright followed up and fouled. Miller called for his third.
Oh, I don't know if it'll have an effect down the road, but Danny Ainge injured his right thumb in this last series as he came down the floor. A little bit of a collision right there. He's trying to see how much damage has been done as he grabs the basketball. And you'll see him go back and hold that thumb again. It's been bothering him since the collision took place when Jordan and Pippen played a little two-man game.
Bill Cartwright making his first appearance at the line. Bulls now lead by 7. Well, the National Hockey League season is now over. Your LA Kings Magic with a good run of the playoffs, knocked off by the Canadiens 4-1. Montreal takes the series 4-1. The Czar had it all figured out. He said that he thought the Canadiens would back check and forecheck right throughout. That was his explanation.
Well, I thought that good offensive rebound there by Michael Jordan. I thought that the series before the Canadian series took a lot out of the Kings, and that hurt them.
Pippen off the steal, and Johnson gets it back. Frank Johnson with a gorgeous ball fake. What a play by the veteran Frank Johnson. The Bulls 71 and the Suns 64. Shot clock down to 7. Jordan had to save it. Grant rebounded by Barkley.
You finally see the Suns' body stepping up. It's a little more physical now.
Morley on the follow. Morley getting inside, and Phoenix has moved within 5.
That was another offensive rebound. Phoenix is in this game because of offensive rebounds.
We're coming up on 1 minute to go in the third. Pippen beating Ainge off the dribble, and a foul is called. Barkley over to help out, and he picks up his third.
Well, Michael Jordan, who has the ability to get that first step, get in the lane quickly, finds an easy way to get himself 2 points. But then the transition game for Phoenix is the key to their offense. Frankie Johnson finds a spot open, picks his spot to score an easy 2.
Scottie Pippen on the line for the first time. Only a 66% free throw shooter during the regular season. Now Kevin Johnson and Richard Dumas return. Charles Barkley will get a rest, and Frank Johnson sits down. Nice job by Frank Johnson.
When Frank comes in, he picks up the tempo even more so. You know, he's a crowd favorite, and he usually pushes the ball up at every opportunity and make good things happen for the Phoenix Suns.
Well, Pippen misses both. Kevin Johnson putting the move on John Paxson and a blocking foul call on Paxson.
Looked to me like John Paxson did a pretty good job of moving his feet, staying in front of the basketball, and absorbing the blow by Kevin Johnson.
Looks like a
Paxson doesn't agree with it and reacts, and someone over on the Chicago bench did not agree with that call either.
Technical, though, was charged to Paxson, although the officials were looking in the direction of the assistant coaches, and Danny Ainge not able to hit on the tee.
Well, you know, he had that problem with his thumb, and maybe that bothered him, because usually Danny Ainge is over 80% free throw shooter, and he would knock them down, so I think it was his thumb.
Just under 1 minute remaining in the third. Kevin Johnson. Dumas puts it down. Richard Dumas skying to bring the Suns within 3.
You know, as bad as the Phoenix Suns are
win this game.
Jordan misfired on the three. Miller slapped the rebound, and he was knocked to the floor. Foul called on Chicago. It's on Pippen, his third.
You talk about live bodies. Well, KJ misses, but here's Richard Dumas flying in from the offside. 16 offensive rebounds for the Phoenix Suns.
But what caused that was the penetration of KJ. And then you come right back down on a foul right there. Oliver Miller had the ball and got hit.
And Miller will go to the line. Bulls lead by 3. They've led by as many as 20. They have led all the way. Magic, you mentioned the poor shooting by Phoenix. They are 44%, while Chicago at 56%. Yet the Suns able to get back into it here in the third.
Well, they're able to get back into two things happened. They picked up the tempo, got into the open court to that fast break game, and then also second shots. They've been killing Chicago all night with second shots, and that's been the difference.
And during the regular season, Chicago is the #1 offensive rebounding team in the NBA based on percentage, but they're shooting so well, there aren't that many misses for Chicago. Phoenix is getting shots up, going after the misses and putting them back in.
This game 1 of the best-of-7 NBA final. Game 2 Friday night here in Phoenix, and then the scene shifts to Chicago for games 3 and 4. Sunday and Wednesday, all to be seen here on NBC. Here's Trent Tucker with the shot clock running down. Final seconds of the quarter. Pippen extends to 73-69. Dumas across midcourt. Here's Dumas challenging, went all the way as time runs out. Dan Marley providing the spark. Marley with 10 of his 14 points in the third quarter. As we head to the fourth, the Bulls 73, the Suns 69. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station. Our capacity crowd better than 19,000 on hand at the America West Arena in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix, Arizona. We're headed to the fourth. Chicago leading by 4.
If you're wondering whether Chicago's come upon some tough times and can't afford good uniforms, here's how that uniform got ripped. Frankie Johnson trying to fight his way through a screen, gets a piece of Scottie Pippen, but shortly thereafter, Johnson walks over and says, I didn't mean anything by that. Pippen says, okay, you're a good man, let's move on.
I don't like it, though. I didn't like the fact that Frank Johnson apologized to him. Forget about it, you did it, and hey, we're out here to win. And one thing Pat Riley taught the Lakers when I was playing with them, don't apologize, do it again if you have to do it again, because you're out here to win.
What is this we heard about those finesse Laker clubs, Magic? What is this?
No. You don't win championships being finesse. That's the Chicago Bulls. That's why they're the back-to-back champions.
Phoenix has 71 shots already in this basketball game. The Bulls have allowed just 74 a game in the playoffs by their opponents. So working those offensive boards, getting shots up in a hurry has paid off for Phoenix.
Loose ball foul was called. The Bulls thought it was against Phoenix. For a moment, it appeared that Hugh Evans was calling it against Michael Jordan. That's what got the Bulls wild on the bench. But it's Charles Barkley called for his 4th.
Well, that was a good call because Charles had came up under Michael Jordan. Here, Michael got the inside position and jumps up, and Charles give him a little nudge, a little elbow, and pushes him. Good call by the referee.
In the third quarter, Phoenix red hot, 12 for 23 from the field. Jordan with the step and pitched it out. Swing it. They did not have the good shot. Now Jordan finds the good shot.
What patience by the Bulls team. Jordan penetrates, kicks it to BJ, who has a shot. He doesn't take it. He pitches to Paxson, who has a shot. He doesn't take it. Who winds up taking the shot? The guy that started the whole thing, Michael Jordan. Patience on the clock.
Michael has 19. Wow. Sean Wyatt says if they turned off the crowd record with the Suns setting up. Scott Williams, who started this fourth quarter, able to field that long pass. Williams played well in the first half. Jordan able to penetrate, and the Bulls with a 77-69 lead.
See what happens when you take Dan Marley and not put him on Michael Jordan? Richard Dumas comes running out there. You know you can't come running full speed at Michael Jordan. Ball fake, get inside, layup.
Johnson. The Bulls by 6. They have led all the way. They led by as many as 20. In the first half, the Suns closed with a 15-6 run to end the second quarter. The ball goes back to Phoenix.
So Michael Jordan, who had 10 points in the first half, sees the seam, the opening, gets past Dumas after the fake. Easy score for him.
Johnson and Ames at the guards. Dumas, Barkley, Marley up front. Again, the double team, and Barkley had to throw it out. Again, the double team. Armstrong over. Johnson with the shot. Johnson just will beat the 24, and the Bulls lead by 4 points.
Trey Johnson was so complimentary to George Westfall yesterday. The fact that he instills confidence, allows the players to keep taking shots, shooting the ball, even if they're struggling on certain nights.
Marley and Barkley converge to get a piece of it. Look out, the foul called on Scott Williams. And it appears that he is shaken up. That's the first foul on Scott Williams. The Bulls trainer Chip Schaefer out to take a look.
Looks like he may have banged in that hip in the collision. One of those hip pointer type injuries when he collided with Charles Barkley.
Well, here it comes right here. He's going to try to challenge Charles Barkley, and then he's going to fall. Oh, yeah, hip first. It might be, hopefully it's not a hip pointer.
9:40 remaining in this fourth quarter. We'll be right back. Magic, what was your reaction when Pat promised the repeat championship?
We thought he was crazy. We were upset with him for saying that because we wanted to enjoy the one we had just won.
Putting a little pressure on. 2.5 gone by. Fourth quarter. Phoenix with the ball. They're down by 4. Barkley rebounded by Grant. Barkley knocked it away, and a foul's called. Richard Dumas called for his third. Let's go over to Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Well, the Phoenix Suns have quite a cheering section over here. These are all the sons of the Suns. As you can see, they have their rally caps working. In fact, Skylar Chambers right here. If you'll take that off, Skylar, we can see that you even have your head shaped like his favorite player, Charles Barkley.
Michael Jordan not able to hit on that jump shot. And one official said last touch by Phoenix. One said last touch by Chicago. And they are now having a conference. They changed the call. It was deflected out by the Bulls.
Well, that's why you have 3 officials on the floor. Make sure you get it straight. Little conference is okay. Shot goes up. Now, where did the ball wind up touching? Who did it go off and last? That's the decision.
Well, not only do you have 3 officials, but 3 of the best officials here.
Jordan with the steal. And Jordan goes all the way. You also may have noticed Scott Williams, who went down prior to the timeout, is okay, landing on the hip, but he is still on the floor. And guarding Miller. 8.5 remaining. Fourth quarter. 6-point Chicago lead. Dumas going glass. 20 points for Richard Dumas.
You can see here that Chicago has gone to that 3-guard offense right now. With Michael Jordan really playing small forward.
Jordan off the dribble. 25 for Jordan. Marley on the transition. Nice job protecting the ball with Jordan looking for the steal.
When Michael goes to the basket, when Michael pulls up for a jumper, they take the defensive player on him and run him out right away, hoping they can get an easy one.
But Mike, that wasn't Michael's fault. You got 2 other guards in the game. Michael scored. Somebody should get back.
Chicago with a 4-point lead. Barkley chest to chest with Williams, going cross court to Paxson. So John Paxson extends to an 83-77 lead. Phoenix Suns have hit their last 4 shots. Here comes Armstrong looking to help, then he drops back. Oh, what a move! Barkley with the spin. only 7 for 22. He has 14, but he has brought the Suns within 4. Miller providing the help on the double team. Jordan. And illegal defense has been called. Illegal defense.
Let's go back a few moments ago when Michael Jordan goes up for a shot or penetrates. His defensive man will challenge and run out. But here's the guy up here, Paxson, who should be covering the backcourt for Chicago. Paxson stays right there, never gets back. Michael's shooting the shot. That's what happens.
Illegal defense, the second call on Phoenix. B.J. Armstrong with the technical. So he is 3 of 3 from the line, 13 points in all. Chicago 84 and Phoenix 79. 7:09 remaining in this fourth quarter. The Bulls went 57-25 during the regular season. They won the Central Division. Ainge with the rebound of that shot that was too strong. Ainge thought he was fouled. Here's Barkley, and he was fouled by Williams.
Excellent job by Charles Barkley. The dribble had been picked up. There was pressure defense by Chicago. Charles Barkley was overplayed on the left wing, so Ainge lets him go backdoor, delivers the pass on time.
6 minutes, 52 seconds remaining in the game. Chicago leading by 5. Well, a beautiful day in the Phoenix area. It's about 10 minutes past 8 out of the west. 92 degrees outside. They love their Suns here in Phoenix. State employees given a memo told to wear Suns colors today in support of their basketball team. A reminder, this Friday, don't miss NBA Stories, a primetime special, which will take an in-depth behind-the-scenes look at some of this year's top stories in the NBA, including a close-up of future Chicago Bulls standout Tony Kukoc. That's coming up Friday night. NBA Stories, followed by Game 2 between the Phoenix Suns and the Chicago Bulls. Well, Charles Barkley only 7 of 22 from the field. 15 points, 9 rebounds. Michael Jordan getting a rest, 12 for 22 for 25 points.
Both guys have 22 attempts at the basket. Barkley 6 for 14 on the inside, 1 for 8 on the perimeter. Michael 6 for 8 on the inside, 6 for 14 on the outside.
This is an important time for the Chicago Bulls, especially if they're the road team. With Michael Jordan on the bench, let's see who's going to provide the offense for the Chicago Bulls.
And Jordan with 8 of the Bulls, 11 points in the fourth quarter. Some light pressure shown by the Suns. Bulls with a 3-point lead. They led by as many as 20. Shot clock running down. It's down to 2. Armstrong, very difficult angle shot. Knocked out of bounds by the Suns.
See, this is what happened. Now here comes Michael Jordan right back into the game. See, Bill Jackson was sensing that they couldn't get anybody involved in terms of getting somebody a shot because those guys out on the court besides Scottie Pippen, he's the only one that can break somebody down off the dribble.
So Jordan is back. Jordan, Grant Williams, Pippen and Armstrong on the floor. Jordan rebounded by Williams. And Michael Jordan will regroup. Crowd wanted to travel.
They have KJ trying to play Michael Jordan, and Chicago's trying to get it over to him for a mismatch.
And Jordan able to head off the fake on Johnson.
Well, see, that's a championship team for you, Chicago Bulls. They recognize that KJ is on Michael Jordan. They're going to try to get him the ball at every opportunity.
And now Jordan is guarding Johnson at the other end. Suns have hit their last 5. Kevin Johnson tried to penetrate and was stripped. Pippen around Dumas, around Ainge.
Oh, my. You know, that was a bad play, first of all, by Dumas, because he tried to steal the ball, and then Scottie just took it all the way.
Michael Jordan being played by KJ. They'll run a series of little screens to free him up, then a little fade move, show the ball, change of direction. Good clean look at the rim for Michael. Scottie Pippen then, who when you get him out in the floor, in the open court, is oh so dangerous. The long strides, the elevation, and the finish and foul.
Well, Michael Jordan with 10 points in the fourth quarter has passed Elgin Baylor on the all-time playoff scoring list and is only 9 points away from the number 5 man, Magic Johnson. I know a very sad moment for you.
Definitely, because he's going to pass me tonight, so that'll be over.
So Michael gunning for Magic, just 9 away.
That last time out, Phil Jackson trying to make some decisions. Who is the next guy that's going to step up and supply a little bit of scoring for Chicago? It just can't be left up to Michael. And he mentioned we've been in this situation a number of times during the season. Now maybe they'll run a few things to try and get Scottie Pippen more involved.
Scottie Pippen 0 for 3 from the foul line. Johnson was fouled. He was hacked by Armstrong. The Bulls 88, the Suns 81 with 5:23 remaining in the game, and Kevin Johnson will go to the line. That's 3 on B.J. Armstrong. Johnson is 1 for 1 from the line. Kevin Johnson through an injury hit regular season, limited to 49 games. He was out earlier this year with a badly bruised right calf muscle. He's an 82% free throw shooter.
And the thing about him, Marv, he got hurt because of 2 of his own players. You know, Charles Barkley tried to jump up into his arms and hurt his knee. He tried to pick up Oliver Miller, and he sprained his groin. So it was freak plays that really injured KJ.
It's a 5-point Chicago lead as we come up on 5 minutes remaining in the game. Game 1 of the best-of-7 NBA Final Series. Jordan. And Pippen able to get to it. Armstrong for 3. Rebounded by Scott Williams. 12 rebounds for Williams. Another Chicago opportunity, and they cannot take advantage. Phoenix with the ball trailing by 5 points. They isolate Johnson with Armstrong. Armstrong closing the baseline. Now Barkley with 6 on the 24. Barkley, yes. Charles very close to a travel when he started that move.
Yeah, he got a little mixed up on his foot fake that time. Almost stumbled into a travel, but he got away with it. Made a very, very big shot for Phoenix.
They're on their feet here in Phoenix. The Suns have moved within 3. Shot clock down to 3. Down to 2. Pippen for 3. And it's rebounded by Dumas. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the game. The Suns have come from 20 back. Barkley with the fake. Johnson. And Scott Williams able to collar the loose ball. Here's Jordan. Jordan is fouled.
You saw that coming. And he had the big man backpedaling, and Michael took it right inside, and he wanted the contact.
Barkley, after giving a little bit of fake, elevates a little bit of fade, just enough to get it over the top of the outstretched hand of Grant. And then Michael, all he's trying to do here, he gets no clean look, initiate body contact, get to the free throw line, try to make those 2 foul shots.
And the Bulls, only 6 of 11 from the line. They are not a good free throw shooting team. Jordan is 2 of 3 from the line. Michael Jordan has burned it up when it comes to the NBA championship round. He's shooting off earlier in the playoffs. Here's Johnson, rejected by Grant. Armstrong for Pippen, and a foul called on Dumas.
You know, you gotta love the Chicago Bulls. This is what makes champions. Defense right here, block shot by Horace Grant. Then they get out on the break and go down and get a foul. Here's a block one more time. I tell you, that's team defense.
Team defense starts with the word belief. You have to believe in one another. If one guy gets beat, the next guy covers, and you have to continue to cover for one another.
Scottie Pippen is now 0 for 4 from the line. Earlier we discussed the fact that he's not a good foul shooter at 66%. 5-point Chicago lead. Meanwhile, the Suns have managed to come back despite the fact that Charles Barkley has had a horrendous shooting game, 8 for 23. How about Kevin Johnson, 3 for 10, only 2 assists.
But they've been doing an excellent job of keeping him out of the lane, cutting his penetration off, and that's Kevin's game.
Marley taking advantage of an overplay, rebounded by Grant. It's a 3-on-1. Armstrong for Pippen.
See, when you crash the offensive board on Chicago, they will get out and run on you, and that's what happened there.
Jump shots produce long rebounds. That's one way teams can get out and run. And then if you go in and send too many people to get offensive rebounds and you don't cover your backcourt, well, here's what happens. 3-on-1, not much you can do.
So the Bulls with 5 straight points. They now lead by 8. 2:46 left in the game.
And a storm back in America West Arena with a very excited Johnny Mickens. This is Charles's grandmother and first coach in for the game from Leeds, Alabama. What do you think of Charles's play down the stretch? What does he need to do to bring the team back, Johnny?
Just got to keep his boards and stay into the game and play some defense.
All right, there you have it. Mark?
Well, some sound advice, huh?
I think she knows the game.
Johnson turned back. And the Bulls take advantage of the turnover. Michael Jordan able to swing it to the corner. Bulls not rushing their shots, again showing the patience. Now Armstrong is open for the three-pointer. And hits it.
Marv, showing the patience of a championship team.
Third from downtown for B.J. Armstrong, and the Bulls now lead 96-85. Johnson got inside and missed. Kevin Johnson has had a very long night. We're under 2 minutes remaining in the game. Suns have missed their last 5 shot attempts. Phoenix has 1 timeout remaining, 1 conventional, and a 20. Bulls with 4 timeouts plus their 20. Shot clock running down. Here is Jordan. And that's a 24-second violation.
You're involved in an 8-point game, you still got a chance. Chicago swings it, finds the best 3-point shooter in the league. B.J. Armstrong knocks it down. The 8-point lead goes to 11. Charles knows that's not a good sign.
And then right after that, Dan Marley played excellent defense on Michael Jordan.
Johnson, Bulls 96, and the Suns, 87. Timeout taken by Scott Williams. He could not find anyone to inbound to. So a minute 26 remaining in this fourth quarter, and the Bulls leading at 96-87. Reminder tonight, Montel Williams. That's all tonight right here on NBC. Chicago on top. Jordan had it knocked away by Dumas, and the Bulls have 16 on the 24.
Well, you can look for Chicago now to just use the clock. Go wind the clock down right to the end and then take the shot then.
Chicago Bulls seeking to take away the home court advantage of the Phoenix Suns with the victory here in Game 1. 8-2 Friday night here in Phoenix. Then they move to Chicago for games 3 and 4. Barkley for 3. Charles Barkley hammers from 3-point range to bring Phoenix within 6. Just under 1 minute to go in the game.
There's still plenty of time left in this basketball game. They need a few breaks, but that's not one of them right there.
Well, the whole team of the Phoenix Suns just watch Michael just go in for the easy layup. You got to converge on him.
Maybe they thought he was going to pull it out, pass it around for a while, man. Use some time up.
Barkley, Pippen with the rebound, and he's fouled by Ainge. Michael Jordan has 31, 14 of the 31 in the fourth quarter, so a fast finish by Michael Jordan.
In transition, Charles knew he had to get a shot up quickly, gets a clean look, gets set, follow through, and then nothing but net on the three-pointer. But then Chicago brings it right down, and perhaps Phoenix thought he was going to pull it out. No way. He saw the opening. He takes advantage.
Charles Barkley, 9 for 25. Scottie Pippen is now 1 for 6 from the line. And Barkley and Johnson depart. Not a good one for the two stars of this Phoenix Suns ball club. Barkley finished with 21 points on the 9 for 25 shooting. Johnson only 4 of 13.
Well, Mark, they have to know in their minds that they can shoot better. So they can feel good about this game in terms of, because they didn't shoot well in terms of the Phoenix Suns, they were still in it. Danny Ainge goes all the way. So they have something to build on at least.
You think they really could feel good about this thing?
Well, I do, because it's only a 7-point game right now. I feel that Chicago should have almost blew them out the way they shot the ball from the outside. So in their minds, in terms of the Phoenix Suns, they can feel good that they dominated the offensive boards and say, look, we know we're going to shoot better, so let's just come back, play a better game on Friday, shoot better, and we can win the game.
It is 99-92, Chicago on top. I would think this is the last place Scottie Pippen wants to be at this point. He has just had a horror show at the foul line. He's had another solid game, 26 points, but 2 of 8 from the line.
Well, you know, tomorrow that's where he will be, at the free throw line, working on the free throws and try to improve there.
The Bulls lead 100-92.
Regular season, a 66% free throw shooter. Goes up to 68 actually for the playoff games thus far. Struggling today from the line. Scottie Pippen.
And Ainge fouled by Jordan. 23 and 6/10 seconds remaining. The Chicago Bulls during the regular season, second best road record in the league, 26 and 15. Second best to the Suns, who went 27 and 14.
And Mark, Phoenix Suns will have to find a way to free up Dan Marley and Danny Ainge for shots in game 2.
Dumas blew the stop. Dumas has been one of the bright spots throughout for the Suns. So the Chicago Bulls take game 1. They led by as many as 20. Phoenix did come back, but Chicago led all the way, and they win it 100-92. Michael Jordan with 31 points. Scottie Pippen with 27. P.J. Armstrong, 16. Charles Barkley with 21, but a poor shooting game. Charles 9 for 25. The Bulls finish up shooting 53%. Let's go to Ahmad with Michael.
All right,
Jordan.
thanks, Marv. Michael, you guys showed a lot of patience in the second half after being up by 20. Then you showed a lot of patience in just staying ahead.
Well, we hung in there. We knew we gave away the momentum when we was up 18, 20 points. And they got the momentum going in the half. And we came back and established ourselves a little bit in the second half. And we were able to fight off their surges.
I reported before the game when I was in the locker room that you guys really seemed confident coming into this series.
Well, you got to realize that we're an experienced team. We've been here before. We know what it's going to take to win. We got to go out there and put it on the basketball court. I think one thing that happened with Phoenix, this is their first time to the finals, so they're maybe a little bit too hyped. But they're going to go back and look at the films and make adjustments for tomorrow.
Had to be happy about your defense. Held the highest scoring team in the league below 100 points.
Well, we knew we wanted to control the tempo. This team is a run-and-gun type of team. And when they get in a fast-breaking game, they're very dangerous. But our defense, we just wanted to control the tempo.
America West Arena at 105 degrees at one point late this afternoon. Some encouragement to the Suns. The last 3 teams that lost game 1 at home came back and won the NBA Finals. The 91 Bulls, 88 Lakers, and the 84 Boston Celtics. Checking the starting lineup for Chicago. Michael Jordan, B.J. Armstrong, open in the backcourt. Up front, Scottie Pippen coming off another outstanding game, and Horace Grant. They are on the front line. Bill Cartwright shot well again in the early going in game 1. And there's the coach of the Chicago Bulls, 47-year-old Montana native Phil Jackson in his 4th season as Bulls head man. Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson in the backcourt. Suns look for Kevin Johnson to turn it around. Richard Dumas, who had a good one. Charles Barkley also looking for a bounce back in Game 2. And the center Mark West, who played only 14 minutes on Wednesday night. Paul Westphal, the Suns head coach, 42 years old, finally got a shot. He was tabbed as Todd Fitzsimmons' successor for years. He was a Suns assistant for 4 years, 5-time NBA All-Star. Standout career with the Suns, Celtics, Sonics, and the New York Knicks. The officials, Jake O'Donnell, Jack Madden, and Joey Crawford. And we're ready for game number 2 of this best of 7. Mark West and Bill Cartwright. The Suns control the opening tip. Kevin Johnson met at midcourt by B.J. Armstrong. Richard Dumas given the room. Barkley off the pick. Barkley from the outside is able to hit on his first attack.
Get Barkley the ball, middle of the floor, much like Chicago likes to do with Michael Jordan. The same spot he hit the big shot against San Antonio to win that series for the Phoenix Suns.
Johnson with the steal. Battled away by Jordan and scooped up by Pippen, leading to the fast break. Jordan, yes, and the game is tied at 2.
But that steal that time by KJ represents what Phoenix wants to do. They want to get out and pressure the Chicago Bulls.
The Bulls did an excellent job in stopping the penetration of Kevin Johnson in Game 1. Horace Grant hand-checking Charles Barkley, and Jake O'Donnell calls the foul on Grant.
So dangerous in the middle of the floor, Charles Barkley, because he can make a jumper from there if you back off him far enough, yet he has the potential with one dribble to get to the front of the rim, dunk the basketball, or create for his teammates.
Johnson had to change his shot as Grant came over to help out. Jordan tried to set up Grant.
KJ trying to make a little point of emphasis here, maybe an exclamation point at the end, goes in to try and dunk it, but Grant at 6'10" bothers him.
And B.J. Armstrong has come up hotly, got picked off by Mark West, who moved to center court to try and help out Kevin Johnson by setting a pick. The ball deflected out. It will be Phoenix possession.
I tell you, if B.J. is hurt, that's only going to help the Phoenix Suns and KJ penetrate more.
Barkley from deep. The Suns and the Bulls are tied at 2. Oh, beautiful alley-oop for Scottie Pippen. A look-away thrown by Michael Jordan.
Not a bad look-away pass to throw it about 26 feet, put it on the money, and then it's nice to have a guy like Pippen to convert for you.
Here's Dumas. Hard driving move by Richard Dumas. The rookie from Oklahoma State did not play at all in Game 7 against Seattle. Tom Chambers started, went most of the way, but he came back strong in Game 1 of this series. Pippen lost it. Dumas with the steal. 3-on-1 for the Suns. So Phoenix with a 6-4 lead.
See, that's what I was talking about, the aggressive defense, because if the Phoenix Suns play aggressive defense, then they can get into their transition game, much like they just did there.
Jordan looks like Michael wants to get to it early offensively. He's come out shooting.
I think he's just looking it over right now. He's got to get his stroke down, see if he's got the good touch, good feel, but at the same time, he's willing to throw a few passes here early, get his teammates involved.
Suns and Bulls tied at 6. They trap Johnson. West for Barkley. And the foul.
And more importantly, we're talking about a foul on Grant, which is 2, and they need him to play Barkley. Let's go back to aggressive defense by the Suns, Richard Dumas, which gets Phoenix into their style of play. The best for them, the open court. Some good interior passing by the Suns, and Grant, who already had one ticky-tack foul when he poked him in the eye early, that time trying to come over and help out on the rotation. A little late, 2 fouls on Horace Grant early in the game.
And Magic, in contrast to the way the Suns came out in Game 1 on the tight side. Charles Barkley telling us after practice yesterday, he felt he was hyper. He felt the team was hyper. A different story thus far here.
Well, they're more relaxed, and also they're playing better defense.
Foul called. West came over, got a piece of it, and picked up the personal.
Now, this is a strong move by Phil Jackson to leave Horace Grant out on the floor this early with 2 personal fouls on him. No one knows the team better than the head coach who sees him every day in practice. But normally you would pull him out and substitute, so you happen to use the other 4 fouls for the rest of the game. Phil Jackson making a move of staying with him. He's got confidence in him.
Scottie Pippen only 3 for 9 from the line on Wednesday night. Gets on his first. Suns with a 9-7 advantage. Scottie Pippen 12 for 20, 27 points. A terrific all-around performance in the opening game of this series. Here's Chicago going to the trap. Marley protecting. And then fires down. Suns fortunate to come up with that loose ball, and Dumas has given Phoenix an 11-8 lead.
And you saw the long pass, something that's a trademark of the Suns team. When they're playing loosey-goosey like they like to play, you'll see a lot of long baseball passes. In fact, George Karl mentioned they're the best in the league at going over the top with long passes.
Jordan got the step. Cartwright had it knocked away, but a loose ball foul is called. That's the second on Mark West.
Well, here on the trap, you must be aggressive. You must attack when you're being trapped. And that's what the Phoenix Suns do. They are aggressive and get a dunk out of it. Anytime you're trapped, you must try to score against the trap.
Early departure for that man. Mark West played only 14 minutes. Hit 3 of 3 from the field the other night, but picked up the early 2, and Oliver Miller has come on and blocks Cartwright. Oliver Miller, the rookie from Arkansas, coming up with the rejection. Nice hesitation move by Kevin Johnson. So the Suns lead 13-8. Pippen right back. Yes, Scottie Pippen wasting no time getting down court. The Suns lead by 3 with 4 minutes gone by, and they have opened at a quick pace. It is Phoenix Suns pace here at the outset. Suns have made their last 5 from the field. Marley for 3. Pippen has Grant in the open floor. Yes, and it counts. So the foul is called on Kevin Johnson.
Eyes up all the time, see the floor at 6'7". Pippen can do it, and when you have a power forward who runs the way Horace Grant does, it pays off with some easy baskets in transition. And credits to Phil Jackson for leaving him on the floor, not taking him out. He knows his team better than anyone.
3-point play for Grant to tie the game at 13. This time light pressure by Chicago. Barkley was fouled.
Well, what Phoenix have done now, they moved, what Chicago has done now, they moved Scottie Pippen over to guard Charles Barkley and moved Grant over to cover Dumas.
Number 34, Charles Barkley in the line.
And Barkley will shoot a pair. Charles has 5 points, 1 for 1 from the line, and 2 of 3 from the field.
And Magic, they opened up the game, the Grant-Barkley matchup. What did Phoenix do? Brought Barkley to the top of the circle to try and get Grant to have to guard him out in that area where he could beat him off the dribble. But as soon as Pippen went on him, they put Charles right down in the hole and posted him up. Charles bigger and stronger than Scottie Pippen.
Phoenix 15 and Chicago 13. Barkley switches off to Pippen. Now met by a double team. Grant. Well looked by Scottie Pippen off the trap in the corner. And the game is tied at 15. Again, B.J. Armstrong looking to make Kevin Johnson work hard to get it across. And a foul on B.J. Will he get the call on the continuation? No, he won't.
They don't want Kevin Johnson coming back to the middle of the floor, so if he's going to get to the basket,
basket, his easiest path will be turning the corner. That time, BJ ride him a little bit too much.
Al Barkley posting up. Charles Barkley able to hit the turnaround on Scottie Pippen. The Suns lead by 2, and Barkley off to a fast start. Joe Crawford with the whistle. And a foul against the Suns. It's on Miller. Timeout taken by the Phoenix Suns. We'll be back on game 1 on Wednesday night. B.J. Armstrong did the job against Kevin Johnson. Johnson only 4 for 13 for his 11 points. B.J. hit 3 from downtown. And B.J. and the Bulls so successful in stopping the penetration of one of the best in the business, Kevin Johnson. We talked with B.J. about that and asked what are his plans for going up against Kevin Johnson here in game 2.
Well, I think, first of all, our team, our total team made an effort to know where he's at on the floor and know where he operates and tried to get acquainted with his game, his right to left crossover, his finish with his left hand at the basket. So our team was well aware of what he likes to do. My main goal was to make him work from the time the ball was taken out of bounds to the time they set in their offense. And once he does give it up, not allow him to get the ball or make him work to get it that he's just out of sync.
Well, Bill Cartwright able to hit. And the game is tied at 17.
The little things that KJ pointed out go back to the conversation with Phil Jackson, coach of the Bulls, prior to the first game, saying that Richard Dumas hits a little 12-footer from the baseline, saying that knowing the players and the little things they like to do might be more important against Phoenix than actually the X and O part of it.
Pillman gets in. So both clubs are hot. Chicago 8-4-11. Phoenix 8-4-11.
Well, the first team that makes a defensive stand will take control of this game. So far, it's been back and forth offense on both ends of the court.
Game tied at 19. Here's Dumas. Back tap by Jordan. And Armstrong brings across just under 6 minutes remaining. First quarter. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Bob Rashad, and Hannah Storm from America West Arena in Phoenix. Jordan with another opportunity. Crowd reacting. They felt that Jordan pushed Marley away as Marley went for the steal. That's a traveling violation on Pippen.
Let's go back to the last play for Phoenix. You have the player coming over to set the screen. The defensive man, Cartwright, must stop KJ from getting to the middle of the floor. It's what Magic talked about in the beginning. They don't let him get to the lane area, but he still creates a shot for a teammate.
Chicago's 4th turnover, giving the ball back to Phoenix. Scott Williams guarding Charles Barkley. Williams coming on for the first time. Jordan for 3. Yes. Michael Jordan hitting from downtown. He now has 7 points. And Michael has just passed Magic Johnson as Barkley gets inside. Michael Jordan passing Magic for 5th place among all-time playoff scorers. He now trails Kareem, Jerry West, Larry Bird, and John Havlicek. Scott Williams rejected, and Miller comes away with it. Well, Magic, you're number 6.
Well, not bad. Yeah, what can I say?
Offensive foul called that time. Chicago's defense, again, closing down the lane. Steps in, takes the foul as KJ tries to pass off. Tight defense, get in the lane, but they constantly step up the Bulls defense and pick up offensive fouls.
4.5 remaining in this first quarter. The Bulls now lead 22-21. Bill Cartwright sitting down. Stacey King has come on. The matchup will be King and Miller. So it's King, Williams, and Pippen up front. They double up on Jordan. And the pass knocked away by Marley. So the Phoenix trap well executed. Here's Marley for 3. Jordan eluding Marley. Jordan lost it. Miller with the steal. But the ball goes back to Chicago.
Think about the things that done because of his long arms and fingertips. He's blocked the shot. He has challenged Jordan in a double team, and here he just flicks in quickly with those long arms and long fingers and forces a turnover.
Timeout called with 3:56 to go in the first. Sequence for the rookie Oliver Miller. First, the block shot, his second of the quarter, fifth in the series, 52 for the entire playoffs in 20 games, and then the steal as he was able to strip Michael Jordan. You talked about the long arms. Check out the wingspan, 91 inches, which is equal to 7'7", about the height of Manute Bol. Wingspan roughly equivalent to your height. We guess that Manute and Perkins, along with Oliver Miller, have the widest wingspans in the NBA. Would you agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that. And another thing with the Phoenix Suns, they've done so far one of the three things that they wanted to do to win this game, and that's played aggressive defense so far.
Oliver's next size only 17, though. It's all of the wingspan. Danny Ainge has come on for the first time. Bulls lead by one. Here's Pippen out of fadeaway. Knocked away by Barkley. Marley met by Trent Tucker, who just came on. Barkley sets for the three. And the Suns not able to hit from long range. Scott Williams knocked away by Marley. Scott Williams had the strong game on Wednesday night. Really did the job off the board.
Scott Williams was in there for the final 12 minutes of the basketball game, and when he was on the floor, Chicago was plus 11 against Phoenix. So that means without him, they were actually down. They have a lot of confidence in Scott Williams.
Tom Chambers, who came on just a moment ago, is called for the foul, and Stacey King will go to the line. Tom Chambers did not get the playing time the other night, coming off the good one against Seattle in Game 7.
Magic, I want to go back to the last possession of Phoenix when they pulled up and Charles wound up shooting the three-pointer. And we understand that Charles is going to take his threes every so often from behind the three-point line. But that particular time, I would say, was not the right decision. And looking over at Paul Westphal, he was not real happy with that shot selection.
Well, that's because you got your best rebounder shooting a three-point shot, and you take your best rebounder from the basket, and nothing good can happen for you.
Oh, Marley able to get to that loose ball, and Chambers blocked by Williams. Pippen for Jordan. And Trent Tucker able to get to it. Bulls with the ball. They lead by 3. King, the shot clock running down. And it's a 3-second violation called on Chicago.
Now, this is a very interesting move by Coach Paul Westphal because he really is not going with a point guard. He has Danny Ainge playing point guard, so we'll see how the offense is ran now by Danny Ainge.
And the reason for that, Trent Tucker is out there. He will put the same pressure on the ball as a B.J. Armstrong would, so he feels comfortable with Ainge in this role that he can get it up against Trent.
Foul committed by Williams. The basket will not count. Scott Williams called for his first.
Inside play, taking place. The Bulls bumping all those cutters, coming to the basketball. That time a little bit too much pushing and shoving. And what Paul Westphal has done now is he's put a very big team on the floor for the Phoenix Suns. You're talking about West, Chambers, Barkley up front, and a backcourt of Ainge and Marley. He usually likes to go small. Right now he's going very big.
Not only that, he has his best shooting team on the floor at this time because both Ainge and Marley can shoot from the three-point line as well as Tom Chambers can also shoot from the outside.
John Paxson replacing Michael Jordan. Jordan with 7 points, 3 out of 6 from the field. Comes back to Barkley. Chambers. The Suns and the Bulls tied at 24. Bulls have missed their last 5 field goal attempts. They have Williams with King and Pippen up front. Tucker and Paxson at the guards. And Jake O'Donnell with the call away from the ball.
In the penalty comes out of the 24, Tom Chambers.
Apparently Chambers called for the foul, and it puts Phoenix over the limit.
And Chambers started to run down the floor as if the foul was going to be called against the offensive player, trying to help the officials make that call. Keiko Dama right after said, no, I don't buy that routine.
So both teams over the foul limit. And Stacey King to the line. He is 3 of 3 from the foul line. 2:18 remaining. In this first quarter, the Bulls by 1. Game 3 in Chicago Sunday night. 7 o'clock starting time. In the East, right here on NBC, Game 4 at Chicago next Wednesday, June 16th, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Suns do not have trouble with the pressure. Barkley being played now by Scott Williams. Barkley changed his mind. Chambers pulling his way, and a foul call. So Tom Chambers to the line. He was hit by Scott Williams.
One thing about Tom Chambers, when he decides he's going to get a shot up at the basket, he's going to get it up. You can expect him when he gets going to try and finish.
To shoot 2.
Tom Chambers in his 12th season out of Utah. Last couple of years bothered by back problems and hamstring injuries. Well, during the course of the regular season, the Suns averaged 31 free throw attempts per game. In the playoffs, 32. Game 1, only 15.
2 minutes.
In Game 7 against Seattle, Charles Barkley went to the line 22 times by himself.
And that 31 you talked about was the second most per game in the NBA taken by a team, the Phoenix Suns.
Stacey King went short. West's pass intercepted by Pippen. Chicago looking for Trent Tucker to get into it. Stacey King. Rebound Charles Barkley. Barkley trying to lead Johnson.
See, it's always difficult for when you're a point guard to now get out on the wing and receive the pass. Here's Charles Barkley, who normally is on the wing, and KJ, who normally handles the ball. They reverse roll, and they end up in a turnover.
Bulls have missed their last 7 from the field. We come up on 1 minute left in the quarter. They get 0 for the last 8. Although Chicago leads 26-24. Johnson being guarded by Trent Tucker. Kevin Johnson with a second field goal, and he's tied the game at 26. Pippen off the hesitation dribble. Pippen for Williams. What a play by Scottie Pippen. The Bulls lead by 2. Johnson changed his mind. Picked off by Tucker.
Well, you got a man here who was down in game 1, that being Kevin Johnson. Now he wants to do a lot of things. He wants to make something happen. And that time he wanted to make something happen, but got caught in the air.
You got 3-point shooters on the wing in case they double Pippen.
Shot clock down to 4. Pippen. Final seconds of the first quarter. Haynes to the fadeaway. Yes, and it counts. Foul committed by Trent Tucker with 2 1/10 seconds remaining in the first quarter.
Last thing Chicago wanted to do is give the Phoenix Suns an opportunity to finish off the quarter with a 3-point play. The problem is that they had to get a shot up at the other end of the floor with what you would call a lot of time left, meaning about 8 or 9 seconds remaining on the game clock. So Phoenix was going to come down and get some kind of good shot up, provided they didn't turn it over.
Danny Ainge very quiet in game 1. Now trying to complete a 3-point play. 85% free throw shooter this season. Suns by 1. Pressure on the inbound. Final seconds of the quarter. Pippen for Tucker for 3-point. That would have counted. from the crowd. A first quarter that was tied 10 times, but after one, Charles Barkley very much into it. 4 of 6, 12 points. It's the Suns 29 and the Bulls 28.
West Arena with talk show host Rush Limbaugh, a good friend of Coach Paul Westphal. And Rush, is it true that you helped Paul develop his game plan and all the plays you drew went to the right?
That's right. I said start every play off to the right. Try it first. It's been working lately.
So you're a very opinionated guy, but you told me earlier tonight that this team sort of reflects your political views.
Well, sort of. This is a team of rugged individualists who play well as a team, and the key to their success tonight is for each guy doing what he does best. They're not down by 20 tonight like they were the last time. They got that first game under their belt, and I think you're going to see the real Phoenix Suns as this game goes on. Which looking good. It's a team of destiny, Hannah.
All right, thanks, Rush. Mark?
All right, Hannah, as the second quarter gets underway, Michael Jordan gives it up to B.J. Armstrong. And the Bulls now lead 30-29. Czar, can you imagine if Rush Limbaugh did play-by-play for the Phoenix Suns? That's a foul on Danny Ainge.
Paxson does a good job moving his feet, gets over in front. Very close call that time. And then after it, Danny Ainge took the basketball, tossed it away, and a delay of game warning was called against the Phoenix Suns.
You can see that Phoenix has changed their offensive strategy. They're now trying to run after-made baskets.
All right, Grant being played by Miller. Jordan. Rebounded by Miller. Frank Johnson has checked in for the first time, played well in game number 1. And Miller finishes it off. Suns by 1. 1 minute gone by in the second quarter. Can you imagine if Rush Limbaugh did play-by-play for the Suns? He'd probably suggest 5 years mandatory for traveling violations. I'll explain it later, so I'm thinking about that. Okay. And a foul is called. A loose ball foul. Jake O'Donnell, Jack Mather, Joey Crawford working the game. Oliver Miller called for the foul. Well, as we mentioned earlier, Magic with tears in his eyes as Michael Jordan passed him by earlier. He took it well, I thought.
Yeah, well, since he's a good friend of mine, I decided to go ahead and not cry too much. You know, but if it was somebody else, I probably would have been really upset.
And there's the man next in line, John Havlicek. One of the greats from the Boston Celtics.
John Havlicek up at 4 a.m. this morning, taking his first air balloon ride around the area. Got up as high as 4,000 feet, but hovered mostly in that 60 to 80-foot area off the ground. Said it was sensational.
And Hondo will be one of the guests at halftime with Bob Costas on the Prudential halftime report. Armstrong on a pull-up. Oh, Grant, and he was fouled. Tom Chambers disputing the call. Frank Johnson raising his hand. And let's see who the foul was called against as Charles Barkley is being waved in. No official word. It is Johnson. And Chambers will sit down, replaced by Barkley.
Obviously, Frank Johnson, with a reputation for being honest, he held up his hands, so the officials went along with the call.
Game is tied at 31. Michael Jordan with 9 points, and the Bulls lead by 2. Armstrong applying pressure on Johnson. Johnson played only 9 minutes in game 1, hit 4 of 7, 8 points, did a good job penetrating. Barkley stepping around Grant. 14 for Barkley, and he's tied the game at 33.
Nice job of raising up, getting Grant to commit a little bit too much, took him out of his defensive stance, and it was a matter of putting it on the floor, going around him.
the rebound. Air ball thrown up by Danny Ainge, and a foul was called.
Defensive man normally wants to be down in his stance. Charles turns and faces, gets him up in the air, and now go around and convert.
Richard Dumas called for the foul. We'll be right back.
American West Arena alongside Cliff Levingston, a former Chicago Bull. You were the inspirational leader on this team last year. How they got along without you?
Well, they're focused. They know what it takes to get to the championship game again, and they know what it takes to win it. And right now, they're staying focused throughout all the ups and downs of the game. I think they're going to stay right on target and win the ball game.
Cliff, as focused as they were last year, this year there seems to be a calmness about this team in these finals.
Well, they're being smart. They set everybody up to think they weren't going to be in it, but they're in it.
All right, thanks, Cliff. Good luck to you. All right, Marv.
Thank you, Ahmad. Cliff Levingston came up very strong in the playoffs the last couple of years. Michael Jordan with a sweet stroke. Cliff played in Greece this past season. Bulls lead 35-33.
And the exchange for Chicago was giving up Cliff Levingston, bringing in Rodney McCray. They lost the energy, the rebounding, the defensive play, and toughness of Levingston, hoping McCray would fill that void. He has not done it this season.
It's been a disappointing injury hit year for Rodney McCray. Paxson able to penetrate.
Well, I think right now with Phoenix, they're playing well defensively. And Coach Paul Westphal should feel good about that, but they got to get back here.
And Grant was able to hammer it home. He thought he was fouled. Phil Jackson is very upset, but no call. The Bulls now lead 37-33.
See, defensively, the Phoenix Suns must get better. They must try to get a few stops. Now, Oliver Miller's been good on defense for them, but the team defense hasn't been that good.
And a blocking foul. John Paxson is called.
Dishing it off at the end. Grant with the finish. Barkley challenges, and after the basket, the entire coaching staff of the Chicago Bulls was up. They felt there should have been a foul on Barkley. Barkley with the effort. That's how you tell your big people to finish plays off. Don't put it up and lay it up. Dunk it when you can.
And Marley will inbound. A quiet first half from Marley. He is 0 for 3, scoreless. Started slowly the other night, then came on. Barkley, bad shot. Forced it, although he was double teamed. Last touch, though, by the Bulls. And it will be Phoenix ball with a new 24.
One thing about the Chicago Bulls, if you turn in the middle, you're going to have 3 or 4 guys jumping out at you.
And that's what Barkley faced just a moment ago. Frank Johnson puts the move on B.J. Armstrong. Nice fake, but Pippen with the block, and a foul is called.
Well, a little bit disappointed. B.J. Armstrong, he went for the ball fake, got up in the air. Frankie Johnson leans in a little bit, so the block is clean, but it's the body of B.J. Armstrong where the foul is called.
Second on Armstrong, 2 apiece on B.J. Armstrong, Horace Grant, and Scott Williams. Frank Johnson to the line. Frank Johnson, 34 years old. Man who played in Italy in the last 3 years after spending 7 seasons with the Washington Bullets, a year with Houston. He was a first-round draft pick of the Bullets. Has been a major contributor off the bench for the Suns, in particular in the playoffs. Bulls have a 2-point lead. Again, Jordan facing a double team as Miller comes over to help and leaves Scott Williams open, and he takes him to the hole.
Well, right there, you saw that Charles Barkley had to make a decision. Do I run out at Scott Williams, or do I continue to guard Horace Grant up under the basket? And you can see he decided to take Horace and lay up there by Scott.
Good luck from Marley. Bulls 39. The Suns 37 with 5 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Grant posting Barkley. Williams So Scott Williams getting to the offense. 6 points for Williams. The Bulls lead by 4.
The pace is still good for the Phoenix Suns. It's an up-tempo game, and they love it.
Pippen broke it up. Nobody back for the Suns. It's Jordan all the way. And a timeout taken by Paul Westphal. The Bulls by 6.
We mentioned that Phil Jackson's got a lot of confidence. Well, Williams has a wide open jumper and then says, hey, why not take a layup instead of a jumper? So he goes uncontested to the basket for the first one. The next score doesn't come quite as easy because he's got to fake first, get Barkley off his back, then convert high, dunk in the basketball. Unselfish play by the Bulls. Give it to Michael. Let him get the 2.
Been playing excellent team defense, individual defense, but not team defense. Here they're going to double team Michael Jordan, make him throw the ball. Now, when you double team, you got to get all your men rotating on the Phoenix Suns, where they don't rotate to Scott Williams, and they give up an easy layup. So you got to rotate, get good team defense, and that's what's killing the Phoenix Suns right now. Good individual defense, but poor team defense.
And the Bulls have hit their last 5 shots. They now lead by 6. Their biggest lead of the game. Kevin Johnson has returned. Marley. And Barkley. Charles Barkley has 16. The Bulls now lead by 4. Just under 6 minutes remaining first half. Marv Albert with Lazar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, Irvin Magic Johnson, Bob Rashad, Hannah Storm, Bob Costas will be along at halftime. Here's Jordan. Oh, what a pass for Horace Grant.
You talk about beautiful, unselfish basketball. There's give and go. Pass, cut to the basket, get it back, and then either score or give it off to a teammate. Michael Jordan and the Bulls.
Chicago by 6. With the setup, Marley could not finish it. Jordan. The Bulls lead 47-39. Michael has hit his last 4, and he has 15 points.
Marv, the difference between the Chicago Bulls and the Phoenix Suns, Chicago Bulls make 4 or 5 passes on offense. Phoenix Suns make 1 pass and stand.
Dumas, bad shot. Marley for 3. Another opportunity and another bad shot. What a sequence for the Suns. Whoa.
Let's go back a moment ago. Michael Jordan down here had just passed the ball across the floor over to Scottie Pippen, and now he moves without the basketball. Give and go, get it back, draw the defense, make the pass, and finish off. Jordan, who moves as well as anyone in the league without the basketball, just draws all the attention and then unselfish play.
Grant fouled by Marley. Chicago has hit its last 7 shots to take an 8-point lead with 4:33 remaining first half.
Inside, Grant going up strong. Got to stop him from making easy baskets, so Marley takes the foul to prevent the score.
Been silent at the other end. He's 0 for 6. Once again, Phoenix not able to hit their staple through the regular season, not able to hit the 3-pointers, and the shot selection on the 3s has not been good.
What happens is when you take so many of them, you're used to getting your share each game, and then when they don't come easy, you try to force some, or when you do get a look, you try to get it up there in a hurry.
Especially on Chicago, you got to get it up in a hurry, or somebody be out there contesting you.
Chicago leads by 10. Kevin Johnson beating the pressure. Marley now played by Grant. Barkley being guarded by Pippen. Single coverage, and Barkley now has 18.
Well, Danny Ainge did a smart move. Pass to Barkley, and he cut to the corner, knowing that Trent Tucker would not go down and double team Charles Barkley.
Armstrong. And the Bulls have hit their last 8 shots on fire. Marley tried to slip through and lost it. team on Pippen, who gets it out. Grant off the pick. Beautifully done. As they swing the ball around, looking for the open man.
That's exactly what Magic talked about. Difference, 4 or 5 passes, play unselfish, doesn't matter who scores.
Well, let me just put it bluntly here. In a running game, Phoenix is at their best. In a wide-open game. But in half-court, Phoenix struggled. Where now you're talking about a championship team in the Chicago Bulls. They're the best half-court team in basketball.
Kevin Johnson turning it over. The ball goes back to the Bulls. Michael Jordan receiving a brief rest. Try to check in, but the substitution not allowed. Trent Tucker was heading off. So Jordan will come on next. Whistle. Bulls in the midst of a 10-2 run. They've hit their last 9 shots as we come up on 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Chicago with its biggest lead. Johnson with the steal. Stripping Cartwright. Here's Johnson for Marley. And he's fouled by Pippen. Sarcastic reaction from the crowd on the foul call. Pippen picks up his second.
If they can just generate a little bit of easy offense, and that happens when you play good defense. KJ getting back in there, hands in on the center. Now gives it up to Marley, filling the wing on the right side. Pippen just takes the foul rather than give up the layup.
This is a Phoenix Suns team that went 62-20 during the regular season. Best record in the league. They've struggled in the playoffs, although they have reached the final round. Had problems with the Lakers, losing the first 2, taking the next 3 to win the series. Took San Antonio in 6, and then won a difficult 7-game series against Seattle. At home during the regular season, they won 35 and lost 6. 4 home losses, though, at the hands of Eastern clubs, and 3 of the losses after the All-Star break. Jordan on the recovery. Now, that's one you rarely see. The pass was slightly off, but he was still able to get it and was able to convert.
Well, that's why he's so great. That's why he can do things that no other player can do.
And actually, the Phoenix defensive player got a body on him. So, yes, the pass was a little bit short. Jordan couldn't extend, but Marley goes back and gets a body on him right there to prevent him from scoring. But Jordan recovers more quickly than Dan Marley.
The Bulls have hit 10 of their last 11 from the field and lead by 12.
On the Prudential halftime report, we'll be joined live here in Phoenix by former Celtic great John Havlicek. There's Hondo. His Celtics were the last team to three-peat. Actually, they won 8 in a row. We'll also talk with the 2 guys who figure to be the top 2 picks in this month's NBA draft. This is a live shot. Chris Webber at home, not watching the game. He's playing Nintendo or some kind of video game, unconcerned at present about the Suns and the Bulls. Of course, he led the Wolverines to the NCAA final each of the past 2 seasons. Sean Bradley will also be here, the highly regarded 7'6" center from Brigham Young. There's Sean. A busy halftime in just a few minutes, but right now let's head back to the court as we rejoin Marv, Mike, and Magic.
All right, Bob. Chris Webber putting a dent on the ratings. He does have a Nielsen Holmes on. You know that?
I'll give Magic first pick. What do you want?
I take Webber.
So whoever's left over, I'll take him in the second slot. Coming out of that last timeout, Ahmad overheard Phil Jackson telling the Bulls they like the tempo, they feel they're in control as Michael Jordan tips it in, and he wanted Cartwright on the floor to stabilize this team both offensively and defensively. The experienced center who will get them in their offense, allow them to run it by setting screens, and get on the glass and help on the boards.
And a foul call. That's 3 on Scott Williams. A red-hot second quarter for the Bulls, who now lead by 14.
Well, here's Michael Jordan attacking the offensive board. See, Michael can hurt you in so many different ways. You always got to know where he is on the court and put a body on him when a shot goes up.
Scott Williams sitting down. Chicago 13 for 19 from the field. Phoenix only 5 of 16. Now Barkley operating against King. Got it back to Ames. And the Suns finally hit a 3-pointer. They missed their first 4. Bulls 57. The Suns 46 with 1:50 to go in this first half. Jordan chased by Chambers and Marley. They continue the double up. Shot clock at 1. King gets inside.
Again, we're talking about team defense. See, you got to get a man rotate. You can let him pass it to the outside. Never let him pass it inside for a layup.
Inside is the heart of the defense. Don't take away the heart.
Bulls with a 13-point advantage. Barkley. Charles pulling his way and then going for the left hand. Charles Barkley's had a big first half, 20 points, but not getting the support. And Chicago leads by 11. Here's Pippen. Stolen by Johnson. Rare miscue by the Bulls. Evan Johnson now guarded by Michael Jordan. Chambers to the scoop. Rebound Barkley. Oh, what a play by Charles Barkley. The Bulls by 9. 40 seconds to go in the half. 22 for Barkley. Jordan. Well, the Suns with a chance to knock that Chicago lead down further. Chicago led by as many as 14.
If you're wondering why we were talking about 4 or 5 passes for Chicago, and then suddenly Jordan shoots a quick one, he was trying for a 2-for-1. Get one up, see if it goes in. No, we'll get the last one back.
And Barkley drew the foul.
Penetration by Chambers, gets it up on the glass, and then Charles just rips it from between 2 Bulls and converts as he's falling down. And then, again, to end a quarter, an opportunity for Phoenix to wind up with a 3-point play. They did it in the first quarter. He has a chance now, Barkley, as he goes to the basket, to do it once again this quarter.
Well, see, they're doing something different here in game 2. You see Westbrook going to react to this play. They're getting finally penetration. They may not be getting it from KJ, but they're getting it from other guys, Phoenix Suns.
And this the best sustained period of the half. For the Suns, 7 straight points. And the Bulls now lead by 6. 10 seconds left in the half. Tucker did not want to take the shot. Gave it back to Jordan. Now Tucker for 3. The second half. Yes, and it counts.
At the other end, the defensive end for Chicago, Barkley gets past Grant, but there's the cover-up by Pippen blocking the shot. Chambers shows the ball. It's called the old up and under, and Michael coming from behind gets a piece of his head. So Chambers goes to the free throw line for a potential 3-point play.
I like how the Phoenix Suns are starting the second half, because even though Barkley got his shot blocked, he was going to the basket. The same thing with Tom Chambers. At least they're taking it to the basket.
So Paul Westphal starting Tom Chambers rather than Richard Dumas. Suns with a 13-3 run that goes back to the latter stage of the second quarter. They are within 3 points. Scott Williams. Jordan trying to break it up. And it's Phoenix ball. Correction, it is Chambers starting rather than Mark West. Chambers up front along with Dumas and Barkley, Johnson and Marley at the guards. Chambers got the step. Well, the veteran providing the spark has brought the Suns within 1 point.
The reason Paul Westbrook went to Tom Chambers starting the second half, because he wanted more offense in the game. That's the reason he started Tom Chambers.
And the Bulls have started Scott Williams, Reverend Bill Cartwright. Phoenix with a chance to take the lead. Crowd wanted a violation called on Jordan. Nice play, and Scott Williams extends. So the Bulls with a 61-58 advantage. 2 minutes gone by, third quarter. Evan Johnson for Tom Chambers. Michael Jordan knocked it away. Jordan with a show-the-ball move. Jordan on the follow, and he drew the foul. Charles Barkley, his first.
We're right here. Scottie Pippen gonna go baseline and spin back to the middle. He draws Chambers, kicks it to Scott Williams for the slam dunk.
And Michael Jordan takes the basketball and decides that he is going to make some things happen for himself by putting the ball on the floor. And remember, against New York, not too many times did he get to the front of the rim. Against Phoenix, it's a little bit easier. Even though he may miss the first one, he stays with it and gets another opportunity.
Miller is back. Richard Dumas sitting down. Oliver Miller played well in the first half in a 13-minute stint. Chicago 63, Phoenix 58. Here's pressure on the balls. Johnson had a hold up on the dribble. Pass too strong.
They got what they wanted. Phoenix tried to attack. Chicago comes up with the turnover.
Jordan. Horace Grant with the rebound and pops it back out. Here's Jordan for three. Yes. So Michael Jordan with his second three-pointer. He has 24. The Bulls regroup, now lead by 8. The Suns had knocked it down to a 1-point Chicago lead. Johnson on the penetration. Barkley. Charles Barkley puts it back. He has 27. The Bulls by 6.
Charles Barkley is playing an MVP type game tonight. He is really taking it aggressive to the basket when he gets it. Also, he's attacking the offensive boards. He's really making it easy for Phoenix Suns to stay in this game with his offensive play.
Kevin Johnson collects his third foul. Jordan for Grant. Williams had it knocked away. It'll be Phoenix ball. Scott Williams argues the call.
They try the drop-down pass as Scotty Williams turns to make his pivot. The ball goes off. Scott goes to Phoenix.
Miller gets inside. The Bulls 66. The Suns 62. Jordan with the spin gives it back. Grant. Nice touch by Horace Grant. 16 for Horace. The Bulls lead 68-62. Phoenix Suns looking to tie the series in one apiece. Chambers not able to hit. Miller able to chase it down. Bulls want to return to Chicago up 2-0. Marley with his first field goal, a three-pointer. And it brings Phoenix within 3. They collapse on Williams. And the ball knocked out of bounds. Scott Williams looking for a foul, but no call.
And if you think about it, go back to game 1. His first three-pointer in game 1 came off of a second shot opportunity when they missed the first one, but got it back outside to him. This time, the same thing. First shot a miss, get it back, kick it across the floor to Marley. He makes the 3.
The game is getting physical now. And so watch out. There will be a lot of quick fouls. There might be a lot of people in foul trouble before this game ends.
Jordan lost it. Marley with the steal. Jordan in pursuit. Marley. The Suns within 1.
Every time it's gotten to this point, Chicago has answered with a big basket. We'll see if they can do it one more time.
Jordan, yes, and they do answer. The Bulls 70, the Suns 67. Played by Jordan. And Pippen has Armstrong in the clear. And we've get a call, a foul's call. Barkley was cut off at center court by Scottie Pippen as Barkley was trying to race down court, and the basket will not count.
Charles Barkley gave the extra effort to try and run down what appeared to be a certain layup. To me, there's no call involved there. That had nothing to do with the outcome of that play. Should not take the basket away.
America West Arena is rocking. Charles Barkley, in his final season with the 76ers, his 8th and final season last year, put up these numbers, averaged 23 points a game, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. And this season, coming over to Phoenix, upping it to 25.6 per game, 12 rebounds per game. And that doesn't really tell the whole story, because in this situation, he's done it in a more meaningful campaign with the Philadelphia 76ers, who were out of it most of the way last year. It's really hard to measure averages, and Charles has stepped up in a big way, an MVP season, and he has come back today after the bad game in Game 1. Here's Armstrong off the turnover, goes to the pull-up. And the Bulls now lead 72-67.
Let's go back to Charles Barkley for a second. When you make a statement, you better be able to back up your statement. He said that if he was surrounded with better players, they'd have a chance to win a championship. He has backed up his statement. He's had a terrific season.
But a bad shot by Barkley. You mentioned the better shot selection by Charles. There have been a couple that have got off the mark. We just saw it a moment ago, and it leads to another Chicago field goal. B.J. Armstrong with 8 points, and he's increased that Chicago lead to 74-67. 5:40 remaining in the third quarter. Johnson off the dribble, rejected. Grant came over to help. Here's Chambers, and Jordan rebound.
See, that's what I was talking about, the half court. Here's Pippen on the layup, and the basket counts. We'll go to this with Mike first, and then I'll come back with my point.
Well, you said close down the lane when he gets there. If you've got shot blockers, what happens is it usually winds up producing easy scores. When you got numbers on the break and a shooter like B.J. Armstrong, you wind up with a lot of easy points. Down the lane, try and convert. Nope. Instead, we'll let another big guy come over. This time, Grant gets a piece of it.
See, that whole thing with KJ is they want to send him to the middle, and then they're going to converge on him, the Chicago Bulls, and try to block his shot or take a charge. Now, Phoenix, the way they got into the game, they were running, getting layups and dunk shots. Now, they're going back to that half-court game, and they're struggling, and that's why the Bulls have gotten their lead again.
Scottie Pippen, that field goal, his first points since the first quarter. And Chambers with the bad pass. The Bulls in an 8-0 run and lead 76-67.
Again, half-court offense. They're struggling in that half-court offense, but when they get the ball and get out in the open court, they're making good things happen for them. That's the Phoenix Suns.
Harley cut off the baseline. Jordan went back in that direction. He thought it was fouled, and Grant able to convert. Horace Grant has hit 7 of 8. He has 18 points, and Phoenix takes a timeout with 4:50 remaining. Third quarter. Bulls lead by 11.
At America West Arena. Now, if you've ever wondered what it would be like to be like Michael Jordan, well, imagine people trying to find you everywhere you go. This was yesterday. He was out trying to play golf. We obtained this footage from a local station here, and it was shot from a helicopter. They found him. I talked to Michael today. He said he was trying to play golf, trying to enjoy himself, but there was a camera in the woods and the camera up in a helicopter. Marv?
All right, Ahmad. Bulls with a 78-67 lead. 4:40 remaining in the third quarter. Barkley gets inside. The basket counts. And a blocking foul. Scott Williams called for his 4th.
Get Charles down low, close to the basket. Good things are going to happen because of his strength and power. And in fact, going back to what Ahmad had just mentioned, when Michael was playing golf yesterday, the reports came out that he was playing with Charles Barkley, when in fact, it was Quinn Buckner that was out there. So that means Quinn must look a lot like Charles in the helicopter at least.
Oh, he picked up some weight, didn't he? Quinn did.
4.5 remaining. third quarter. And the Bulls lead 78-70. So Phoenix able to put an end to that 10-0 run by Chicago. Williams fouled by Barkley. For Barkley, his second. Similar situation to game one when Chicago led 71-68. Phoenix had made its run, and then Chicago was able to pull away. And here, Chicago had a 70-67 lead. Phoenix had come within 3, and then the Bulls go to that 10-0 run.
Because they understand the mentality of what goes on. Great teams will make runs at it. It's not going to lay down and let you beat them by 25 or 30 points. They have the ability to concentrate that much harder, execute that much better when the pressure is on, when Phoenix makes the run and cuts it down to a 3-point game.
And how about Scott Williams in his third year out of North Carolina? The script has been the same right throughout. He has come up very strong come playoff time. Did it against the Lakers 3 years ago. Did it against Portland last season. Barkley again draws the foul. Another three-point opportunity. 32 for Barkley.
As we mentioned, if he's 8 for 8 at halftime from inside, why wouldn't you just keep giving it to him down there until they do something to stop him? Man, it's just too tough one-on-one in the paint area.
He's getting great position, though, and he's getting the ball just where he needed. His outstretched hand, or he don't have to dribble, he just takes it up and power it.
He's 6 of 7 from the line, 13 of 19 from the field, 33 for Barkley. Grant was called for that foul, his third. 6-point Chicago lead. Frank Johnson now pressing Scottie Pippen. And Johnson is matched with Pippen. Pippen goes right at him. Frank Johnson about 6'1" against the 6'7" Scottie Pippen.
It doesn't take him a whole lot of time to recognize where the mismatch is, does it?
Well, that's the difference between the two teams. They recognize the mismatch, that being the Chicago Bulls.
Chambers blocked from behind by Jordan. Bulls have hit 6 of the last. Pass. Jordan for Grant. The Bulls by 10.
The big man running the floor, finds the painted area, and just waits for Michael Jordan to deliver it. Michael, with eyes all over the place, sees the entire floor.
We're approaching 3 minutes left in the third. Marley for 3, yes. Well, Dan Marley hit only one of his first 5. And he's hit his last 2 from 3-point range. 10 points for Marley, who was scoreless at halftime. Bulls by 7. Jordan to the reverse and slapped home. Will it count? No. It is called offensive interference.
Michael just tries to get it up on the glass, hoping something good will happen. Grant comes from the offside to follow up, but the ball is in the cylinder. Therefore, the basket is taken away. Good call.
Danny Ainge with a good-looking drive to bring Phoenix within 5. 2.5 left in the third. Pippen. Crowd wanted to travel. Jordan. He's been off. Frank Johnson draws the refill. Frank Johnson again has come on and done a nice job because Kevin Johnson once again has been ineffective.
Well, the last 2 baskets have been through penetration. That time you got Danny Ainge going in for a layup, and the one before that, Frank Johnson penetrated, kicked it out to Dan Marley for the 3. So penetration is paying off for the Phoenix Suns.
Johnson. The Bulls by 3.
Now you see Phoenix picking apart the Bulls defense the way Chicago had been picking their defense apart.
The steal by Marley. Johnson with Barkley. Barkley brings Phoenix within 1. Phil Jackson wants to Chicago lead. It is now the Bulls by 1.
Frankie Johnson, after hitting the jump shot off the inside-outside play, loves it. He knows they got the crowd back into the basketball game.
And here Dan Marley steals it away from Michael Jordan, and Frank Johnson sees Barkley trailing and gives it to the big man for the slam dunk.
And Michael Jordan only 2 of 8 from the field in the third quarter. A reminder, we'll be with you on Sunday night from Chicago Stadium for Game 3 of this best of 7. Broadcast time at 7 p.m. in the East. That'll be 4 p.m. Pacific. Game 3 in Chicago on Sunday. Game 4 next Wednesday at Chicago. A minute 45 remaining third quarter. The Bulls at 1 point in the first half, led by as many as 14. Phoenix closing in the second quarter with that 10-2 run. Bulls able to extend the lead here in the third, and again the Suns have managed to come back.
Magic, is this a tough call right now? You've got your point guard, Kevin Johnson, who's on the bench. The team is making the run without him. How long do you leave him there before all of a sudden you're concerned about, have we hurt somebody's feelings, and is he going to have his head down because he's not in the game?
You can't worry about feelings. You can't worry about anything. The team is playing better with him being on the bench. You got to leave Frank Johnson out there because this crowd is into it. The momentum is in Phoenix Suns' hand right now. So, hey, forget feelings. We got to win this game. That's what Paul Westball is saying.
The Bulls 83. The Suns 82. Jordan. So Michael Jordan to the floater. And against Chicago, a 3-point lead. Michael has 28.
And the biggest difference in the third quarter is that Charles Barkley is 4 for 6, and Michael Jordan is now 3 for 9 after making that last shot.
Frank Johnson rebounded by Michael Jordan.
Instant replay, same exact play. This time Johnson misses the shot.
Ainge comes up hobbling off that steal attempt. Only to the rebound. Just under 1 minute remaining in this third quarter. Phoenix with the ball trailing by 3. The last time they led was back in the first quarter by the score of 19-17. Barkley works off a double team. Barkley, oh, look out. He landed hard. Charles Barkley going for the rebound, shake it up, but will hang in. Looks like he hurt his right elbow. It will be Chicago ball.
First thing he does is bust through a double team to give himself some space to get a shot off. An incredible effort. And then Barkley going after it. His legs go out from under him, and he hits hard to the floor.
Well, I think his teammate right here, see, Frank Johnson is up under him, so he had nowhere to come down, and that's why he hit the floor hard.
Barkley wants to stay in. He is hurting. The reverse. Michael Jordan has 30. The Bulls now lead 87-82.
The right arm of Charles Barkley is bothering him. He came down hard from a ways up. That's a big man landing on that forearm elbow area, and he's still trying to shake it off.
15 seconds left in the third. Chambers. Tom Chambers sweeping from left to right to cut it to 3. We're down to 5 seconds in the quarter. Here's Pippen. And again offensive interference call on the ball. And words between Frank Johnson, Scott Williams, B.J. Armstrong all involved. Michael Jordan trying to calm his teammates down. And the officials also looking to settle things down.
Well, Frank Johnson is saying, hey, I apologize on Wednesday. I'm not apologizing tonight. And what happened was they all fell on the ground right here. And then at the end of it, I think it was a little pushing and shoving. And then Michael Jordan tried to calm everybody down. Frank Johnson was still upset. So I think everything is clear now. Jake O'Donnell will settle everybody down and get back to playing basketball.
Oliver Miller pegs it in. Here's Barkley firing. And Right, it was Frank Johnson tearing the jersey of Scottie Pippen in a collision, and you took exception when Frank apologized to Scottie Pippen, but no apologies right here. After 3, it's the Bulls 87 and the Suns 84. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station. A moment ago, you mentioned the incident that took place in Game 1 on Wednesday, the incident between Scottie Pippen and Frank Johnson.
Well, what happened was he tore his jersey, grabbed him, and then he came up and apologized to him after it happened in Game 1. Well, tonight, you got in another little skirmish here with Michael Jordan this time, and Frank Johnson said he's not apologizing for anything. As you see, he kicked Michael Jordan, then he went after all the Bulls standing there. And that's what you have to do in the playoffs. Don't apologize for nothing. You're here to try to win a championship.
Frank Johnson played well in the third quarter, but he'll sit down. Kevin Johnson has come on as this fourth quarter gets underway. The Bulls lead by 3. Ames being guarded now by Paxson. Marley for 3. Yes! And the game is tied at 87. Dan Marley has hit his third from downtown. He's hit his last 3. They double up on Jordan. Stacey King fires to B.J. Armstrong. And Horace Grant posting up on Charles Barkley. The Bulls lead 89-87.
Scoop Rashad came out of that last timeout and said that Phil Jackson told his team 5 times Phoenix has come at us tonight. They're going to come at us one more time. We've got to hold them off and make a push.
And Charles Barkley has tied the game at 89. He has 37 points. Obviously bothered by that right elbow. He landed on it late in the third quarter, but Charles is hanging in. Here's Jordan. Miller with the rebound. At one point of the first half, Chicago led by as many as 14. Barkley all the way. Phoenix with the lead for the first time since the first quarter. Suns 91, the Bulls 89. B.J. Armstrong dumps it off. Horace Grant rejected, but hits on the recovery, and the game is tied at 91.
Sometimes as a player and a superstar, you got to take the team and put them on their back, much like Charles Barkley is doing right now for the Phoenix Suns.
Illegal defense called for the first time. For more on Charles Barkley, let's go over to Hannah Storm at the Phoenix bench.
Well, Marvy, you're correct in saying that Charles Barkley did injure that right elbow when he fell to the floor just a few moments ago. During the timeout, he was treated by trainer Joe Prosky. They iced the elbow, they put cold spray on it, and they will continue to ice it during the timeouts. But Charles determined to stay in and win this game, Mark.
Thank you, Hannah. Game tied at 91, 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Miller rejected by King. Barkley. And Jordan able to move across. Armstrong for 3. Knocked away by Johnson. It'll be Chicago ball, but a timeout taken by the Suns. 9:38 left in the game. They're tied at 91. Nice move by the Gorilla here at the America West Arena. A new era began for the Phoenix Suns back in early November when this arena opened. Capacity 19,023. Michael Jordan getting a rest. It will be brief. Sitting down with 30 points. Charles Barkley leading the Suns with 39. The Suns and the Bulls tied at 91. 9.5 remaining in the fourth quarter.
In that last timeout, Chicago most concerned about rebounding the basketball. They're standing and watching, not going after it. Phoenix has become the aggressor.
Stacey King could not hit. Rebounded by Dan Marley. Kevin Johnson. He was hit before the shot attempt. Chicago Bulls going with a front line of King, Grant, and Pippen. Bill Cartwright has not played at all in the second half. Bill Cartwright, 13 minutes, 1 for 3 from the field in the first half after a solid first game. Bill Jackson likes the matchup. Stacey King against the quicker Oliver Miller. Barkley off the dribble.
Because of the size of Horace Grant, he could not get a real good, clean look as he tried to shoot that one on the move.
Armstrong sets up Paxson. Pippen checking the 24. 5 remaining. Paxson. John Paxson line drives it home for his first field goal.
See, that's what the Chicago Bulls are going to have to do. They got to go through Scottie Pippen to try to penetrate, make something happen either for himself or for a teammate, just like he just did there.
Bulls by 2. Shot clock at 6. Ames comes back to Ames. Yes. Danny Ames just ties the game at 93. Ames with 10 points. Paxson for 3. John Paxson, a notorious street shooter, given the room, and he took advantage.
And he's not running real well. That leg is bothering him. It bothered him when he came out earlier in the game, and you can see him struggling as he tried to get back, but it didn't affect his shot.
Strong move by Miller. Bulls by 1. 7:35 remaining. Fourth quarter. Chicago trying to make it 2-0 in his best of 7. Marley breaking up the pass, while Phoenix hoping to tie this series at 1.
Floating to that familiar spot opposite the foul line area. Paxson's made so many big baskets during his career, and there's the guy that replaced him as a starter, BJ, passing over to Paxson in the corner for the jumper.
Scott Williams is back replacing Horace Grant. Paxson. Shot clock at 4. Miller with the block. Miller behind the back. Miller try to go all the way. Ainge to the fadeaway. Miller gets it out. Marley passed on the 3. Marley to the basket. And last touched by Miller.
There was a great example of Chicago's defense closing out, meaning running at that three-point line and forcing Marley to put it on the floor and come inside it. Once he came inside it, he couldn't get a clean route to the basket.
Timeout is called with 6:59 remaining in the game.
The Suns and Bulls battle again. Game 3 Sunday night. Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
And this Miller moment takes us back to the 1981 finals. It was Larry Bird in only his second season leading the way as the Boston Celtics defeated the Houston Rockets in 6 games for Bird, his first NBA championship. And at the time, 14th overall for the storied Celtic franchise. In recognition of this moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. It is Chicago ball as we resume. They lead 96-95, just under 7 minutes remaining of the game. Michael Jordan has returned. Michael has 32 points.
See, Marv, the problem was Michael goes out of the game, the score is tied, he comes back, and the Suns are still down 1. Instead of gaining ground, they basically lost ground when Michael goes out. Here comes a steal there.
Michael Jordan, NBA steals leader, coming up with that bet. And again, the Bulls swing it effectively. 3-point Chicago lead. They've led most of the way. They've led by as many as 14. Barkley drew the foul off the fake.
Let's go back to a moment ago Magic was talking about when Michael Jordan steps back on the floor. You have to pay special attention. He has the mentality of taking the ball to the basket and then so good finishing with either right or left.
Second team. Number 24, Tom Chambers returns to the Suns.
Tom Chambers, returning, replacing Oliver Miller. Miller with 3 blocked shots, 8 points. Phoenix with 11 blocks, 5 by Dan Marley. Barkley is 7 of 8 from the line. He had a good year at the line, 76%, his best ever in the NBA. Here comes Horace Grant, replacing Stacey King.
You talk about block shots as another defensive weapon. In game 1, Phoenix had 10 blocks. Chicago ended up with 8. Right now, Phoenix with 11. Chicago with 6. During the regular season, both these teams averaged about 5 block shots a basketball game. So you do a little bit more when that adrenaline's flowing in the big game like this.
The Bulls 98, the Suns 96. Michael Jordan, he's getting good looks.
Oh yeah, see, Phil Jackson knew that was the right time to rest Michael. Now bring him back with 6 minutes to go and have him take over the game.
Johnson and Williams rebounds. The Bulls with the ball and a 4-point lead. Jordan, rebounded by Chambers. Phoenix on the run. Barkley from Johnson. He came up short. He's claiming that he was fouled, pleading his case to Jack Madden. Pippen passed on the shot. And Jake O'Donnell blows the whistle.
Let's go back to what Charles Barkley is complaining about right now as he tries to finish off the play. The hand in the face is what Charles is claiming took place. He wants to know why no foul is called. Barkley on the drive, the swipe attempt by Jordan. Charles saying, hey, I should be shooting a couple free throws, but no sympathy.
And a foul called on Tom Chambers, giving Chicago a new 24. Armstrong can't find the shot, picked up on the switch by Barkley. Shot clock at 6. And a violation is called on Pippen.
Now, after Michael Jordan hit Barkley in the face, he came up to Barkley on the other end and say, are you all right? So I guess Michael did foul him.
Scottie Pippen with his 6th turnover. The Suns have gone cold. They've hit only 2 of their last 11 shots. 4:40 remaining in the game. Chicago leads by 4. For 3. Barkley missed the tip. And Armstrong gets to it.
You see gang rebounding by Chicago. Everybody tries to help out.
And Jordan able to finish it off. And the foul. Beautiful fast break executed. The foul was called on Kevin Johnson.
Now the key to this fast break is B.J. Armstrong, because watch him look over the man who was guarding Michael Jordan, and he lifted him off and then came right back to him. Beautiful move by B.J. to set up Michael Jordan. And the difference in this game right now is going to come down to half-court execution, and we know already who is the better half-court team, which is the Chicago Bulls. So Phoenix is going to have to execute here in that half-court if they're going to win this game.
And Frank Johnson has come on for Kevin Johnson. Frank Johnson played well earlier. Kevin Johnson again has been ineffective. Frank Johnson, though, called for the travel. B.J. Armstrong in game 1, 16 points. Kevin Johnson had 11. And tonight, B.J.'s hit a couple of big buckets here in the 4th quarter, but Kevin Johnson just has not done it.
And Marv, he's upset too. Kevin Johnson is upset that he's not in this game, especially at winning time. This is winning time. He used to be an all-star, a veteran, so you know he's not happy.
Pippen for Williams, and he's fouled. Hard foul given by Barkley. Yes, you have the idea that Paul Westphal wanted to pull Kevin Johnson, use the excuse of the 4th foul to get him out of there. But as you say, Kevin is not happy about it.
No question about it. It's going to be If Phoenix does not win this game, something is going to come about with this decision here. So hopefully they can rally together and won't have a problem. But we got a lot of basketball to play. They're only down 6, that being the Phoenix Suns, so there's still much in this game.
Scott Williams, 1 for 3 from the line. And the Bulls having the difficulties at the line, but a key rebound by Horace Grant.
Here's the mismatch. Frankie Johnson trying to guard Pippen at almost an illegal defense, or it should have been called against Phoenix as Chambers went over the double team, but there was no basketball there.
And a Mike Watson call, so a new 24 presented to the Bulls. Oliver Miller returns, and Charles Barkley will sit down. I would think this will be a brief rest. Barkley departing with 40 points, 13 rebounds. Bulls with the ball and a 6-point lead. Ainge now guarding Pippen. Here's Grant. Last touch by Chicago. Phoenix requesting a 20-second timeout with 3:14 remaining in this fourth quarter. And the Bulls up 102-96. A reminder tonight, following your late local news, don't miss the Tonight Show with Jay Leno as singer Johnny Mathis joins Jay, and then late night with David Letterman, his guest lineup including Billy Crystal, followed by a full slate of videos on Friday Night Videos. All tonight right here on NBC. And on the West Coast, NBA Stories, hosted by Bob Costas, following the Bulls and the Suns. Charles Barkley back on the floor. This series may be coming down to these moments. Chicago trying to go 2-0 with the scene shifting back to Chicago for Game 3 on Sunday. And the Suns trying to tie it. And one apiece. Suns have missed their last 6 shots. Chambers. And it will be Phoenix ball, and Tom Chambers upset. He wanted a goaltend.
It wasn't even close. What happened was Scott Williams saw that he couldn't get the rebound, so he just knocked it out of bounds. Here it is right here. See, he's just going to knock it out of bounds after it came off the rim.
Timeout is being taken with 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining of the game. Back in Phoenix, Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, 2:57 remaining of the game. The Bulls 102 and the Suns 96. Kevin Johnson remaining on the bench with Paul Westphal opting for the veteran Frank Johnson.
The only way you can look at this is you can't make it a personal thing. It's the team trying to win. Coaches are forced into making difficult decisions. You got to go with what's working for you. And the best thing that KJ can do is understand this, accept it, do everything possible to get this team back in the series.
Ainge on the recovery. Barkley. No, Charles will go to the line. Scottie Pippen called for his 4th.
Understanding that he has to get to the free throw line and stop the clock. Barkley with the ball fake. Pippen smart enough to realize I cannot let him get the shot off. So he smothers him, forces Charles to the ground.
Well, Phoenix is still doing an excellent job on the offensive board. Right now, that gave them their 15th, I think, offensive rebound. And you need offensive rebounds when you're not shooting the ball well.
Barkley is 9 for 11 from the line. Foul situation, 4-piece on Pippen. And Williams, 4-piece on Chambers and Kevin Johnson. Bulls 102. The Suns 98. 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining fourth quarter. The matchup is Ainge on Pippen. short to the fadeaway. Michael Jordan with another big shot. He has 38 points.
But, Mom, I can't believe his elevation still that high at this point in the game. The man should be tired, but he elevated even higher to get that shot off.
6-point Chicago lead. Here's Marley. Way off.
Magic, in New York, they checked him for the entire game in one of those Knicks games, and on an average, he elevated 30.5 inches on each jump shot that he took. To do it at the end of the game like that, very difficult.
Unbelievable. Suns have missed their last 9 shot attempts. Shot clock down to 3. And a push called on Johnson.
He gets to the spot, Michael Jordan, where he knows he wants to go up. Then he gets a little fade, but the extra lift in his legs to give him the clean look at the rim. You know it's going in from the time it leaves his hands, just by the way he used his legs.
Not shooting foul, 4th team foul on the Suns. Bulls have 3. Kevin Johnson has returned. The series of fakes, Michael Jordan makes it 40 points, and the Bulls with a 106-98 lead.
It's a triangle offense, all right, but the triangle is smart enough to get the ball to Michael Jordan in a one-on-one isolation. The other 4 red shirts on the other side of the floor. Watching Michael.
A minute 33 to go. Suns down to their final timeout. 1 remaining. Suns on. They are down 106-98. Timeouts remaining. Bulls have 1 foul to give. Next foul by Phoenix puts them over the limit. Ainge for 3. Yes. Bulls 106. The Suns 101.
That was a tough 3 because he almost lost control of the basketball as he received the pass. Still was able to secure it and get a shot off on a good look.
Bulls looking to use the clock. 7 on the 24. Jordan. Chambers with the rebound. Michaels had a hot hand. In the 4th quarter, he'd hit 5 of 7 for that miss. Ainge around Pippen. What a move by Danny Ainge. 5 straight points by Ainge, and he's brought the Suns within 3.
Well, Phil Jackson just said, look at the clock, and let's slow this game down. He told his players, use the clock more.
Shot clock at 10. 42 seconds to go on the 4th. Pippen. Rebound Chambers.
Chicago has a foul to give. They better keep that in mind now and use it wisely.
Oh, Kevin Johnson fortunate that Armstrong was called for that foul because Kevin lost the dribble off his foot.
One of the reasons they went out and got this guy from Portland is because he has the ability to make big shots. He's been in a lot of big critical situations, big basketball games. First the outside, then the inside for Danny Ainge.
Now right here it's important for Chicago to make Phoenix use some of the clock. Good block by Pippen.
Knocked away by Pippen. We're down to 20 seconds. Chicago with the ball and a 3-point lead. And the foul given by Kevin Johnson.
I'm not sure that with this much time remaining on the 24-second clock and in the game that you've got to take a quick pass and try to get it up. You got 27 remaining in the game, 18 on the shot clock. Get a good high percentage shot.
Well, I think when you live by the jump shot, you die by the jump shot, and that's what's going to happen right here.
Scottie Pippen was 3 of 9 from the line in game 1. Tonight, 3 of 4. And the Bulls now lead 107 to 103. 17 and 4/10 seconds remaining.
I think if Phoenix lose this game, they're going to look back at when it was 9:38. The score was tied 91-91. Jordan went out. When he returned with 6:59, they were up 96-95. And now Michael has scored, 6 points since he returned and got them this lead.
Timeout called. We'll be right.
You are the queen and king. Give praise to the gift you have and let it sing. You must seize the hour.
on night court, and now he's back.
The Stars are back on NBC.
John LaRoquette is back to take over the strangest night spot in town.
People did that? Bears, I could imagine, but people?
Four-time Emmy winner John LaRoquette is back.
Slides underneath it, and he has so much range that he is able to go underneath the guy that handed off KJ, still elevate and get a piece of that three-point attempt by Danny Ainge. In my opinion, ill-advised shot at that time.
Scottie Pippen has not had big numbers offensively, 14 points, but he's done it in other areas. That his second block. He's also collected 10 assists and 11 rebounds. Here's Ainge going right to the hoop. Bulls did not want to foul. 108, 105, down to 10 seconds, and the foul is given. With 9 and 8/10 seconds remaining of the game, Michael Jordan will head to the line. Frank Johnson called for that foul. Jordan is 2 of 3 from the line, and 84% free throw shooter.
And in the playoffs, an 85% free throw shooter. So very consistent from regular season throughout the playoffs.
Michael Jordan at the line, 1+ the penalty for 2 shots.
9 and 8/10 seconds to go. And the Bulls with a 109-105 lead.
42, Scott Williams.
And to make matters worse for Phoenix, looking ahead, the Bulls have won 8 straight playoff games in Chicago. Game 3 in Chicago Sunday night will be on hand starting 7 p.m. Eastern Time.
The Suns must play better team defense if they're going to win a game in Chicago.
It's a 5-point Chicago lead. Marley looking for the 3. Marley fires. Time running out on the Phoenix Suns. Foul is given with 1 and 4/10 seconds to go. Kevin Johnson picks up the foul. The Phoenix Suns are about to become the first team in the history of the NBA Finals to lose games 1 and 2 at home.
But Mark, with this road victory, think about this. In the finals, Chicago will be 7-1 in road games. That's incredible.
Well, I know about that. They beat us 3 times in the Forum when we played them in the championship. This team is focused. The Chicago Bulls want to make history 3 in a row. And they're focused, and they're doing it with aggressive defense and execution on offense.
So the Bulls make it 2-0. That will count as a 3-pointer. The basket counts. So the final score, as Danny Ainge converts again from downtown, the Bulls 111, the Suns 108. Charles Barkley 42 points, 13 rebounds. Michael Jordan 42 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists, just shy of a triple-double. And Michael is alongside Ahmad Rashad. Here's Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. Michael, you guys, just like defending champions, when the pressure was on you, you still were able to maintain your poise and still execute.
Well, our experience once again paid off for us down the stretch. I mean, you're talking about a team who's been in this situation before, and they made a great push at us down the stretch, and we just went through our basic offense and executed down the stretch.
Now, consciously, did you come in to take over the game just in the last part of the
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1993 NBA Finals. Tonight, Game 3 between the Phoenix Suns and the Chicago Bulls.
And Chicago fans are obviously confident of a celebration here by Wednesday or Friday at the latest. Look, 2 more pieces must be put in place to complete the three-peat. With every factor, tangible and intangible, on their side, the Chicago Bulls come back home. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. The scene now shifts from the NBA's newest arena in Phoenix to its oldest in Chicago. A new home is under construction for the Bulls and Blackhawks, and by the season after next, venerable Chicago Stadium, which opened in 1929, will be history. But for now, it's the setting again as the Bulls try to make history. to become the first team in nearly 3 decades to win 3 NBA titles in a row. They step onto the floor tonight at a playoff peak. 13-2 overall in the postseason. Beyond Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, several Bulls are playing well. And although the Suns did come back to get back into both games in Phoenix after falling behind early, you always felt as if Chicago was in control of each game. Phoenix has led for fewer than 4 of the 96 minutes played so far. Now, the Suns did have the NBA's best road record, and they did win their only game here in Chicago during the regular season. But now there's more bad news. Remember that tumble Charles Barkley took toward the end of Game 2? His right elbow is badly swollen, and it could affect him tonight. With more, we go down to the floor, and Hannah Storm. Hannah.
Bob, indeed, it looks as if that injury may affect Charles Barkley tonight. He has not been able to shoot in 2 days since suffering the injury to his right elbow. Keep in mind that is the elbow of his shooting hand late in Game 2, in fact, late in the third quarter. Barkley has a bruise on the bone. He also has a swollen bursa behind the elbow. This is how he described the injury before getting it treated today.
I won't know what to expect until right before game time because they did not want to drain it so the fluid would fill back up. So I have no idea what to expect because right now I can't lift it above my head without tremendous pain.
Barkley had fluid drained from the elbow about a half hour before game time. He was also given anti-inflammatory shots. As you can see, he was warming up with a significant elbow pad. He'll be playing with that throughout the game. I've just spoken with Charles. He said what he will have to do today is learn to adjust to the pain. He said he will definitely have restricted range of motion on that elbow. And Bob, Coach Paul Westphal said that if Barkley isn't effective, he'll look to Tom Chambers to pick up some of the slack.
Yeah, only some of the slack. Too much for any one person to pick up completely. And that's just part of a long list of problems for the Suns, including the play of Kevin Johnson through the first 2 games, well beneath his standards. More on that from Marv, Mike, and Magic. Marvelous.
All right, Bob, and added to that injury concern of Charles Barkley, the other dilemma facing the Phoenix Suns, as you mentioned, the ineffectiveness of the Suns point guard Kevin Johnson. Magic, why has Kevin Johnson had such enormous problems?
Well, first of all, let's remember that KJ is the big reason why the Phoenix Suns has the best record during the regular season. But you want to know why? Because of an awesome team defense of the Chicago Bulls. Now, KJ is going to run their favorite play, which is the pick and roll, and he wants to get into the lane. Now, you're going to see 4 Chicago Bulls players come and want to stop him. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 got their eyes on him, and what they want to do is make him kick it out to somebody else and let them beat him. Now, when he does get into the lane, the Chicago Bulls big men are blocking his shot and intimidating him. Now, to compound all of that, KJ has more turnovers than assists. He has 9 turnovers to only 8 assists. And I think what he has to do is he has to get out into the open court and also run the 1-4 offense, because then he can break his man down, maybe get a jump shot or take it to the basket, because the pick and roll is not working.
All right, and Mike, most teams are very fortunate to have 1 superstar on the roster. Not only do the Chicago Bulls have the combination of Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, but both players are playing their best ball of the season at the very same time.
And we've seen that 1 superstar alone may not be enough to bring a team to the NBA Finals. Elijah Wong with Houston. Patrick Ewing in New York couldn't get it done. Chicago is in a very unique situation. 2 superstars. And going back to the New York series, they actually took turns at leading their team through that round. In game number 3, when Jordan struggled, 3 for 18 shooting, Pippen was 10 for 12, 29 points. In game 4, while Pippen struggled, 4 for 14 shooting, Michael Jordan came up with 54 points. And now in the finals, combined, they are both playing at the top of their game. Jordan 31 and 42 respectively. Pippen 27 points, a triple-double in game number 2. In fact, they came within 1 assist. Michael Jordan only had 9 of both players having triple-doubles. 2 superstars at their top level, too much for any team to overcome.
And remember, only 2 teams in the history of the NBA Finals have been able to come back from a 2-0 deficit to go on to take the championship. That's the task ahead for Charles Barkley and his Phoenix Suns. We'll be back with Game 3 in a moment.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite. Great taste, less filling. Can your beer do this? By your Allstate agent. For home, auto, life, and business insurance, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by Chevy Trucks. the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
A crowd of 17,000 plus at Chicago Stadium. This, the 292nd consecutive sellout, a streak that dates back to November of 1987, and this one of the loudest crowds in the NBA, and the decibel level will begin to rise with the introduction of the starting lineups. And here is the public address voice of the Chicago Bulls, Ray Clay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the Chicago Stadium. Tonight's Game 3 of the NBA Finals is between the Phoenix Suns and your Chicago Bulls. Now for tonight's lineups. First, for the visiting Phoenix Suns. At forward, from Auburn, 6'6" Charles Barkley. A 6'7" forward from Oklahoma State, Richard Dumas. At center, 6'10" from Old Dominion, Mark West. At one guard from Central Michigan, 6'6" Dan Marley. At the other guard, 6'1" from California, Kevin Johnson. The Phoenix Suns are coached by Paul Westphal, assisted by Lionel Hollins and Scotty Robertson. The trainer, Joe Brodsky.
All right, about Horace Grant, 10 of 13, 24 points, career playoff high in Game 2 in Phoenix. That man on the spot, Kevin Johnson, looking to bounce back from the 2 of 8, 32 minutes in Game 2 on Friday night. Darryl Garretson, Mike Mathis, Dick Pavetta are the officials, and Paul Westphal was telling us earlier about some unusual matchups that he would make some unique changes for tonight's game.
The man has a lot of courage. He's going to try and shake it up. He figured I'm down 0-2. What the heck going into their building? How about giving Kevin Johnson, the challenge of guarding Michael Jordan? He felt it would get his mind off the offense, make him concentrate on something else. Dumas will play B.J. Armstrong, Marley on Pippen, West on Grant, and give Charles Barkley some rest. Put Barkley on Cartwright, who they don't go to a whole lot.
Magic, what's your reaction to that?
Well, I think it's a good move in terms of letting KJ just say, okay, forget about what happened. The game are behind you. Concentrate on this game, Game 3.
Let's see if the Suns do hold true to that particular matchup. A
matchup, I would think, that would lead to the club running better than they have the first two games.
They're hoping that because that's not a normal matchup, they'll be able to sneak guys out, and that Chicago will have a tougher time picking them up in transition, which may open the game up for them a little bit.
All right, Pippen opens up, rebounded by Barkley. And Barkley tried to slice through. And the Suns have opened up with the unusual matchup. Cartwright guarded by Dumas. He goes right at him. Barkley with the rebound. Charles wearing the elbow protection.
And you see, because of the way they matched up, Michael Jordan winds up on Kevin Johnson right now. He has to pick him up in transition.
Now Marley posting up. Armstrong gets help from Cartwright. Marley for Dumas to the reverse. Richard Dumas had the excellent first game in this series, then sat out most of the second half in game number 2. Well, Phoenix over the first two games with the lead for only 3 minutes and 54 seconds out of the possible 96 minutes. They led for only 18 seconds in the second half. So the Bulls off to the slow start. They have gotten off quickly over the first two games. Here's Johnson, yes, and the Suns with a 4-0 lead.
See, that's how you can break that shooting slump that you're into. Good move.
Another turnover. Here's Marley with Pippen back. He pulls up for the three. Rebounded by Jordan.
Phil Jackson had mentioned to us, we have to weather the early storm because they understand if they don't come out with a lot of energy, meaning the Phoenix Suns, in this building, we'll put them to sleep early. So Phoenix had to come out and play hard from the beginning. Chicago has to withstand the early minutes.
And Michael Jordan puts the Bulls on the board.
And there's the concern with Kevin playing him, that Michael will post Kevin up. But then again, if Michael's got it all the time, then the other people aren't hurting him.
Barkley setting for the three, and he hits it. Charles Barkley had about a half hour to line that shot up.
Well, the elbow must be feeling good. And you know what? I like how Phoenix has come out to start this game. They're taking their threes, they're playing loose, and this is going to be a tough game for Chicago.
B.J. Armstrong cuts it to a 7-4 Phoenix lead. B.J. Armstrong has been superb right throughout the playoffs. And it's Armstrong now guarding Johnson. Good luck, and Dumas puts it away. So the assist for Kevin Johnson, and the Suns lead 9-4. Pippen being guarded by Marley. Dumas with the steal. He had that one diagnosed. The Suns with an 11-4 advantage.
And Phoenix has more energy right now than Chicago does. You can see it. Chicago's kind of meandering through things, not running their cuts real hard, not passing the ball crisply. Phoenix taking advantage.
You know, sometimes when a team is struggling, what they need to do is get on the road. So Phoenix is feeling good right now. They're on the road. They don't have to listen to their crowd, and they're feeling right at home right now.
All right, here's Pippen. And it's tipped home by Jordan. That 7-point lead just a moment ago, the Suns' biggest lead of the series. And Johnson was able to penetrate, could not finish it. Armstrong with West getting back. He goes around it. B.J. Armstrong was facing the 6'10 Mark West, gave him a head fake, and he left him behind.
Gave him a little hesitation. Looked up with his head like he was going to shoot the jumper. Once he saw the big man coming, kept his dribble alive, went to the basket.
Mark West putting moves on Bill Cartwright and goes to the jump hook. Mark West has seen limited action over the first two games, 14 minutes, game 1, and in game 2 only 8 minutes. In both situations, he got himself involved in early foul trouble. Suns lead it 13-8. And Dick Pavetta, the outside official, calling the foul on Richard Dumas.
Well, after a little bit of work from the doctors and trainers, obviously he can rebound the basketball, and if you give him enough time, he'll line up a three-pointer and put that one in the bottom net. He's feeling a little bit better now that the game has started.
Cartwright. Pippen gets inside, and he's rejected by West. Johnson knocked it away from Armstrong. It will be Chicago ball with 21 on the shot clock.
Something that they certainly can use, the presence inside of a shot blocker. West, whose minutes have been limited in the first 2 games, will block and change them.
And another block by West, but caught right. Able to recover. Suns lead 13-10. 4.5 gone by. Dumas. And Grant fires down to Armstrong. Grant could not complete it. Grant following up, not able to hit. And it's the Suns back to the offense. Barkley being guarded by Grant. Jordan over to help. Jordan playing halfway, giving Marley lots of room as Barkley puts on a gorgeous move and draws the foul. So Charles Barkley will go to the line. Horace Grant is called for the personal, his first.
Charles has done a little bit with his outside game, now a little bit with his inside game. He's feeling pretty good.
Timeout call. We'll be back after this. Michael Jordan coming off the sensational performance Friday night, 18 of 36, 42 points, 1 assist away from a triple-double. And Phil Jackson revealed to us just moments before the game that Michael was not exactly feeling 100% on Friday.
Going into Friday's game, I thought Mike was going to be maybe unable to play a lot of minutes. He had headaches. The doctor was looking at him for heat exhaustion or for some migraine potential headaches before that game. Gave him a heavy dose of Tylenol. That wasn't working. He went out in the court and he said he felt better once he started playing and once he started getting into warm-ups. But we were quite concerned. He had to stop shooting around during the morning, and yet somehow or other he found the energy from whence it comes. I don't know that he has, and only he has had that kind of energy of any player I've ever seen to fulfill a game, and not only that, but just finish a game as well as he did.
I asked Phil, was it perhaps the pressure from all the off-the-court publicity, the Atlantic City journey during the Knicks series, or the book that was released concerning his golf betting? He said, no, he played too much golf in Phoenix under 105-degree temperature, and perhaps that's how he got the headache. West with the rejection.
And rejection is number 25 now in the series for the Phoenix Suns. And gosh, thinking about that statement that Phil Jackson just made, I hope Phoenix wasn't listening to that, because he only had 42 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists in that last game, not feeling well.
Well, right now, Phoenix is doing a wonderful job of team defense. Mark West, that's his 3rd block shot so far in this first quarter. Now, on the other side of that, Phoenix is looking like they're more of a concentrated team, especially in this first quarter. They look like they know what they want to do. They're playing better team defense, what I felt they had to do, and they're going out playing a good game so far.
Horace Grant called for that foul, and the Suns struggling at the line. 6:27 remaining in this first quarter. The Suns with a 15-10 lead. Let's go over to Hannah.
Well, Mark, during that last timeout, Charles Barkley checked in with team doctor Richard Emerson regarding his injured right elbow. Of course, Barkley with a couple of rebounds early and a three-pointer, and he told the doctor, I think we're going to be all right. Marv?
All right, Hannah, Bill Cartwright has taken a huge number of shots in the early going. He's 2 for 7 from the field. That sometimes is a 2 or 3 game total composite for Cartwright. And Barkley is stopped. Here comes Pippen. He has Armstrong. P.J. Armstrong. That's a 2-pointer. His foot on the line. Suns 15 and the Bulls 14. And P.J. is opened up by hitting on 3 of 4.
And Chicago's backcourt now 5 for 7. Their front court players just 2 for 11 to open up the game.
Dumas had it knocked away. Last touched by the Bulls.
Charles Barkley gives away a lot of size. Now, most times he gets away with it, but Chicago is so athletic that they come at you with a number of people that can block shots, from Cartwright, who's not real big on that, to Grant, to Pippen and Jordan.
Barkley was stripped. 24-second violation as the buzzer sounded.
You see, what I think Phoenix needs to do, especially when they want to go into Charles Barkley, is do what Chicago do with Michael Jordan. Run a play away from him and then bring it to him. Let him be like the second option, but really he's the first option. But run the play away from him, then bring it to him.
And you saw Scott Williams over at the scorer's table getting set to check in for the Bulls' first substitution. Jordan changed his mind. Armstrong now working the right side. And Barkley able to rebound. The Suns 15 and the Bulls 14. Just under 5 minutes remaining. First quarter. Kevin Johnson. And the call is last touch by Jordan. So Phoenix maintains possession. It will be a combination of Scott Williams and Stacey King replacing Bill Cartwright and Horace Grant. Grant with the 2 fouls did not score. Cartwright leaves with 4 points.
Would you say that so far this has not been the explosive beginning that Chicago normally plans on? The crowd getting involved, and it's because of the good start by Phoenix.
Here's West. Dumas on the tip. And the Suns now lead by 3. Bulls try to break, but the Suns did get back. Jordan with room for 3. Yes. Michael Jordan has 7, and he has tied the game at 17. Oh, Armstrong went down, and a foul is called. Foul on West, who blindsided Armstrong. Mark West just apologized to B.J. Armstrong.
Well, what they're trying to do is take that pressure off of KJ and set a pick in the backcourt for him. And what they say, I guess he was moving when he decided to set the pick. See, you're going to see Mark West move over. But what that's going to do is remind B.J. all the time now to look up and look for that pick. Even though he got the offensive foul, Mark West, it's a good move to try to free up KJ.
Here is Pippen. Bulls with a 9-2 run have taken a 2-point lead. First time this evening that Chicago has the lead. Johnson accelerates. He could not penetrate the middle, and he's called for the offensive foul.
Well, in that last timeout, Ahmad Rashad mentioned that Phil Jackson stressed big men. Get over in front of KJ. Don't let him get to the front of the rim. It's exactly what they talked about in that timeout.
Armstrong. B.J. Armstrong once again providing much damage to the Phoenix Suns. Fast start, he's at 4 out of 6. He has 8 points. Chicago leads 21-17. Here's Marley. Yes. And Marley, over the first 2 games, not able to get into it in the first half. In both situations, he came on in the second half. That's his first field goal of the night. Here is Pippen. Scottie Pippen getting good looks. His second field goal has 4. The Bulls now lead by 4. Again, they pick up Kevin Johnson at midcourt.
Well, they're just trying to wear him down. What they want to wear him down, especially for the fourth quarter.
Barkley lost the handle. And they will jump it up. Pippen diving on top of Dumas to tie him up.
Off the dribble, Scottie Pippen elevates and then gets a clean, wide-open look at the front of the rim. You've got to have a hand in his face, go up and challenge the shot. The scramble for the loose ball. This is the finals. You get on the floor and get after all of the loose ones.
Timeout called with 2:52 left in the first. Well, B.J. Armstrong came on very strong at the end of the regular season. He has had an excellent playoff run. It took a while for B.J. to gain the confidence of Michael Jordan and the rest of his teammates when he was inserted into the starting lineup earlier this season. It was not readily accepted, but it is a different story now, and we talked about that with Michael Jordan.
I think B.J., like most college players coming to this level, want to be a star. They want to be noticed. They want to score. They want to be known as a scorer. I think most of the people realize that if you score a lot of points, sometimes you get a lot of the recognition. But I think from success come his way, but he had to be patient. We had to do it within the team concept. I think he's accepted that role to a point where it's made us a much better team, and now he's getting the recognition that he certainly deserves.
B.J.
Jay Armstrong, first-round draft pick of the Bulls back in '89, in his 4th year out of Iowa. And the jump controlled by the Bulls. They've hit their last 4 shots. They lead 23-19.
I just mentioned that in the last timeout, Phil Jackson emphasized, don't rush and try to bury him early. Stay within the offense. We know that KJ's playing Michael. We could go to it all the time, but that would take the other guys out of the game. They don't want to do that. They'll get to Michael eventually.
Last touch by Dumas. The Suns have inserted Oliver Miller for the first time.
And I think what Coach Paul Westphal is doing here with all these mismatches and going to different lineups is he's trying to conserve first Dan Marley's energy where he can get off offensively. And then when KJ is guarding Michael Jordan, that means that he can get away from BJ and won't be pressured all over the court once the outlet comes to him.
Oliver Miller was called for that foul.
Scramble for the loose ball. Miller turned his head, didn't keep a body on King. King makes the quick move, comes up with the ball.
Both teams have only 2 team fouls. Very few whistles here at the start. Jordan, after feeling around for the presence of Marley, connecting for his 4th field goal. He's 4 for 6, 9 points. Chicago 25 and Phoenix 19 with just under 2 minutes left in this first quarter. Game 3 of the best of 7. Phoenix trying to cut it to a 2-1 lead. Chicago trying to go up 3-0, and Michael Jordan puts the Bulls up 27-19.
Dan Marley just stood in that corner, even after the steal, never moved. He just couldn't believe that Michael Lefton came up with it that clean.
Dumas with the second effort following the rejection, and the Bulls now lead by 6 points. Jordan off the crossover. Oh, he's on fire. Michael Jordan with 13, and Chicago has hit 7 of its last 8. They lead by 8, and the foul is called.
It's not always going to be KJ guarding Michael. This time he feels the bigger man needs a little space, a little hip action, then elevate over the top to get a good look. Not only does he do it at the offensive end, but he leaves Marley, picks Oliver Miller's pockets, goes down, gets the easy score, and Dan Marley just cannot believe that that took place.
Non-shooting foul on Armstrong. Barkley, not a good shot. And last touched by the Bulls. Dumas, Barkley, Miller on the front line. Marley and Johnson in the backcourt with 1 minute left in this first quarter. Dumas stripped. Jordan knocking it away. B.J. Armstrong hears it from the crowd as John Paxson replaces him. Armstrong leaves with 8 points. And another outstanding effort. Holding foul called on Paxson.
See, the struggle has come from Phoenix again when they've been able to have to set up in their half-court offense. You know, when they were running up and down, getting steals, getting dunks and layups, it was because of their transition game. Now they're back into their half-court game, and they've not been able to score in their half-court offense.
Mark West getting ready to return. Bulls 29 and the Suns 22. Here's West, who earlier had 3 blocked shots. Charles Barkley will get a rest. Charles has not been effective. 1 of 4, 4 points, along with 5 rebounds.
Is this a vote of confidence by Paul Westphal that KJ has been on the floor the entire quarter? No one's come in for him?
You're on the road now. Frank Johnson is a good player, and he probably plays better when he's at home. But now you're on the road in the biggest game in probably Phoenix Sun history to date. And you got to go with your veteran. You got to go with the all-star and KJ.
Jordan tried the bullet pass. The officials checking it over. Garrettson and Pavetta in a discussion as to who knocked it out of bounds. Pavetta apparently had the better look, and he says last touched by Chicago.
Well, to me, it hit Oliver Miller and went out of bounds. Nobody else from the Chicago team touched it after that. So you got
got a break there for the Phoenix Suns.
That's not the contention of the Bulls, but the ball goes to Phoenix. Half-minute remaining in this first quarter. Chicago leads by 6. Dumas, Miller with the tip. So the Bulls now lead 29-25. 20 seconds remaining in the quarter. Pippen saw the opening and lost it. And they say offensive foul. It's a charge called on Pippen.
I don't know if anybody knew what the call was at the end. Everybody just kind of stood around and waited. Was it going to be a foul for moving underneath Pip? Was it going to be an offensive foul? And then suddenly the announcement that offensive foul was called.
That might have been the first mistake of these 3 games that the Chicago Bulls have played. They shot. Pippen went in with 12 seconds. You know, that's a lot of time now on the shot clock.
Danny Ainge, who had the strong game on Friday night, has come on for the first time. Here's Johnson. Yes. 4 seconds left in the quarter, and the Suns with it too. Marley with the intercept. Marley for Dumas, and they're tied at a 29. 1 and 5/10 seconds to go in the quarter. Scott Williams throws one the length of the court. Jordan with the shot. So the Suns score the last 8 points of the first quarter. They've come from behind to tie the game at 29.
And what Magic was talking about wound up being a 6-point swing in the game potentially. 2 that Chicago didn't end to get the quarter, and then after the score, steal, and another score, 4 more points for Phoenix.
After one here in Chicago, the Bulls 29, the Suns 29.
Talk about it? That last critical turnover that Chicago had, as Magic mentioned, came about with 12.3 seconds remaining on the game clock and shot clock. Pippen drove to the basket, picked up an offensive foul. He should have just held this basketball. His team was leading 29-25. If they score the last basket, they're up 31-25, up 6. But by him going early, it gave a chance for Phoenix to go down, score, steal the inbounds pass, score again, and you wind up with a 29-29 basketball game to end the first quarter.
I know when I was with the Lakers, if I had to turn that ball over or shot it during that time, Riley would have met me at half court and been screaming and holler all the way at me.
Second quarter is underway. Grant back in there, rebounds. Trent Tucker has come on for the first time. So a 3-guard alignment for Chicago. Jordan, Armstrong, and Tucker, along with Williams and Grant. Armstrong is open for 3. 11 for B.J. Armstrong. And the Bulls lead 32-29. Tom Chambers has checked in. Chambers up front with West, Marley, Johnson, and Ainge in a 3-guard set. Marley for 3. Yes, and Dan Marley is on target.
They finally took advantage of the team defense of the Chicago Bulls, spotted up Dan Marley on the penetration, kicked it out to him for 3-point.
The game tied at 32. Jordan with the room. Too much room for Michael Jordan from a Phoenix point of view. 15 for Jordan. The Bulls 34, the Suns 32. Marv Albert with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, Irvin Magic Johnson. Bob Rashad had a score. Bob Costas will be along at halftime with the Prudential halftime report. Bill Walton and Peter Vesey. Here's West getting inside. Mark West with his second field goal, and again we're tied 34 apiece. Minute and a half gone by in the second quarter. Scott Williams. Johnson gets it down for Chambers, and Phoenix is up by 2.
Well, see, this is what I was saying. The way you can get Kevin Johnson involved is to get out in the transition. And they just were able to do that in that succession right there.
Jordan feeling for Marley on the post-up move. by Scott Williams. Scott Williams so instrumental off the boards in Game 1. Did not show up in the numbers as dramatically in Game 2 on Friday, but played well. Horace Grant from deep. That his first field goal. The Bulls and the Suns tied at 36. Mike Mathis with the whistle.
Well, what happened was, Marv, that Tom Chambers and Williams got into a pushing match, and he wanted to just stop the game and say, look, clean it up before I throw one of you out or both of you out.
Settle down type. Stop it. Kevin Johnson with 5 assists. This is the best he's played in the series. Tom Chambers off the bench to hit a couple, and the Suns now lead 38-36. And it's called against Chicago. It is an offensive foul, elbow indicated. And it's on Grant. That is his third. 3 personals on Horace Grant.
One of the reasons why Phoenix is shooting 57% in this game is they've gotten many more easy scores as compared to the first 2 games where they shot just 46% combined.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by American Honda, who has been making quality cars in America for the past 10 years. By the people at Nike, who encourage you to just do it. And by Coors Light, the silver bullet is the right beer now.
Most critical for Chicago to have Grant on the floor. He steps up to back pick as his teammate cuts. Ainge gets hit with the block. The official calls an offensive foul, number 3 on Horace Grant. He's not real happy with that. He knows he has to go to the bench. Let's take it over to Hannah for a second, see what she's got from the Phoenix bench.
Well, Charles Barkley is still sitting at the end of the Phoenix bench. He's not re-entering the game. At this point, Charles is having ice applied to that injured right elbow. Dr. Richard Emerson is afraid that Charles may have lost some of the strength in that elbow. They have some ice on it right now to keep the swelling down. Marv?
All right, Hannah, the Suns 38, the Bulls 36. 3 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Kevin Johnson backing his way on B.J. Armstrong. Chambers, yes. The Suns have hit 8 of their last 9, and Tom Chambers a major factor. He's hit 3 of 3 from the field.
For the first time in this series, in this game, the Phoenix Suns are taking advantage of the double teaming traps that the Chicago Bulls are putting on them. So they're getting good shots and they're knocking them down.
Here's Jordan. Well, he beat Marley, but went short, tried to alter the shot as he was putting the move on West. Marley on the rebound. Another opportunity for the Suns. 3.5 gone by in the second quarter. Ainge for West. West rejected and fouled by Pippen. Scottie Pippen committing his second.
Trying to take a page out of Chicago's defensive book. Big men come over, close down the lane to the basket. Mark West rotates underneath Michael Jordan. It makes Michael come up a little bit short. Michael not real happy about it afterwards. Has a few words to say to Darryl Garrettson as they head down the floor side by side. Good buddies, Michael Jordan, Darryl Garrettson.
And Mark West, a very poor free throw shooter, 52% during the season. Hits on the first. Mark West started his NBA career with Dallas and on to Milwaukee. Cleveland, this is 6th year with the Suns. Acquired in that deal involving Larry Nance. And hits on both, and Mark West has played well in the first quarter. The Suns lead by 6. Ainge over to double up. They'll jump it up. Pippen and Marley will jump it up. Phil Jackson making some more changes. Darrell Walker, who has seldom played in the playoffs, has come on. He's on the floor along with Armstrong and Jordan, Cartwright, and Pippen.
And Danny Ainge read that Darrell Walker was on the floor. He ran right over and double-teamed Michael Jordan. They said, you can have the ball, Darrell Walker. You're going to have to beat us.
Walker got to it, and a foul is called. It's on Walker. Mathis with the call, with Walker looking for position against Ainge. Here it is.
I think he called Darrell Walker for pushing off with that left arm as Ainge tried to rotate around and steal the jump ball.
6 unanswered points by Phoenix for the 6-point lead. Kevin Johnson goes all the way. It will not count. Offensive foul. For Kevin, his second personal.
Kevin Johnson must understand he needs the in-between game. When you beat the first guy off the dribble, you've got to pull up about 8 to 10 feet from the basket and look to shoot that in-between jumper or then drop it off. You can't get all the way to the front of the rim against this Bulls team.
Bill Cartwright in the right spot for the ricochet. The Suns lead by 4.
They probably won't give Michael Jordan an assist on that, but he's the one who tipped it to Cartwright. He knew it the whole time what he was doing when he went up for that rebound.
Ainge guarded by Walker. Shot clock at 6. West backing Cartwright, and a foul on Cartwright. Not allowing West to get position, but called for the personal.
Well, right here, you're going to see that first Bill Cartwright has 2 hands in the back, and that's what the call was.
Met by Cartwright on a switch, and was able to get the shot off on target. The Suns playing well, lead the Bulls 44-38. 5 minutes and change gone by in the second quarter, and a pushing foul called on Phoenix. It's on Ainge.
Going back to that KJ play, if Phoenix want to get him more shots, more involved, still run Bill Cartwright in the pick and roll because he will not come out and challenge KJ.
Ahmad Rashad back in Chicago Stadium. Now, last week there was a bit of a controversy in Phoenix. Some of the players were wearing this T-shirt. Now, they weren't wearing it because they were feeling cocky, but they were looking for a rallying cry. But Phil Jackson said, wait a minute, it's a little bit too early for you guys to wear that shirt. So they took it off, and they put them on ice and probably had a good time. As you can see, Phoenix is saying that maybe you won't wear these at all. Back to you, Marv.
Yes, Phil did not want to show the overconfidence. Long way to go in this series. Charles Barkley looks to make his way back. Charles Barkley played only 11 minutes. 1 for 4 from the field, yet the Suns are up by 6 with Barkley sitting down, and he's bothered by that injured right elbow. The Suns have outscored Chicago 23-9.
The reason for that was, Marv, because the Phoenix Suns players were not standing around watching Charles Barkley. They were moving without the ball, and getting themselves involved in the offense.
Armstrong off the weave setup by Chicago that has been so effective, and the Suns now lead by 4. Yes, Magic, that's the downside. Of course, you'd rather have Charles Barkley in the lineup. We're talking about the league's most valuable player, but at times with the back-end moves, and he does hold the ball too long as Kevin Johnson is able to hit. And there was more movement with Phoenix over that period when they outscored Chicago 23-9.
Yeah, you definitely want him on the court, but if the team is playing well without him, that was a smart move by Paul Westphal to leave him out and let the team continue to play well without him.
Here's Pippen. Now Scottie Pippen has been off. Pippen is 2 of 7 from the field. But another opportunity for Chicago. Barkley runs in to Cartwright and picks up his first foul.
Remember what Mike Fratello was talking about right here. KJ pulls up early. He did not go in to get that offensive foul, and he makes the basket. So KJ must have heard you, Mike.
That in-between game, you have to have that if you're a guard that penetrates, because they'll eventually close down the path to the basket. It's kind of interesting, that start by Phoenix of KJ on Michael, got him off. Now they're back to a normal straight matchup of KJ on BJ.
And Pippen, trying to save that pass that went astray, stepped out. So Phoenix will get it back.
BJ coming off the screen, set by Pippen, throws back a little bit behind where his teammate was. The turnover takes place.
Johnson out guarded by Tucker, goes to the left hand. Beautiful move. Kevin Johnson at his very best. Off the crossover, beat Trent Tucker, and the Suns showing much
So KJ is showing life. He's making smart decisions. He knows when to drive, when to penetrate now. And the basket right there by Armstrong.
Armstrong has 15. Suns 48. The Bulls 42. Chambers guarded by Williams. Bad pass by Chambers. Armstrong for Tucker. Spots up for three. Yes.
He's a hired gun. That's why they brought him here. Open the game up. Get behind that three-point line with Pippen and Jordan having the ability to penetrate. Just stand back there, Trent, shoot the open shot.
Yes, they wanted Trent Tucker, and that's an offensive foul. They wanted Trent for the Craig Hodges role, but he has not been consistent with the shot. It's also very difficult because if he misses one or two, he usually sits down, does not get the other opportunity.
Danny Ainge holds that screen, sticks the hip into B.J. Armstrong, trying to come over the top of it a little bit too long. The offensive foul is called. B.J. Armstrong knows that. He stuck his nose in there, took the punishment.
Scottie Pippen bringing Chicago within one. Suns have led by as many as 8. We're coming up on 4 minutes remaining in the half. Kevin Johnson, rebound, Scott Williams. Cartwright, played by Barkley. Williams, they're giving him the shot. They feel Scott Williams cannot beat them from the outside. Here's Chambers on the drive. Offensive foul.
Chambers actually thought he was going to the foul line. He thought first the ball was going to fall in, and then he was going for a three-point play attempt. Williams there, planted. On that angle, it's tough to tell whether Chambers moved to his left or not.
And then Charles Barkley he was just saying, oh no. And Paul Westphal went crazy. He was all the way up to almost half court. He couldn't believe that call.
Chicago with a 7-0 run. They are within one. Shot clock at 6. Shot clock at 3. Pippen. And the loose ball foul called against the Bulls.
Loose ball foul, 24, Bill Cartwright.
It's on Cartwright, his second. Timeout has been called. 3:24 remaining in this first half. The Suns lead by 1.
Coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll be joined live by Nets coach Chuck Daly from his home in New Jersey. Daly, of course, coached the Detroit Pistons to back-to-back titles in '89 and '90 before their effort to three-peat was short-circuited by the Bulls. And we'll get thoughts on both the series and tonight's game from Quinn Buckner, Bill Walton, and Peter Bessie. That's coming up at halftime, but right now, back courtside to Marv, Mike, and Magic. Marvelous.
All right, Bob, and Kevin Johnson has certainly been a major factor here this evening for the Phoenix Suns with 12 points and 6 assists.
Well, the reason for that was Paul Westphal made a great change. He decided to go with Marley or Danny Ainge setting a pick for KJ, and that's able him to get into the lane, penetrate, get his jump shot off, because the guards are not used to trapping like the big men are with the Chicago Bulls.
Those big men have been stepping out, bumping him with their body, taking away his ability to turn that corner against him initially by going guard to guard on the screen. It's made a big difference in his ability to take the switch and then go from there.
And KJ has gone the distance. We have not seen Frank Johnson. Kevin Johnson lifted late in the game on Friday night for Frank Johnson. Barkley. Charles Barkley with the bucket and the foul. Foul committed by Michael. Check back in.
They let Barkley back pick, then step out to the top of the circle. Because he can make that shot, Scott Williams flies past him. Barkley takes the punishment. Enough strength and concentration to finish the play off and gets a nice roll at the end as it bites the rim, grabs, and drops through.
Replacing Mark West.
The Suns 50 and the Bulls 47. Barkley to the free throw line. He's 1 for 2 from the line. Getting for a 7th point. Coming off the 42-point performance on Friday with Jordan and Barkley both scoring 42. Only the second time in NBA Finals history that two opponents had hit 40-plus in the same game. Back in '69, it was Jerry West of the Lakers scoring 41. John Havlicek of Boston hit in 43 as Michael Jordan cuts it to a 2-point lead. Havlicek doing it for the Celtics.
Well, here's that out-of-bounds play, and you can see that Scott Williams dove there and knocked it out of bounds. But this is the first time we've seen full-court pressure by the Chicago Bulls in this game.
We saw a moment ago that Chicago has not shot one free throw to this point in the game. During the regular season, they were 26th, next to last in the NBA free throw attempts. They averaged just under 24 free throw attempts a game. So having none at this point, though, still a bit unusual.
And Phoenix 7 of 9 from the line. Johnson just did get it across. Dumas. Crowd wanted to travel on Dumas, and then he lost possession. Jordan for three. Michael Jordan hitting the three-pointer, his second of the night, and he has 20 points for the game. Bulls lead by 1. Bulls have hit 4 out of 6 from downtown. Here's Marley for three. Yes. And Dan Marley hits again. That is his second three-pointer. 8 points for Marley. Suns with a 54-52 lead.
And Michael Jordan was really upset. He switched on KJ. BJ was supposed to play Dan Marley, and a good basket there by Scottie Pippen. But BJ was supposed to come out to the line and play Marley, and he didn't, and that's why he got that three-point shot.
Opening up the offensive arsenal, Michael Jordan stops behind the three-point line and shows that he has the range today, and then Dan Marley comes right back and answers with a three of his own for the Phoenix Suns. A little bit of outside handoff action. Pippen knows he draws contact, so the only concern then is get it up on the rim. Maybe something good will happen.
Pippen fouled by Dumas, able to hit the free throw. He's turned it around from the 3 of 9 from the line. One delay of game. Warning is called. Bulls by 1. Again, pressure. Suns able to handle it. Dumas trying to elude Jordan. 10 on the shot clock. 1:40 to go in the half. Barkley is fouled. Charles looked like he hurt the elbow.
Richard Dumas tried to put the ball over the top of Michael Jordan's head, which many players will use and get the defensive guy to turn around when you suddenly put it over. Michael never went for the fake, came right back. Here it is, he tries to put it over his head. Michael says, I'm not going to go for that one. He's talking to him right now.
Barkley 2 of 3 from the line.
Drive. Barkley may have gotten hit in the same elbow again that was injured coming into this game. Pump fake, the body lands right on it. He feels it in the sore elbow.
They drained the elbow about a half hour before the start of the game. Misses on both free throws. Bulls 55 and the Suns 54. Went to the left hand, could not put it down. Dumas is fouled by Armstrong.
Oliver Miller coming over, challenged Michael enough to break his concentration. Michael thinks he's going to go with the left, but that long outstretched arm makes Michael bring it down just long enough to fall short.
And then KJ sees Dumas running down the court, and the only thing BJ could do was foul him.
Dumas now 2 of 3 from the line. Richard Dumas, the rookie from Oklahoma State, 71% free throw shooter. Phoenix 56, Chicago 55. Barkley picks up Jordan. Shot clock at 6. Jordan. Oh, he set it up with the crossover. 22 for Jordan. The Bulls by 1. Dumas over King. Williams with the rebound. Stacey King. Try to change his mind. Marley for Barkley. And he's rejected by King. The basket counts. It's a goal tag.
Once the basketball goes up on the backboard and touches the glass, you cannot take it back off. It touches, there's the pin, then after it's on the glass, you can take it to the glass, you just can't take it off once it's on there. And last time down, Phil Jackson was really upset because King had a great backdoor pass to Scottie Pippen, but never looked for Scottie after Scottie had thrown it to him in the post. Took the move himself, came up short.
Here's Armstrong for 3. Final seconds of the half. Phoenix up by 1. Dumas for Johnson. Time running out. Kevin Johnson. So halftime in Chicago. The Phoenix Suns with a 58-57 lead on the Chicago Bulls. Charles Barkley playing with the injured elbow. Only 3 of 6 for 9 points. Michael Jordan, 10 of 16. He has 22. Phoenix shot 56% from the field, and Chicago at 50%. Bob Costas and the Prudential halftime report is coming up. At the half, Game 3 of the NBA Finals, it's the Suns with a 1-point lead.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Suns with a halftime lead for the first time, albeit by the slimmest of margins at 58-57. Quinn Buckner joins me atop Chicago Stadium here. This reminds me a little bit of Game 6 last year between Portland and Chicago. You know, the Bulls were up 3-2 coming back from Portland. Nobody thought the Trailblazers had much of a chance. They came in loose and played very well. In fact, led by 14 or 15 before Chicago went on a fourth quarter run and pulled the game out and won the series right there.
Well, I do think there's some similarities here because Chicago feels pretty much assured, though they won't say it, that they have this series wrapped up. And sometimes when you go and win on the road and then come back and got to play at home, you lose a little bit of that extra drive, that hunger. I think Chicago has done that. They've turned the ball over. They haven't been as well on the defensive end of the court, and that's what's got them in this 2-0 position. They've got to guard people better.
Let's go to Chuck Daly, who's standing by at his home in New Jersey. Chuck, if you were Paul Westphal and somebody told you that Charles Barkley with the injured elbow would have 9 points in the first half, but you'd still lead by 1 on the road, you'd have to be both surprised and thrilled.
Yeah, I'd be very excited about it, but what normally happens in something like this, when a great player like Barkley is out, maybe Jordan doesn't buy in, maybe Scottie doesn't buy in, but 1 or 2 of your players buy in that maybe we don't have as difficult a time, because I thought they played very frantically in Phoenix to win.
When the Lakers won back-to-back, they beat you in 1988 by the narrowest of margins. Then you won back-to-back, and for the first of their 2 titles, the Bulls had to knock your Pistons off to move on. How do you compare these Chicago Bulls, in the minds of most, on their way to 3 in a row, with your Detroit team and the Laker team you both lost to and defeated along the way?
Well, I think both of the previous teams, Detroit and Los Angeles, failed because of injuries. LA had both guards injured. We had Isaiah and some other people beat up. They seem to be reasonably healthy. They're a much younger club, and they've got, you know, Superman prevailing at his best.
Chuck, you play with Michael quite a bit this summer. Tell the people at home what it's like to be with this guy and how competitive it is and how much of that you think he puts into trying to three-peat, how important it is to him.
Well, I don't think we've ever quite seen anyone. I know everybody in our business is competitive at every level, but he has some special qualities. His competitiveness rises above, and then he's blessed with all of these gifts that makes him a very, very special and maybe the best player of all time.
Chuck, let's talk about your ball club and especially the tragic loss of Drazen Petrovic. Have you had a chance to gather your thoughts about this yet?
Well, a little bit. At first, when it hits you, you don't want to believe it, and then a certain amount of despair and distress and depression sets in. then the realism starts to envelop you and your organization. We're having a commemorative situation tomorrow night in New York. We need to get the grief behind us as an organization. This was a kid that, worked very hard to get where he was, very competitive. A lot of people don't realize he was named to one of the top 15 players in the NBA this year, third team All-NBA, and he did it sheerly on his own ability. A tremendous individual. I think we'll all remember his smile.
Of course, we think first of his loss in human terms, but it's also had an effect on your roster, and the composition of your team has changed drastically since you first arrived the season before this one. Terry Mills gone. Mookie Blaylock traded for Ramil Robinson. Now he may be gone. Chris Dudley, an unrestricted free agent, and the death of Drazen Petrovic. This presents a much different challenge than what you might have expected a short time ago for you.
Yeah, I would say so. When I came here in September, we were hopeful of having all of these people, including Dudley, in our lineup. Right now, we're struggling to do that, and going to have to do a lot of evaluating, I think, with this roster, and a lot of work.
Chuck, as always, a pleasure to talk with you. Thanks for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, when we come back, we'll be joined by the insiders, Peter Vesey and Bill Walton, as we talk a bit more about the Suns and the Bulls. That's after a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA. Well, isn't this a cozy quartet? B.J. Armstrong, it's all yours.
B.J. Armstrong, a couple years ago he told me that if he was in Phoenix, he'd be KJ. The first couple games of this series, if he were in Chicago, if KJ were in Chicago, he'd be Corey Williams. I mean, the difference in this guy's game in the last couple of years is unbelievable, and nobody thought he'd get this far. It's made the Bulls a much more resourceful club because it gives them one more guy on the break. He's making great decisions. He's learned an awful lot from Paxson. He's now able to spot up, and Michael Jordan knows now to look for him, and BJ is not afraid to take the big shots when Jordan's in the game.
All right, now, Bill Walton has been caged up through the first two games. This is his first appearance of the finals, so naturally, he wants to come out with a strong point. And even though the Suns lead by 1 at the half, you say...
This series is over, Bob. It's been over since the first quarter of the first game when the Bulls realized that they could score at any time and shut down the Suns any time they wanted to. The Bulls have been playing the clock ever since the first quarter of game one. But the difference with B.J. Armstrong and Scottie Pippen and the rest of the Bulls is that they have learned how to play from Michael Jordan. Scottie Pippen, his outside shot has taken his game to new levels, higher levels than he's ever been to before. And B.J. Armstrong, his ability to create, put the ball in the hole, and do the things and play at a level that Michael Jordan has taught them how to do. No other player in the league is teaching their teammates right now.
And now a word of agreement or dissent.
Well, I think it's a combination of both, but as you know, guys, I'm more interested on the defensive end of the court. I don't think there's any question about it. That's probably what surprised people the most. Phoenix was the highest scoring team in the league, and they don't look like it against the Bulls because the Bulls with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen cover as well as anybody that plays basketball, and they're going to three-peat, and you do it with defense.
But it is the Suns over the Bulls by 1 at halftime of Game 3, and we'll turn it back to Marv, Mike, and Magic for the call of the second half as you gentlemen settle back in, as you've done through most of the series, and we'll be back after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Back in Chicago, Marv Albert, Magic Johnson, Mike Fratello. Halftime, the Phoenix Suns 58, Chicago Bulls 57. We talked about it during the course of the first half. The difference for Phoenix, the play of Kevin Johnson, ineffective over the first two games, Magic, but effective here thus far.
Well, I think Kevin has read the situation. He's gotten into the flow of the game. Remember, we talked about at the top that he had to get in transition. They've been doing that. And I think the key to him is, too, that he's feeling confident right now. You can see it. He's strutting, he's playing, and that's only going to help the Phoenix Suns.
And Mike, as our defensive coordinator here on the telecast, I know you can relate to the fact that Chicago's defense has not been what it was over the first 2 games in Phoenix. The end result, Phoenix shooting 56% from the field in that first half.
I would have a good idea that down in the locker room right now, Phil Jackson talked to the team about the pressure, the number of turnovers that are being produced by the defense. Shooting 56%, no way they will win that way. First 2 games combined, they had them at 46%. Significant jump. And the other thing, 1 free throw attempt for the Chicago Bulls as compared to 13 for Phoenix.
To look at the halftime statistics, tonight's Miller Genuine Draft halftime stats. You see the shooting, Phoenix 23 of 41 for the 56%. Chicago at 50%, 26 for 52, and Michael Jordan leading the way, 10 of 16. He is the high point man with 22. And Mike, as you mentioned, the disparity at the free throw line, Phoenix 9 for 13 and Chicago going to the line only once. And look at Charles Barkley, bothered by the injured elbow, 2 for 5 for 9 points. Let's go over to Hannah, who was alongside Phoenix coach Paul Westphal.
Well, Paul, you predicted that KJ would come alive in this series, and certainly he did today. He played the entire first half. Is he going to go the distance, play all 48 minutes?
I'll probably have to rest him there sometime, but KJ's too good a player to stay down long, and we knew he'd come back.
The Bulls aren't shooting well, but they're staying in this game with the offensive boards. They have 11 offensive rebounds. Did you talk about rebounding at all?
No, we always talk about rebounding. They did a great job, and BJ hit some big shots for them, but I like the way we're playing.
You pleased with the way the team has responded with Charles Barkley only with 9 points and some significant time on the bench?
Well, we have a good team besides Charles, and he's hurting right now with his elbow, but he's finding other ways to help us, and our other guys are playing well.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Good luck in the second half. By the way, Marv, I talked to Charles and asked him how he was feeling. He said, I'm not hitting my shots, but I'm hanging in there. Marv?
All right, Hannah, Barkley played 18 minutes in the first half, 3 out of 6 from the field, a total of 9 points. Suns lead by 1. We'll be right back. And both teams are set to start the third quarter. Phoenix led by as many as 8. They lead by 1. Earlier we showed you that Phoenix over games 1 and 2 had led for only 3 minutes and 54 seconds total time the first 2 games. Well, tonight they have had the lead for what this is worth, 15 minutes and 20 seconds of the 24 minutes in the first half.
Playing from behind all the time, so obviously Phoenix very happy with the way this first half has gone.
But Phoenix has to be happy because they've been doing it on both ends of the court, especially on the offensive end with Kevin Johnson leading the way, but also some other guys that stepped up their game. Dumas is playing a solid game, as well as Mark West playing a good game defensively.
Yes, West with 6 points, but he's contributed in the block shot department. Dumas high man for Phoenix with 15 after seeing limited action in the second half on Friday night. Richard Dumas 6 of 12 from the floor. Charles Barkley testing the elbow. So we're set for the third quarter. It's game 3 of the best of 7. Game 4 here in Chicago on Wednesday. We'll be on hand starting 9 o'clock Eastern time, and game 5 if necessary here in Chicago next Friday starting at 9 in the East. Johnson with the step. So Kevin Johnson extends to a 3-point Phoenix lead.
See, as a former player, Paul Westphal said, hey, I'm going to ride you all the way out, KJ. You're going to win it or lose it for us. Great move by Paul Westphal to play him the whole first half, and let's see if he can continue his solid play, that being KJ in the second half.
Scottie Pippen off the pick. Good screen set by Bill Cartwright. The Suns 60 and the Bulls 59. And Phoenix with Barkley, Dumas and West up front, Marley and Johnson at the guards. West set up by Dumas. Mark West with his 3rd field goal.
They are reading the double team. It's not the first pass that's going to beat the double team. It's the second and third pass after the ball comes out of the top that counts.
Michael Jordan not able to hit on the 3, but a second opportunity. Horace Grant not had the playing time after getting in foul trouble. He's playing with 3 personals. B.J. Armstrong has had the hot hand. Now Jordan posting up. Oh, very friendly rim for Michael.
Well, he's at home. You know, he knows these rims here in the Chicago Stadium.
24 points for Jordan. The Suns lead by 1.
Well, he's at home. You know, he knows these rims here in the Chicago Stadium.
24 points for Jordan. The Suns lead by 1. Barkley with the pick. Johnson on the penetration. Here comes Pippen. 4-on-3. Pippen all the way. And it will be Phoenix ball.
Michael Jordan waits till the ball is reversed, then knows he has the size advantage. Don't give anybody a chance to come over and help out. Just get it up on that rim over the top of KJ and then get a little luck on the roll.
Kevin Johnson began his move at three-quarter court and was held by B.J. Armstrong. That's 3 on Armstrong.
Try to keep him off balance, change of pace, dribble, suddenly go hard to the basket. B.J. doesn't move his feet fast enough to foul.
Barkley backing Grant. Love to pick up number 4 on Horace Grant. He has a 3-second violation on Mark West.
I'm not sure that everybody is happy with that call after the 3-second whistle. Charles Barkley, a little bit of frustration showing.
Cartwright, yes. 8 points for Cartwright. The Bulls lead by 1. And you'll notice that Phoenix has gone back to the matchups, the unusual matchups that we saw at the start of the game. Johnson thought he had Marley, but Marley had moved to his left. It's a backcourt violation.
Well, see, what happened was Dan Marley stopped moving. KJ thought he was going to come around for like a semi handoff for the 3, where he faded to the corner, and that caused a turnover.
And Michael Jordan can do that to you. Make you think you want to go one way, and instead change your mind, make you go the other way, and kind of throws him at a sink.
4th turnover committed by Kevin Johnson. Cartwright, he was looking for a foul. Dumas tried to save it, but stepped out. Bill Cartwright not happy with that last sequence. He thought there should have been a foul called and had some words with Darryl Garrison. And the matchup continues. Barkley and Cartwright. Charles at about 6'4" going up against the 7'1" Cartwright. Michael Jordan off. He thought he was fouled, but he was hacked by Marley. Oh, the crowd wanted the travel. And a reach-in call. Foul on Pippen. That's 3 on Pippen.
You got a lot of upset players out here. Now you're going to see a reach-in by Pippen. First, Barkley cleared some space. The crowd right there wanted a traveling on Barkley. Didn't get it, but it got a foul on Pippen.
Three apiece on Pippen and Grant. Johnson, a 4th shot. West. Or was that a pass intended by Kevin Johnson? But Mark West able to put it home.
Sure, Kevin would like to call it a pass.
Suns 64 and the Bulls 63 with 4 minutes gone by in the 3rd. Horace Grant with his 2nd field goal. He's been quiet tonight because of the foul problem.
And there's the missing factor for Chicago in the first half. The fact that he had to go to the bench with 3 personal fouls. They need him back on the floor for a number of reasons. Defense, rebounding, shot blocking, and those points that he gives.
Oh, what a second effort. Dumas forced the issue on that first thrust and then was able to tip it home. And the Suns lead by 1. On fire. 17 for B.J. Armstrong. He's hit 8 of 11. Bulls by 1. Once again, Armstrong got picked off by West. Took a pretty good shot.
Well, what he's doing, Marv, he's letting BJ get around him, that being Mark West, then give him a shot after he gets by him.
Dumas with a pretty move. Could not complete it. Here's Pippen going all the way. Paul Westphal wants to talk it over.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Nissan. It's time to expect more from a car. By Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is just what the doctor ordered. And by Goodyear, #1 in tires.
Come up and pressure KJ, and the crowd is upset because this shot right there by that right elbow by Mark West, every time he sets the pick on BJ gets a shot afterwards.
How about the combination of Armstrong and Jordan? They've combined 19 for 30 from the field for a total of 41 points. Here's some light pressure shown by the Bulls. Chicago leads by 3. His third three-pointer. The Bulls lead 72-66. 6:25 to go. Third quarter. Charles Barkley obviously not himself. Playing in pain with that injured right elbow. Shot clock at 2. Marley fires and hits. Three-pointer from beyond area code range for Dan Marley.
What a shot. It reminded me of the one when he hit 8 in the game against Seattle. The same thing happened. He got a long three. Here's a pretty fast break right here. Michael Jordan spots up for the three. Pippen recognized. Michael knocks it down. Then Marley comes right back and a deep three-pointer. Good.
We see that same thing happen in the first half. Jordan hits a 3. Marley comes right back and hits a 3 at the other end. This is like you do what I do it.
Dumas called for that foul, a non-shooting foul. For Chicago with the new 24. Scottie Pippen is 6 of 14. Barkley. Magic, much can happen with 5.5 remaining in this third quarter, but can they reach the point where the Suns are better off with Barkley on the bench in this situation?
Well, not really. Right now, you can't give up on him this early. You have to see what he can give you. I still say put him on the block, post him up, and then let the double team come. They've been effective with him passing out of the double team. Let's see if that happens here.
Here it is with Barkley trying to back in and then throws it back out. Marley had it knocked away by Pippen.
To show you how much Charles has been bothered by the elbow, he's been averaging just over 20 shots a game in the playoffs. In the 19 playoff games up to this point, or 20 playoff games up to this point, he has only 7 shot attempts. So like you said, use him as a decoy. Put him down there. And that time, if Marley would have thrown one more pass to the deep right corner, he had an open teammate. They're just giving up on swinging the ball one pass too early.
Chambers has checked back in along with Danny Ainge, who gets right to it, hitting the 3. And Phoenix is 5 for 6 from downtown. The Bulls 74, the Suns 72 with just under 5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Grant played by Barkley. Pippen. Scott Williams with the rebound. Horace Grant. Bulls by 4. Now Barkley guarded by Williams. Barkley by Charles Barkley. He now has 11, and the Suns are down by 2.
Madge, he had to find a way of getting himself a little bit of space to get a look at that, so it took a couple fakes either way, then the step back to get it. Watch this battle under the glass between the two stars. Charles Barkley, Michael Jordan under the basket. As the shot goes up, Jordan keeps it alive by jumping in Barkley, then turns and boxes him out hard at the end.
Grant getting good position, and he's pushed from behind. Pushed by Barkley using both hands.
Exactly. You can't do that this year. You cannot put your hands in the player's back. They made that rule up way before this season, and it's taking a lot of post play away from a lot of players, especially on the defensive end.
Just under 4 minutes left in the third. Chicago with the ball. They lead by 2. Pippen, rejected. Chambers over to help. Got a piece of it. Here's Chambers. Met by Jordan, and a foul. Michael Jordan committing his second.
You don't see Tom Chambers block too many shots straight up, but when you let him come from the offside, rotate over defensively, he'll get one occasionally. Then Jordan goes for the swipe right there, a little bit too much on.
Third team foul on Chicago. Phoenix with 2. Barkley working down low. Pippen with the block. Pippen got a piece of it. Scottie Pippen has come up with a number of key block shots during the playoffs. Jordan. Johnson wanted to run, but the Bulls got back. Now Johnson to the left hand. Too much dribble. Kevin Johnson coughed it up. Here's Pippen. Foul. It counts.
Scottie Pippen doing it at both ends of the floor. First, the willingness to come over and help your teammate out. Scott Williams was calling for help. Scottie Pippen comes up with the block and supplies it. And then the pitch ahead in transition. Ainge tries to stop the layup. Not strong enough. Pippen converts, and now we'll go to the foul line.
After the play happened, Danny Ainge was upset with himself for not grabbing Scottie Pippen's arms and stop Scottie from at least getting a shot up.
Ainge with his third, only a second free throw attempt for the Bulls. In 33 minutes of play, they went to the line only twice. Chicago leads by 5. Chambers, yes. The Bulls 79 and the Suns 76. It has been a very good shooting ball game. 2:40 to go in the third. Pippen putting the move on Marvin. Grant able to hang in and then deflected it out of bounds. The Bulls call for time with 2:25 remaining in the third. Very creative in honor of number 33. Scottie Pippen, who just a moment ago came up with a block shot. Remember, Scottie Pippen has done it in the category of block shots. Big ones against Charles Smith at the end of Game 5 in New York. And the other day in Game 2, the block on Danny Ainge, three-point attempt with 26 seconds remaining. And the block on Barkley as he got a piece of it for his third rejection of the night. So Scottie Pippen doing it in all departments, although he has not shot well. He has 16 points along with the 6 rebounds and 3 block shots. Bulls with a 79-76 lead. It is Phoenix ball with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the third. Kevin Johnson with a good-looking drive. Johnson has 16. It is a 1-point Chicago lead.
Now, in those replays, we made Scottie Pippen look like a shot block machine. During the regular season, he had 73 in 81 games, so not quite 1 per game. But he gets big ones when they need him the most.
And here's Jordan for 3. Rebound, Pippen. Scottie Pippen also getting big rebounds when the Bulls have needed them. He has stepped up in a major way during the course of the playoffs. Chicago
see what Chicago is doing. They're letting Charles Barkley have those open shots, jump shots, but not inside shots.
Right up. Shot clock down to 7. Pippen gets inside. Pippen on the follow.
He's got Danny Ainge guarding him. That's the reason why you see Pippen around the glass. Last time with an offensive rebound, this time on a post-up. Chicago, as we said last game, one of the smartest, if not smartest in the league, as Marley hits a three-pointer. They see the mismatch. They go to it, the Chicago Bulls.
Dan Marley on fire from three-point land. And the Bulls now lead 83-81. That's 4 three-pointers for Marley. And the ball goes back to Phoenix with 44 seconds left in the quarter.
With Ainge trying to guard him, Pippen goes to the offensive boards. He's trying to do the things that he can do to help the basketball team win.
Marley for 3 again. Dan Marley, who hit 8 in one game against Seattle for an NBA playoff record, has just hit his 5th. And the Suns lead 84-83. 20 seconds remaining in the quarter as Michael Jordan has given the Bulls a 1-point lead.
You see what happened is Michael Jordan is on Danny Ainge. That's why Marley has had a lot of room to shoot those three-pointers.
Final seconds of the third quarter. Jordan came over, and the foul has been called. With 2 8/10 seconds remaining, a good foul by Jordan to stop the flow. They had a foul to give.
And there's number 5 by Dan Marley, and he holds the record for three-pointers in a game, 8 in one game. Paul Westphal very happy with it. That's a playoff record of 8 three-pointers in one game by Dan Marley.
Tonight he's 5 of 6 from downtown. Here's Barkley getting it off. Yes! Charles Barkley with 0.4 of a second remaining in the quarters, giving the Suns a 1-point lead. Johnson off the intercept after 3 here in Chicago. The Suns look to be a sparked-up club. They lead the Bulls by the score of 86-85.
Probably the best thing that could have happened with the time running out. Charles just gets it up there, doesn't think about his elbow a whole lot, and winds up shooting his best-looking jumper of the evening.
3 quarters complete. Phoenix by 1. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, for the Phoenix Suns, their season may be coming down to this fourth quarter. They're trailing in the best of 7, 2 games to nothing. They lead the Bulls 86-85 as they desperately seek a victory, looking to make it 2 games to 1 with a game 4 here in Chicago on Wednesday. Charles Barkley, despite the injured elbow, did contribute in the third quarter. He'll sit down right here. Phoenix with Ainge, Johnson, Marley, West, and Miller on the floor.
And as Phil Jackson has done a number of times and in the finals thus far, given Michael Jordan the necessary blow to begin the fourth quarter. He's played 32 of the 36 minutes to this point. He's resting right now. Hopefully we'll be able to finish strong for the Chicago Bulls.
And on the other side of that, KJ for the Phoenix Suns have played all 36 minutes of this game.
John Paxson and Trent Tucker have come on for Chicago. On the floor with King, Williams, and Pippen. Shot clock at 4. Shot clock at 2. Pippen has to fling it. And a break for the Bulls. Last touch by Marley. Chicago with the new 24. Johnson.
I look for Kevin to go for his offense right now because he has a strong man guard in him and Trent Tucker. So watch him going maybe into his offensive game.
Suns 88, the Bulls 85. Michael Jordan sitting it out right here. He'll be ready for the stretch run. Jordan, the high man, with 29. Holding foul committed by Trent Tucker.
Actually, neither one of these guards in the backcourt should be able to guard KJ off the dribble, whether it's Trent Tucker, who has to hold so he doesn't get down the lane there, or if it's Paxson. If they create the situation for him, KJ should be able to get the step to get by him. Then what happens after that, that's what remains to be seen.
6 assists for Kevin Johnson, all in the first half, along with 5 turnovers. And Johnson was fouled by Paxson.
See, this is the move. This is a great move by Coach Paul Westphal. Look, I got my quickest man out on the court, and they have 2 slow guards on the court. We're going to go at those slow guards. Here's a replay here where Paxson couldn't do anything but grab him, but I like this right here. Plus, Kevin is feeling it. He wants to redeem himself for those other 2 games, and he's having that opportunity right now in the fourth quarter.
Magic, they've gone back again to setting that screen with different personnel. It's either Ainge who sets it, or that time Marley set it. They're trying to take advantage of which guy they want to wind up having to guard KJ. They wanted Tucker. Tucker didn't want to switch. Paxson was late getting over. KJ turns the corner.
Loose ball foul on Miller. First team foul committed by the Suns. They lead 89-85 with a minute and a half gone by fourth quarter. Phil Jackson will make the decision as to when he will reinsert Michael Jordan. Michael getting the rest. Paxson. Suns 89, Bulls 87. Paxson hitting on his first field goal attempt. With the pick for Kevin Johnson. Yes. Kevin Johnson has hit on 9 of 14. The Suns lead by 4. 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Scottie Pippen. Again, the Bulls control the offensive board. King rejected. And Johnson fouled by Paxson. Paxson called for his third. 9:41 remaining in the fourth. Timeout taken.
The Suns are feeling the heat. Game 4 Wednesday night.
During the course of his 9-year NBA career, Michael Jordan has been Mr. Fourth Quarter. A little warm-up. Games 1 and 2 in the first quarter, averaging 5.5, then 9 points per quarter. In second and third quarter, he's averaged 13 points in the fourth quarter of games 1 and 2. He is about to make his way back onto the floor after sitting it out. I talked with Michael earlier about what the mindset is as he looks to take over in the fourth quarter of games.
You can sense that the opposition is a little nervous, a little tense. Inexperienced, and you've been there before, so that experience and that maturity has helped out a whole lot. That now you got to go in for the kill.
And Magic, you have been there before on several occasions.
Well, that's the winning time, what I call it, and that's when you have to take over as a player and try to win the game almost by yourself, and that's what Michael has been doing.
Darrell Garrison calling the foul on Oliver Miller, his third.
As they try to come around for an outside handoff, Miller turns the body, and it's enough to be called an offensive foul as Tucker tries to get over the top.
9.5 left in the game. Suns 91, Bulls 87. Jordan is back. He and Paxson and Tucker at the guards with Grant and King as the big men. Shot clock at 7. Jordan. Grant with the rebound. And Ainge gets to it. Crowd wanted a foul with Grant hitting the floor, but but the Bulls continue to dominate the offensive boards. Good look from Kevin Johnson. He's fouled by Horace Grant. That's 4 on Grant.
That happened because Grant was on the ground at the other end of the floor. After he goes up and gets the rebound and starts to go back up and the shot is blocked, he lays there. West takes off and goes down the floor. He's trying to catch up, but they catch him too late. West with the shot attempt gets fouled.
And that is team foul number 4 for Chicago, while the Suns have only 1. Mark West, not a good free throw shooter, although he hit his first 2.
Phoenix went for a stretch there with their 2 big men, Oliver Miller and Mark West, their 2 best shot blockers. West had 103 shot blocks for the regular season. Miller, in much fewer games, had 100 block shots, and they changed a lot of the Chicago attempts.
Plus, Phoenix slowed the game down. See, they're taking the crowd right out of this game, and they're doing a good job on their execution on offense as well.
Jordan slicing his way, and he's fouled, and he took a pretty good shot. Did not appreciate it.
They called an open floor set. Phil Jackson motions with his arms out wide, which means spread the floor, and you give it to Michael. He gets a full head of steam coming at you, and it's hard for the defense to close back down. As West came over, Jordan was poked in the eye.
Well, he didn't like it up until he saw it with Charles Barkley. He said, okay, I'm going to let it go this time. That being Michael Jordan, he just said, okay, I'm not going to say anything.
Well, we talked about that right before game 1, how friendships can play out during the course of a series. You mentioned the example of you and Isaiah Thomas, people checking you out. Teammates wanted to see if you would allow Isaiah to drive the lane. Would you knock him down? Well, Charles with a hard foul on Michael Jordan.
Well, they know that they can be friends after this series is over, but not right now.
Johnson set up by Barkley. Kevin Johnson has dramatically turned, and he's given the Suns a 94-88 lead.
It's exactly what Magic talked about. Post Charles up. All he needs is 1 or 2 dribbles to draw the double team, then pass.
And here comes Johnson. Goes 1 for 9 in the 4th quarter. Ainge pushed. Michael Jordan called for his 4th foul. And it also puts the Bulls over the limit.
Sometimes a little bit of frustration can set in when you get to the front of the rim and you just don't get the roll. You're not able to convert the basket attempt. And then in that case, it sets Phoenix off to do what they like to do best, and that's get in transition and run.
See, this is the best I've seen the Phoenix Suns play in the playoffs. And I was wondering when that Phoenix Suns team was going to come back and play like they did during the regular season. And in this game, they're playing like they did in the regular season. They're running, gunning, shooting, playing freely, and that's why they're leading this ball game, because they're playing at their pace, which is the fast pace.
B.J. Armstrong checking in, and hearing it from the crowd as Trent Tucker departs. So it's Armstrong with Paxson and Jordan as they stay on the 3-guard alignment. Danny Ainge, one of the best free throw shooters in the league, 85% during the season. And the Suns now lead 96-88.
I think Phil Jackson has his 3-point assault team out there. Give Jordan the ball, put Paxson and BJ on the wings, see if he creates some shots for them.
Suns have outscored the Bulls 10-3 in this 4th quarter. 4 minutes gone by. Shot clock down to 6. Shot clock at 3. Jordan for 3. Way off, forced into a very difficult shot. Barkley pops it down. Ainge shooting for 3. Yes! Danny Ainge converts from downtown, and the Suns lead at 99-88. The Bulls take a timeout with 7:33 remaining in the 4th quarter.
Takes a lot of courage, and Danny Ainge is not afraid to take a big shot. Instead of taking it to the hole where you get a higher percentage shot, he steps back behind the 3-point line. Barkley, who fired the outlet pass, loves it.
And the Bulls are now trailing by 11.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Mitsubishi, the new thinking in automobiles. By Apple, makers of PowerBook Duo. It's a desktop computer, it's a notebook computer, it's the best of both worlds. And by cold-filtered Miller Genuine Draft. Get out of the old, get into the cold.
Well, during the regular season, the Phoenix Suns set an NBA record by hitting 398 three-point shots. Not able to do it from three-point land in games 1 and 2, but check out the number tonight. 8 of 10 from downtown. Marley is 5 for 6. Ames just hit from deep in the corner, and the Suns now lead 99-88. The Bulls are only 1 for 10 from the field here in the fourth quarter.
Well, I'm going to say something that fans probably can't relate to, but this is a more relaxed Phoenix Suns team than they were at home. And sometimes when you're struggling, body right there by Kevin Johnson, sometimes when you're struggling, you want to get on the road because you're more focused and you don't have to worry about that pressure of trying to win at home.
Call here, the block on KJ. He felt that Michael turned right back into him, that he was in perfect position. Phoenix team obviously very upset over that last call.
And you guys feel it's self-imposed pressure because the Phoenix crowd is not one of the tougher crowds to play before. I mean, you're not talking in New York or Chicago, Philadelphia, when things were going well, where they could be very, very difficult. Phoenix very compassionate.
Yeah, it's not the crowd because the fans in Phoenix love their team, but as a player sometimes you play like you're supposed to win at home. And right now they're playing, they know they have to get out and run and do the thing they're supposed to do.
Right off the steal, Pippen, set up by Jordan, cuts it to a 9-point Phoenix lead. It appeared for a moment that Phoenix was going to call a 20-second timeout.
Paul Westphal was up signaling for a 20-second timeout right after that basket. They never saw him. Instead, they're up the floor.
Marley eluding Pippen. Yes, Dan Marley, 7 of 10. He has 19. The Suns 101 and the Bulls 90. Michael Jordan given some room, but he's off now since making his return. Last touch by Phoenix. Now Dick Pavetta changes the call. He's called a loose ball foul. It's on Barkley, his 4th.
And there's no sense in Charles Barkley getting upset and causing any more problems. Accept it, move on with the basketball game. Don't pick up a technical right now. Turn the staff, crew of officials against you.
Phoenix with its 4th team foul. Bulls already over the limit. Pippen to Grant. Phoenix 101. Chicago 92. 5:40 remaining. Fourth quarter.
Magic, is it too early for time and shot clock management, or do you start to go into it right now?
No, you don't. You got to keep playing aggressive like they're doing right here. That's what got you the lead.
3-point attempt by Ames went way short. Here is Armstrong. And now the Suns will call for time. Phoenix by 7 with 5:14 left in the game.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
This Miller moment takes us back to the 1980 finals when a rookie named Magic Johnson was forced to play center for the injured Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. The end result, 42 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists as the Lakers beat the Philadelphia 76ers. 4 games to 2. Magic became the first rookie in NBA history to be named the MVP of the finals. Magic, what stands out most about that game?
Well, I think what stands out most is that I sat in Kareem's seat, rode all the way. I said, never fear, Kareem will still be here. Not expecting I would have that many points in the game, though.
And in recognition of that moment, Miller Genuine Draft donates $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. The Suns lead by 7. They've led by as many as 11. Just under 5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Barkley to the fadeaway. The Suns desperately trying to get back into the series. Michael Jordan is now 0 for 5 in the fourth quarter. So Michael has not, to this point, been able to take over.
Phoenix very lucky. Barkley's late on the rotation. He should leave and go earlier. He comes over late, but because Michael brings it down, he's able to get a piece on the way back up again.
And Jordan 3 of 13 from the field in the second half. Marley steps back and then changed his mind. Johnson.
The shot maybe didn't go down, but I like the ball movement, the idea of making the extra pass right now for Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, Phoenix is playing very well offensively. They're really executing their offense very well at the half court end.
Suns by 7. Jordan going left. Phoenix 101. Chicago 96. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the game. Suns desperately trying to get back into the series, trailing 2 games to nothing. Chambers facing a double team. Chambers lost it. Pippen with the stutter step. Pippen recovered by Williams.
Magic, I think they've got to take KJ off of Mike. I don't think they can keep going with it down the stretch here.
They try to post up. Jordan stopped. Chambers over to help. Jordan thought he was fouled. Last touch by Phoenix. It'll be Chicago ball with 6 on the 24.
Well, here it is. Tom Chambers came over. I think he's the one who really blocked it and knocked it out of bounds.
And the Bulls take a 20-second timeout. Well, this is game 3 of the best of 7. The first 2 played in Phoenix, both won by Chicago. Recapping in game 1, it was 31 points for Jordan, 27 for Pippen. The Bulls opened up, shooting 64% from the field, and they won it 100-92. And then game 2 on Friday night, 42 points apiece for Jordan and Barkley. Pippen had a triple-double. Jordan was 1 assist away from a triple-double, but the Bulls won it in a terrific game, 111-108. And here tonight, the Suns have led most of the way, despite the fact that Charles Barkley has played with an injured elbow. Kevin Johnson has turned it around, and Pippen could not find anyone, and to avoid the 5-second violation, he has taken a full timeout.
Go back to that last shot by Michael Jordan, which he felt he was fouled on. Phoenix saw the post-up. Chambers came over right away to double team, and as Michael releases, it looks like Chambers does hit him just below the wrist area.
So the Bulls have 2 timeouts left. The Suns 3 and a 20.
All right.
Back at Chicago Stadium, Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson. Look at that stat. The Suns have certainly had their difficulties in the fourth quarter. Games 1 and 2, they were blank down the stretch. And tonight, they have not been able to hit a field goal. The last 2 minutes and 52 seconds, they are clinging to a 5-point lead. Suns 101. And the Bulls 96 with 3:27 remaining in the fourth quarter. It is Chicago ball with 6 on the shot clock. And Pippen will throw in. Oh, Pippen threw it off the back of the net. What a play! He fooled the Suns.
Well, what happened was they read what Danny Ainge was doing last time, and he just decided to throw it off of him, get it back, and dunk it.
Oh, that's a play that we will be seeing over and over. Heads-up move by the Bulls. That's a kick ball, so they get the new 24.
If the man guarding the basketball turns his back to you, bounce it off him, step in bounds, get it back, pass to yourself. Nice job by Scottie Pippen.
See, because the last time Danny Ainge had caused that timeout by Scottie, and they read that and came right out with it.
Chicago in the midst of an 8-0 run. We're down to 3 minutes left in the game. 3-point Phoenix lead. Chambers. Rebound Jordan. Jordan with the pull-up. Oh! A tip by Grant. Horace Grant brings Chicago within 1.
Magic said it before. You've got to continue to play to win. You can't play not to lose. You have to assert yourself, still be aggressive, get good shots, and execute.
Barkley to the reverse. And Charles Barkley did execute to give the Suns a 103-100
thinking, you know he's going to drive right. That's where he wants to go all the time. Pippen anticipates it, slides over in front.
And here's Barkley's reaction. I don't know if he was reacting to the call, but what happened was he wanted Tom Chambers to kick it to the open man when Pippen had left.
Suns lead by 3. Bulls trying to make it 3-0 in the best of 7. Suns trying to cut it to a 2-1. Chicago lead with Game 4 coming up here on Wednesday night. Minute 35 to go, fourth quarter. Jordan sets up wrong. And the foul.
Well, you talk about Michael Jordan. He can do it all. He's going to go baseline this time. Take all the double teaming by Horace Grant. Slam dunk by Horace Grant. And this crowd is going crazy.
Mark West called for the foul. Horace Grant very quietly early going in foul trouble has come on strong down the stretch. 3-point play. Game tied 103. Charles Barkley trying to settle his team down as Grant was lining up for the foul shot. And now Phoenix calling for a timeout. A minute 27 remaining in the fourth quarter. It's the Bulls back from an 11-point deficit, tying the game at 103.
Smart basketball. Your man turns his back to you, then bounce it off him, get in bounds quickly, pick up the ball and lay it up. The adjustment made in the timeout. Pippen takes advantage of it. Maybe the biggest basket of the game for Chicago in turning this thing around.
That's a future Miller moment, as Scottie Pippen is able to pull off a play that, if Chicago can come from behind and pull out the victory, a play that will be long remembered. The game tied at 103 with a minute and 27 remaining fourth quarter.
Now Phoenix must be aggressive now. They stopped being aggressive, and that's why this basketball game is tied. They must now attack, and stop standing around watching Charles Barkley, and somebody else must step up now.
A subtle adjustment right now. Michael Jordan is guarding Kevin Johnson. They put the best defensive player in the league on the guy that's hurting him the most, Kevin Johnson. Michael Jordan's job, shut him down.
A 20-second timeout was called by Phoenix to make the adjustment. A reminder tonight, right here on NBC after the game, don't miss Paul Reiser and Helen Hunt in a special telecast of the comedy Mad About You, and then the critically acclaimed Law and Order. That's coming up tonight here on NBC. Timeouts remaining, 2 apiece. Phoenix and Chicago each have their 2 full timeouts left, and Marley will throw in once again. Shot clock at 15. Ainge just hit the floor in a collision. Barkley called for a traveling violation.
Phoenix tried to run a play coming out of that timeout. The play was destroyed when the players collided and fell to the floor. Barkley was left with the basketball, shuffles the feet as he tries to elude the taller, bigger Horace Grant.
A 13-2 Chicago run after they had struggled earlier. They had hit only 1 of 10 at one point from the field. Here is Jordan. Rebound tip missed by Williams. Scott Williams mistimed, and here come the Suns. Just under 1 minute remaining in the fourth quarter, and a call now against Phoenix. Offensive foul. It's called on Miller. Oliver Miller hit with the offensive foul. A huge call.
Phoenix very lucky here that the ball does not get tipped in by Scott Williams, who keeps it alive, but then an offensive foul call on Oliver Miller as Phoenix came down with an offensive possession.
Michael Jordan 1 for 10 here in the fourth quarter. Has not been able to get going. Draws the double team and gives it up. Pippen with an air ball. Last touched by the Bulls. So both teams have had their opportunities here down the stretch, and the Suns take a timeout. So they will be down to 1 timeout left. It is desperation time for the Phoenix Suns. Well, in the fourth quarter, Chicago only 8 for 28, but how about 28 shots as compared to 10 for Phoenix?
Marv, I think what's happening here is that the travel time has caught up with both teams because, you know, they only had one day in between games. They flew all the way from Phoenix, and we had a well-played game until this quarter, but I think both of them the legs are tired, and they're starting to feel it, both teams.
10 shot attempts for the quarter means that, one, you're either getting fouled a whole lot, or two, you got a whole lot of turnovers taking place there, which means the other team is coming down, or 28-10 difference means that Chicago's pounding you on the offensive boards. A very big call against Phoenix, coming down with possession, and Paul Westphal is encouraging, hurry up, get into the offense. The left elbow in the lane area by Oliver Miller against Stacey King, called for the offensive foul.
This capacity crowd urging the Bulls on. 35, 7/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Bulls and the Suns tied at 103.
Has had problems getting the ball inbounds and getting into what they want to run because of Chicago's aggressive defense.
Ames will throw in. Kevin Johnson. Rebounded by Michael Jordan. There's a 2-second disparity between time remaining and the 24. The Bulls and Suns tied at 103, and Johnson steals from Jordan. Here's Marley. But they may have called a timeout. That won't count.
Oh, what happened was that Paul Westphal saw that Dan Marley was streaking down the court. He said, no, KJ, don't call the timeout. Dan Marley is down court. And it was too late.
Did a player on the floor take the timeout as KJ comes up with it? There's the timeout call right there by KJ. Good call. Coach can't call a timeout on the sideline. It must come from a player on the floor. So KJ called it at first. Then Paul said, somebody's down the floor. Hurry up and get it to him. But KJ took the timeout. Paul knows it right there. Does he call it? No question about it. Timeout? Uh-oh. No. Wait, let me turn and throw it down the floor.
Kind of a half-hearted, but he did gave the indication. That's the final timeout for the Suns when we resume Phoenix ball with 12 seconds left. 12 seconds remaining in regulation. The Bulls and the Suns are tied at 103 following that timeout, the final timeout for the Phoenix Suns. It will be Phoenix ball, and they will look to hold for a final shot, what they hope will be the game winner to cut it to a 2-1 Chicago lead in this best of 7.
Decision for the coaching staff. Do you want to take the ball, foul line extended in the backcourt where KJ came up with the steal, or do you want to advance it to the half-court line and take it in there? I might like to take it in the backcourt, give that guy a full head of steam coming up the floor with the basketball, make some decisions from there.
Especially because you got 12 seconds. But I look for what Phoenix to do is run that same play they ran against San Antonio. Maybe that Charles Barkley just go one-on-one and put the game in his hands.
All right, let's go over to Hannah.
Well, the word from the Phoenix bench is that the Suns are going to go with the same play that won them the game against the San Antonio Spurs. Give it to Charles and get out of the way. Mark?
All right, Hannah, Frank Johnson has come on for the first time. Danny Ainge will inbound. Dick Pavetta blows the whistle. And apparently Chicago wanted to look things over, and they take a timeout. Phil Jackson checking out the scheme of the Phoenix Suns, and he now has one timeout remaining. So we'll take a break. Bulls and Suns tied at 103. Back in Chicago with 12 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Bulls and the Suns tied at 103. Phil Jackson just took a timeout after checking out the Phoenix Suns alignment. And what will this now do to the Suns and their offensive plan?
First of all, let's go back to why Phil Jackson had to use up a timeout. Chicago already has one delay a game call against them. If they would have taken another delay a game, it would be a technical foul. Phoenix would shoot a technical. So they couldn't run the guy out of bounds to delay the pass in and get a look at what play. He used the timeout. Right now he's going into options defensively. If this happens, if that happens, that's how we want to play it. Meantime, the decision for Paul Westphal in the Phoenix huddle is, do we come out and run the same play that we were going to run, or do we come with a little bit something different?
Well, I think they may change the play, but they're going to still give it to Charles Barkley no matter what.
Let's go back to Hannah.
And apparently on this play, Charles is going to try to penetrate, and if he can't get a shot, he's going to dish it to another player along the baseline, Mark.
All right, and Haynes once again will throw in from the center court area. Barkley lined up at the top of the circle, guarded by Grant. And they're having a very friendly conversation. Barkley comes out for it. Checks the clock. Works it down. 5 seconds to go. Here's Barkley off the pump. Rebound, Jordan. Calling for time. The clock showing 0.2 of a second remaining. Let's see if they adjust that. 0.2 of a second remaining. Chicago using its final timeout.
The difference in this shot and the one against San Antonio, he came straight at David Robinson, had him back it up. This time, Grant got him going to his left, so he had to shoot back across his body. He had to use a little fake first to get enough room to get Grant off balance before he got the shot. The coach, does he think it's going in? He's hoping real hard right now. It doesn't get the good bounce.
And they have adjusted the clock. 1 full second remaining in this fourth quarter.
Now, as we mentioned before about using delay of games, Chicago had used up their one opportunity. Phoenix does have a delay of game left. So when Chicago comes out of this timeout, the guy on the basketball for Phoenix should count 1,001. Then run across that sideline with his hands up. The referees will stop the game, and they'll let him start over again. This will give him a chance to look at it.
And here's the replay again. Let's see if it was 1 second left on the clock when Michael Jordan called timeout. He's up. So it must have been somebody else other than Michael Jordan. Mike Mathis had the first timeout. He was in the backside. Shot again.
It's at the foul line. Darrell Walker, number 20, is the one who signals the first timeout for the Chicago Bulls.
Now, if I'm Phoenix, I'm going to put 2 players, the out-of-bounds man and Michael's original man, on Michael Jordan to make sure he don't be the guy who's going to beat me here.
So you're going to double-team Michael Jordan without the basketball?
Exactly, right now.
Then how are you going to take your delay of game? You got to think about that.
You take that first and then double-team it.
Okay. All right, let's go to Ahmad.
What the Chicago Bulls are going to go is what they call a wraparound play between Michael or Scotty. One of them will break to the basket. The other one either take the shot or try to get it inside.
All right, Ahmad, Pippen will throw in from the center court area. 1 second remaining in regulation. Game is tied, and there is the delay of game taken by Danny Ainge, so the Suns are able to check it over.
And you saw that Frank Johnson and Kevin Johnson are double teaming Michael Jordan right now.
All right, now Pippen will throw in. Pippen to the basket to Grant, and we go to overtime. That almost worked. Horace Grant led by Scottie Pippen, and he almost got away with it. But we go to overtime.
Okay, we were just talking about they should double team Michael Jordan to make sure he doesn't be the one who beat you, that anybody else on the floor beat you.
There's the pass by Pippen inside to Grant, who just can't control it to convert the basket attempt. As Magic said, Michael 2 times, he can't get free. That's where Scotty's trying to go with the pass at first. He can't get it, so he goes to the Grant option.
So we head to overtime. The Bulls and Suns tied at 103.
That's the night, bro.
We're headed to overtime. The Bulls and the Suns are tied at 103. Last time an NBA final game went to OT was here in Chicago last year. Game 2, Portland beat Chicago 115 to 104. A most intriguing play attempted with Pippen trying on the lead to connect with Grant. The reaction by Phil Jackson, who was a member of that 69-70 New York Knicks team that, sad to admit, but I recall Christmas night at Madison Square Garden, Red Holzman pulled off a Walt Clyde Frazier inbounds pass from center court to Willis Reed that won the game at the buzzer against Detroit. That very same play.
Obviously, I wouldn't remember.
As I said,
in the 60s, I was just a baby at that time.
Right. I'm not even going to go into it. I'm not going to touch that one.
On to the 5-minute overtime. Charles Barkley has played 39 minutes. Kevin Johnson has got all 48. Jordan with the save. Dan Marley has played 44. Michael Jordan has got 42 minutes. In the fourth quarter, the Bulls 8 for 29 from the field. The Suns 6 for 12, and Jordan only 1 of 10, so he was not able to take over. And that is very rare. Michael is off. Danny Ainge moving across. Ainge, Marley, Johnson, Barkley, and West on the floor for the Suns. They double up on Ainge, who gets it to West. Jordan tried to intercept. It was deflected by Jordan, no backcourt. Ainge has to throw it up. Shot clock was running down, and a new 24 for the Suns.
Trying to get into the two-man game, the pick and roll set, KJ and West.
Seven on the 24. Good look by Johnson, and West will go to the line. He was held. Mark West was fouled.
Once you run two-man basketball and you're double-teamed as the ball handler, the roll man gets a defensive guy to rotate to him, then the other 3 players must get to spots on the floor. The spot that time right in the heart of the defense, middle of the lane.
West 52% free throw shooter, but 3 of 4 from the line tonight. Scottie Pippen has a cramp holding the left thigh.
Maybe he took a knee and he's trying to rub it out.
So West misses on both.
I think what they have to do, that being the Chicago Bulls, is get Michael down closer on the box, closer to the basket, or he won't have to dribble as much.
Pippen picked up by Barkley. Stroke by Pippen, who has 26. The Bulls 105, the Suns 103. We are in overtime, 3:20 remaining.
Their spacing is distorted, Phoenix. They come off the pick and roll. The guys aren't in spots. They were bunched up that time.
Johnson forced it. Shot clock at 3. Down to 2. Marley. And Williams comes away with it. Once again, Phoenix having a difficult time finding shots.
But see, Marv, they should use the decoy man. Go through Charles Barkley on the post. They were getting a lot of good shots doing that. Now they've gone away from that, and they've gone to the pick and roll play.
Armstrong for 3. Barkley rebound. Phoenix has missed its last 5 shots. 2.5 left in overtime. Barkley came up short, expected some contact, and then Grant stepped away.
A big possession right here for the Chicago Bulls because they can take control of this game if they can score here.
Pippen. Last touch by the Suns.
The officials right now are letting these two teams play. There's a lot of body contact. They're letting the players determine the outcome.
Phil Jackson is hollering at Scotty and BJ. He want to get something going to that basket where he can get a foul or maybe a layup and not jump shots right here.
and he lets go balls. Jordan to the basket. He's 1 for his last 12.
Good job by West stepping up that time to take away that clean look of Michael Jordan.
Ames with the step. Barkley through the foul. Took a hip check from Scott Williams. Charles Barkley will shoot a pair.
Something that wasn't happening in game 1 and 2 as the Bulls players were putting it on the floor. No one was coming over there. You see West, even though Michael goes by him, he doesn't get a clean look. And now Charles initiates the contact with the ball fake, just wants to draw body contact, and then maybe the shot will fall. Who knows? But now they've got to make their free throws.
Barkley only 2 of 5 from the line, 76% for the season. Barkley with 16 points, 16 rebounds, and he has played hurt.
And on this next free throw, it will be a 23-5 advantage at the foul line in favor of the Phoenix Suns.
Charles seeking to tie the game. The Suns and the Bulls at 105 apiece. 40 left in overtime. Jordan working down low. Changed his shot but drew the foul. West came over looking for the block.
Give Scott Williams almost the assist or the credit for that because he blocked. He blocked off KJ in order for him to come over and help. Oh, it's not a shooting foul?
No, at the last second, the two officials conferred and they said that Michael passed it off at the end. Instead of shooting it, they give it to him on the side.
Oh, man. And the foul was committed by Barkley, his 5th. Now Phil Jackson calls for a timeout with 1:33 left in OT.
The determining factor at the end, after the whistle, watch what Michael does with the basketball. Does he shoot the basketball or does he try to hit a teammate with the pass? In their opinion, he was trying to hit Grant underneath, so they give him the ball out on the side.
With the timeout, they'll step out for these words.
Coaches tell players when you foul, don't let the offensive guy get his arms up to the basket if you can. Hold him down. KJ holds Michael Jordan's right arm there. He grabs him, and because of that, Jordan can't follow through for a shot attempt. So as a result, it looks like he's trying to pass the ball to Horace Grant. The officials conferred. They awarded the ball out on the side. Michael saying, he pulled my arm down. That's why I couldn't shoot it. Phil Jackson, the coach, he can't believe it.
Well, when the last time you seen Michael Jordan go to the basket and you know it's winning time and he's not going to shoot it? You know that man's been in this situation millions of times. You know he's going to shoot that basketball.
So the Bulls get the new 24. Minute 33 remaining in overtime. Game time 105. Johnson, one-on-one against Jordan. No help. Now Marley over, leaving Pippen open. And on the back tap, comes back to Jordan.
Phoenix did a good job of defending it.
Jordan. Well, Johnson fell down, going for the fake, and Michael Jordan, who has struggled from the 4th quarter on, is able to hit the basket that gives Chicago a 2-point lead.
The first time they tried to get it going, Phoenix defended him well. But on the reverse, KJ loses his balance trying to hip up and bump Michael Jordan. Jordan then, with no one in front of him, gets a clean look, hits the jump shot. KJ there, goes down. You've got to try and maintain your balance. Don't give him a clear look.
A minute 5 left in overtime. The Suns led by 11, 101-90. They have only one field goal in the last 10 minutes and 14 seconds, a long drought for the Phoenix Suns, who are trailing 107, 105 with 1:05 remaining in overtime. Let's go over to Hannah Storm. Hannah?
Marv, they're going to try to get the ball to Tom Chambers, posting up down low. If he can't get it, can't get the shot, he's going to try to kick it back out. But Paul Westphal emphasized no three-pointers at this point in the game.
Kevin Johnson setting against Michael Jordan. Chambers set the pick. Here's Chambers. Oh, what a move. Tom Chambers ties the game at 1:07.
That's the reason they took Mark West out, because they knew that Tom Chambers should score once the double team came.
Now to 40 seconds in overtime. Jordan met on the switch by Chambers. Chambers helping out. Shot clock at 6. Shot clock at 4. And the Phoenix Suns in possession. We're down to 20 seconds in the overtime. 15 on the shot clock. Kevin Johnson checking with Paul Westphal. No timeout being called. They want to continue the play. Barkley going at Grant. There's Johnson on the penetration. Barkley with the rebound. Barkley goes short. Rebound Johnson. Time running down. Here's Ames to win it. We go to a second overtime. Danny Ames with a chance to wrap it. But it is on to a second overtime here in Chicago with the Bulls and the Suns tied at 1:07.
Well, you know, is Pippen hurt? He might have a leg cramp. He's trying to rub it out. You can see that right now. And here's Chambers right here going into the drive. Switch to the left hand. Good. And then KJ taking it to the basket to win. Charles Barkley hustles to get another shot. He may have taken that shot too quickly because there was 5 seconds on the shot clock still remaining. And here's KJ kicking it out to Danny Ainge for a 3. As I was telling you earlier, the guys are too tired right now. And here's Paul Westphal's reaction to win. Oh.
So it is on to a second overtime. We'll be right back.
In the wild final seconds of the overtime, Kevin Johnson goes to the basket. No charges called. He misses. Barkley comes up with the ball, takes a fadeaway, can't buy it. Kevin Johnson fights 2 Chicago Bulls players, splits the double team, gets it out to Ainge, who gets a wide open look with just over a second remaining, but then he can't put it in the bottom.
Well, like I was telling you, see, the reason Pippen got the cramp because he's tired. The reason Danny Ainge couldn't make that 3-point shot because he has no legs, he's tired. These guys are fatigued, and they're playing like it right here in the first overtime. Let's see if it continues in the second overtime. They're going to have to get something going to the basket, both teams.
Well, the longest playoff games this season, Charlotte Hornets went double overtime twice. They won both, beat Boston, beat the Knicks. Only 2 playoff games in NBA history have gone more than 2 overtimes. In 53, a Boston-Syracuse game went 4, and in 76, the Celtics and the Phoenix Suns went 3 overtimes, Boston beating Phoenix 128 to 126. We are on to the second overtime. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson from Chicago. The Bulls and Suns tied at 1:07. The foul situation, Charles Barkley with 5. Horace Grant, B.J. Armstrong, Michael Jordan each have 4. Barkley and Grant on the tip. It is controlled by the Suns. Phoenix at one point led by as many as 11. They went cold down the stretch in the fourth quarter. The Bulls and Suns each scored only 4 points in that first overtime. Here's Marley from 3. Marley has hit 5 from 3-point land.
I tell you, you're not going to be able to hit jump shots because all the team, everybody on both teams is tired. They're just fatigued. So you're going to have to go inside.
Armstrong, Tucker. Jordan, 2 for his last 15. Richard Dumas is back for Phoenix. Up front along with Tom Chambers, Charles Barkley, Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley. At the guards, shot clock at 5. Here's Marley. And back come the Bulls as Tucker controls.
I'm just so surprised that both teams are not realizing that their legs are gone and take the ball inside to somebody to get a shot there.
to it.
Do I have to go out and make an announcement?
They can only hear the game while they're playing it.
Oh, man.
Scottie Pippen getting ready to make his way back. Dumas lost it. And Grant stepped out. He felt he was pushed. It'll be Phoenix ball with 6 on the 24. And Charles Barkley in a conversation with Darryl Garretts and Trent Tucker sitting down. And now they change the shot clock. 24 is posted.
Pippen is back.
Scottie Pippen making his return. Chambers passed on the 3. Chambers had to change the shot. Knocked out by the Bulls.
They did a good job that time of making Chambers go back to his left hand. He does not like to go that way. He wants to drive right when he can.
How about this? Past 6 minutes and 41 seconds. A total of only 8 points have been scored by both teams. 4 apiece. That's been it. Just under 3 minutes to go in the second overtime. Fadeaway by Barkley, way off.
This number in this series so far from the outside, Charles Barkley is 6 for 30. It's about 20% inside. He's shooting 66%, 25 out of 38.
Inside for Williams. Well, Pippen did get it down low to Scott Williams. Chicago leads by 2.
That's what you have to do. Move the ball around. They got a good shot that time, Chicago.
For Scott Williams, that is his first field goal of the night. He does have 13 rebounds. Shot clock at 5. Armstrong off the steal and a foul given by Johnson.
A little body bump makes KJ lose control right there of the dribble, but a smart foul in the backcourt before BJ can cross the half-court line, so no free throws will be awarded.
I can't believe KJ has played this entire game and the 2 overtimes. I mean, this man must be dead tired. I mean, that's maybe the reason why he lost that ball. After you get body checked like that sometimes, you're so tired you just lose it.
Bill Cartwright replacing Scott Williams. There's Frank Johnson, who made just a brief appearance tonight. Bulls by 2. We come up on 2 minutes remaining of the second overtime. Jordan! And Chicago leads 111-107. Just under 2 minutes remaining of the second OT. Marley gets inside. Marley on the rebound. Good second effort by Dan Marley to bring the Suns within 2.
We just got 6 straight points scored. All of them have been inside. So they're starting to take the ball inside. That's both teams.
Scottie Pippen came up hobbling. And a foul is called. Suns doubling up on Jordan. It's on Kevin Johnson. That is his 5th.
Jordan flashes across the lane, goes box to box, catches KJ on his back. They deliver the ball right on time at the right moment, just when Michael needed it to convert the layup.
Minute and a half left in the second overtime. Welcome back to Chicago. We're in the second overtime, and the Bulls lead the Suns 111-109. The Phoenix franchise and their fans certainly familiar with this game. Back in June of 1976, Garfield Hurd hitting over Don Nelson to force a 3rd overtime of the NBA Championship Series. Eventually, the Boston Celtics went on to defeat the Phoenix Suns 128-126. The longest NBA Finals contest. 3 overtimes, and the Celtics beat the Phoenix Suns. We have 1:30 to go in this, the second overtime, and the Bulls with a 2-point lead and the ball. For more on the Scottie Pippen situation, you saw him come up limping a moment ago. Let's go to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, Marv, it's still that problem with those cramps. Every time he moves, he gets a cramp in a different place. I just found out that if he's not able to go
Chicago a 4-point lead as we approach 1 minute remaining. Jordan has 38 points, 17 for 40. And on the double team, Dick Pavetta with the foul call on Jordan. That is number 5.
Michael Jordan knows that Pippen's struggling. He's got to do it. After he makes this one, he turns as he's running down the floor, and on his face you could see a sigh of relief, as if to say, I can't tell you how big that basket was just then.
And I can't tell you how tired I am. That's what he was saying as well.
Michael is 4 for his last 17. Barkley with the post up. Barkley puts the move on Grant, and a foul is called. It's on Grant. That is his 5th. So Barkley to the line. He is 4 of 7 from the foul line.
Barkley just muscles his way into a shot. It's just his will to win. He fights off Grant. Jordan reaches in. He pulls the ball back away from him and initiates the contact.
And remember, the referees will not try to decide this game. They're not going to call a lot of fouls they call in the first 3 quarters of this game.
Phoenix with their 24th free throw. They are 16 of 24. How about Chicago? They've gone to the line only 5 times this evening. 4 of 5 from the line.
Barkley 78% in the playoffs, 76% during the regular season from the foul line.
Well, Charles hits 1 of 2, and the Bulls with a 3-point lead. 50 seconds to go in the second overtime. Chicago seeking to take a 3-0 lead in the best of 7. Jordan got the step, and he is fouled.
Something that Chicago has enjoyed doing in the playoffs. From their triangle offense, they create in isolation a clear out. This time everybody was on the left side of the floor. Michael had the whole right side. The next 2 defenders come over, but a little bit too late to help out.
Jordan 1 of 2 from the line. Well, you know he is off.
Yeah, well, you know what? He's tired, Marv. He didn't even get up on his legs for the free throw and follow through. I watched him all the way. After he left his hand, he knew he had missed it. So let's see if he gets to follow through and get up on his free throw shot this time.
Time he was strong, but he got the back rim.
Yes, you know, that's what happens. He changed it a little bit, but he still knocked it down.
Timeout has been called with 40 and 2/10 seconds left in the second overtime. Bulls by 4.
Won't you take it? Won't he take it?
40 seconds to go in the second overtime, and Chicago with a 114-110 lead on Phoenix. How about Kevin Johnson? He has gone the distance. He's played 57 minutes. He's gone all the way. And Marley, 53 minutes. Scottie Pippen, 50. B.J. Armstrong, 52. Michael Jordan, 51. There will be a lot of tired folks tomorrow morning. A couple of days of rest before game number 4 takes place on Wednesday night.
Everybody will sleep good tonight. You can be sure of that.
And game 4 from Chicago Stadium here on Wednesday, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, right here on NBC. Marley will inbound. Phoenix is 8 for 14 from 3-point range. Marley has hit 5. That's 1 short of a NBA Finals record. Shared by several players. Johnson off the dribble. Sets up Charles Barkley. It's a 2-point Chicago lead.
And now with 32 seconds remaining on the game clock, you dig in, get a good stop defensively. You still have plenty of time to use your timeouts and get the ball up the floor. You don't want to foul. You want to get a stop and rebound the basketball.
Oh, Jordan slipped. Nearly traveled. Pippen. That was deflected short. And Barkley gets to it. 10 seconds left in the second overtime. The Suns are down by 2. Marley. Yes! Dan Marley has tied the game at 114. Timeout called by Chicago with 3 and 2/10 seconds remaining in the second overtime.
They are
showing the Phoenix Suns are showing championship basketball right now. They could have just went down and they said, no, we're going to fight back. And here's Dan Marley, pump fake there and knocks it down. I have to give all the respect to the Phoenix Suns, but keep fighting back, keep fighting back. They've really played hard in an aggressive game today.
Marley with 23 points. The reaction of Paul Westphal, that's a great deal of excitement shown, at least for Paul. We'll be right back. 3 and 2/10 seconds remaining in the second overtime. Dan Marley a moment ago hit that clutch line drive jump shot to tie the game at 1:14 as the Suns. Johnson and Mark West.
They're going down to double team Michael Jordan again, just like they did earlier.
Chicago likes to have Pippen pass it and follow the passing right now. So since they're double teaming Jordan, there's nobody playing Scottie Pippen.
All right, Pippen will throw in. 3 and 2/10 seconds to go. Grant for Pippen. He has the shot, gets it off, and we go to a third overtime. So the Suns and the Bulls will join the Suns and the Celtics of the 1975-76 season, the longest game in the history of the NBA Finals. A third overtime. It matches Boston and Phoenix back in June of '76.
Pippen, after he passed it in, and he had a tough time getting it in, then stepped inbounds. They got the ball right back to him, the Chicago Bulls. Someone had to recover. It was Frankie Johnson that made him put it on the floor. The double team is down here on the baseline on Michael Jordan. Here's Pippen with the ball. When he passes it, this defensive player must come back and pick him up, or else he'll be all by himself. Pippen has a tough time getting it in, but when he does finally get it in and steps in, it's Frankie Johnson that releases, goes back and picks him up, and at least by making him put it on the floor, he did not give him a clear shot at the basket.
Man, you know, I hate to say this cliche thing, but this NBA is fantastic. This is the reason that slogan is made up, because this game is fantastic. This Chicago-Phoenix game, this is unbelievable right here.
We head on to a third overtime. The Bulls and the Suns at 114 apiece. The foul rundown, 5 apiece on Horace Grant, Michael Jordan, Charles Barkley, and Kevin Johnson. And the Suns control the tip. Johnson played by Jordan. Johnson trying to do it off the dribble and was stopped.
See what happened, Marv? Last time Michael let him go to his power hand, his right hand. This time he forced him to his left hand, his weaker hand, and that's why he came up with a short shot.
Now Pippen on a mismatch. Well, Scott Williams with only his second field goal, but both have been significant. The Bulls lead 116-114. Johnson, yes, Kevin Johnson, who has played every minute of this game, and this, the start of the third overtime, has come up with an outstanding all-around performance. 25 points for Johnson, and the game is tied at 116. Kevin Johnson now playing his 60th minute. Armstrong, it's a two-point attempt. Grant hustles it down. A new 24 for the Bulls.
Paul Westphal complaining that time Barkley was shoved in the back. That's why he didn't come up with the rebound.
Here's Jordan. The Bulls lead by 2. 40 points for Michael Jordan. final series. Marley came up with that steal, and Barkley able to finish it off. So the Suns lead by 3 off the three-pointer by Marley, and then the steal by Marley leading to the breakaway basket.
After Charles Barkley thought a double team was coming, he kicked out Marley knowing that he's got to get it up before Pippen can rotate back out to him, launches it from way behind the three-point line. Then back at the defensive end of the floor, Pippen starts to throw a backdoor pass to Michael Jordan, but Michael changed direction. Scotty lost control. Phoenix off on the fast break.
Dan Marley with 26 points. He's hit 6 from downtown, and Marley with his 6th three-pointer ties the NBA Finals record. 6 for 8 from three-point land for Marley. Suns lead it by 3. 2 minutes, 36 seconds remaining. We are in the third overtime here in Chicago. 5 apiece on Barkley, Johnson, Grant, and Jordan. How about Kevin Johnson? He has played in 7 seconds. It will officially be 61 minutes. The most minutes ever played in an NBA Finals series. Garfield Hurd, 61 minutes in that triple overtime between Boston and Phoenix, and Kevin Johnson about to pass him by. The Suns lead 121, 118. Jordan drawing the double team. Shot clock is down to 7. Pippen. Shot clock down to 3. Pippen shot fell short. Ames with the rebound.
See, they kept Kevin Johnson on Michael Jordan. The reason is foot speed out in front. But as soon as he makes a move down towards the basket, they come and double team Michael and try to get the ball out of his hands.
And Dick Pavetta with the foul call. Horace Grant has fouled out. So Grant, who came on late, finishes with 13 points and 17 rebounds. And that a big loss for the Bulls.
KJ going to his left, not as effective as going to his right, but the bump there by Grant brings on his last foul. Coach, he kind of likes it.
Horace Grant hearing it from the crowd. He's replaced by Stacey King. Horace went 44 minutes. Just under 2 minutes to go in this third overtime. Open shot for Chambers. And King able to get to Barkley on the intercept. Charles Barkley with the interception and the field goal. And the Suns now lead by 5.
Charles Barkley taking a page out of that Chicago book where they like to hang around in the backcourt and steal outlet passes. No bigger one than that for Charles.
Armstrong rebounded by Marley. And Kevin Johnson controls. Now to a minute and 20 remaining in this third overtime. A remarkable turnaround by the Phoenix Suns, able to come from behind on several occasions during the course of the overtime. Here's Marley, and he's fouled. Marley was hacked, and he'll go to the line.
Here it comes right here. The Barkley still, what he's going to do, he's going to pretend like he's going down court, then all of a sudden start right in front of Michael Jordan and lays it right back in. You got to love the heart, the character of this Phoenix Suns team from coming back. They looked like they were going to lose it, then kept coming back, and now they have a chance to win this game right now.
As we mentioned earlier, the Phoenix Suns had the best road record in the NBA during the regular season at 27-14. Chicago Bulls during the regular season were not invincible at home, but this not the same Chicago Bulls team during the playoffs that we saw during the regular campaign when they went 31-10. But in the finals, the Bulls, over the last 3 years, 3-2 at home, and on the road 7-up and 1 down, which is surprising.
Sometimes players have a hard time understanding why coaches emphasize points early in the game. Go back to when, at the end of the first quarter, Pippen went a little bit too soon to the basket.
And Jordan gets the roll. 5-point Phoenix lead. Just under 1 minute remaining in this third overtime.
Okay, this is clock management time now. Run that clock all the way down into the Phoenix Suns and then get a shot maybe right at the end of it.
Shot clock at 7. Ainge was hit by Tucker. Bulls are over the limit. So Ainge, who is a terrific free throw shooter at 85%, will go to the line. He's 2 for 2 tonight.
If it seems like the Phoenix Suns are doing a better job running the pick and roll right now than they were earlier, the main reason is because the guy setting the screen is actually screening someone. He's putting a body on him. Early in the game, they were missing it, so as a result, Chicago was able to either get over or go under and recover and play both players. Right now, 2 defensive players are being occupied by the man with the ball because a good screen has been set.
And a timeout called by Phil Jackson. The Suns lead by 7 with 40 and 9/10 seconds to go in this third overtime. Premature celebration by several members of the Phoenix Suns. With the timeout, we'll take a break for these messages.
In the bottom left corner of your screen, Barkley makes believe he's going back down the floor, but stops, fakes out Stacey King, who tries to cross it over to Michael Jordan, and it proves to be a monstrous basket for the Phoenix Suns here as they open up the lead against the Chicago Bulls. Charles with the big defensive play, not noted for his outstanding defense perhaps in the half-court area, but certainly big right there.
Charles Barkley, playing despite that injured right elbow, has come through with 24 points, 19 rebounds. Dan Marley, 28 points, including 6 three-pointers. And Kevin Johnson turning it around, 25 points, 9 assists. Kevin Johnson has gone the entire game. Michael Jordan leading Chicago with 43. Scottie Pippen with 26. Chambers knocks it away. And a foul called on Tucker. Trent Tucker called for the foul. He tried to get it back. And with Chicago over the limit, the Suns will go to the line.
Tomorrow, an excellent call. What happened was Tom Chambers came over, stole the ball, took it out of Trent Tucker's hand, and then in retaliation, Trent Tucker then fouled him. But this Phoenix team has not quit all game long. And if I'm Paul Westphal, what I do is try to grab that game ball and give it to Kevin Johnson to make him realize, hey, you did it for us, big fella. You were the key. We want you to play just like that in game number 4.
And here's Frank Johnson replacing Charles Barkley. And Barkley greeted back at the bench. Charles able to hang in, playing hurt, and comes through with a very tough performance. 9-point Suns lead. 30 seconds remaining in this third overtime. Jordan draws the foul on the three-point attempt. That a potential 4-point play. Ainge called for the foul. Jordan will go to the line. Talk about trying to get points back in a hurry. That could have been a 4-pointer.
Well, Jordan, knowing he's the veteran that he is, he just created that foul right there. He just really jumped into Danny Ainge and made the referees call that.
Rare appearance at the free throw line for the Bulls. They are 5 for 7. That's it. While the Suns 22 for 31. 8-point Phoenix lead. Here's Gerard Mustaf, who has not played at all this series. Checking in.
Not bad when you can pick up 16 extra points at the foul line.
Well, Jordan trying to slap it off the glass, does get to it, and then Frank Johnson breaks it up. Look out. Frank Johnson making new friends in the crowd. Michael Jordan missed on purpose, but he did not get the angle that he was looking for.
Yes, and smart move. They're trying to do anything they can to win this game, that being the Bulls.
Here's Jordan for 3. And the ball goes to Phoenix with 20 seconds remaining. Suns lead 129-121. The crowd here at Chicago Stadium is filing out as Mustaf handles. And the Suns just looking to run the clock down in a remarkable come-from-behind victory. The Phoenix Suns in triple overtime have defeated the Chicago Bulls 129-121 to battle their way back into this series. Chicago now leading it 2-1 Game number 4 will take place here at Chicago Stadium on Wednesday. Game 5 now will take place here in Chicago on Friday. Now let's go over to Ahmad.
We'll find one, Paul. Well, I got Paul Westphal right here. And as soon as I find a camera, we'll be in business. Right? All right, Paul. Now we'll go over to Hannah.
Hey, I'm here with Kevin Johnson and Charles Barkley. First of all, Charles, a heroic effort on your part. How much pain were you playing in tonight?
Well, I can't use pain excuse. I can't believe how I feel right now. I know I'm the best one-arm basketball player in the world, though. But, hey, I love this guy. And I kept telling him all day, 1836. I said, there ain't no pressure out here, just have fun.
Kevin, you were feeling pain of a different kind. The boos on your home crowd. You were vilified in the newspaper, seen as the GOAT of Game 1 and 2, but you came back with an absolutely stunning performance. Is there any personal vindication in this?
It's just a good win for the team. I want to do whatever I could to make our team win. And when I walked into Chicago, I had a lot of fans here. They were cheering me, I guess, because they liked the way I had been playing in Game 1 and 2.
You played more minutes in this game than anyone in NBA Finals history. Was there any point in the game where Coach Westphal wanted to take you out?
Not really. He wanted to give me some confidence. He let me play the whole first half. I was just trying to be aggressive. In the second half, it's a matter of emotion, and you're going to do whatever it takes to win.
Congratulations on a spectacular win and showing a lot of heart and character. Now let's go to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Hannah. Paul Westphal, you played in '76 in that triple overtime against Boston. Any similarities here tonight?
Well, the biggest difference is the good guys won this time.
What about KJ? Put in all that time. Did you ever think about taking him out?
No, I just told him if he ever needed a rest to let me know. But I was so happy for him. That guy has taken a beating in the press and by the fans, and he's too great of a player, and he showed what he can do in the finals. I'm very happy for him.
God had to be great for his confidence factor because, as you said, he did take a lot of heat. But as he played so many minutes tonight, how do you look forward to the next game?
Hey, if we didn't win tonight, we could have kissed next game goodbye. I mean, he has 3 days to rest. We play Wednesday. He might play 48 minutes next game, too. Who knows?
All right, Paul. Good luck to you and congratulations and everything. See you next on Wednesday.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Paul. Back to you,
All right, Ahmad, and it was 62 minutes for Kevin Johnson. Scored 25 points at 9 assists. Charles Barkley, 24 points, 19 rebounds. Dan Marley on fire, 28 points, including a record-tying NBA Finals 6 from three-point land. Michael Jordan had 44. A dramatic triple overtime victory for the Phoenix Suns over the Chicago Bulls, 129-121.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the Chicago Stadium. Tonight's Game 4 of the NBA Finals is between the Phoenix Suns and your Chicago Bulls. Now for tonight's lineups. First for the visiting Phoenix Suns. At forward from Auburn, 6'6" Charles Barkley. A 6'7" forward from Oklahoma State, Richard Dumas. At center, 6'10" from Old Dominion, Mark West. At one guard,
capacity crowd reacting to the introduction of the two-time defending champion Chicago Bulls. We're set for our reports from the sideline with Ahmad Rashad and Hannah Storm. First to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. Just like Magic Johnson said earlier, the Chicago Bulls will have to make some adjustments. I talked to Scottie Pippen about that. He said one of the things that he thought his team did better than any other team in the NBA is to make game-to-game adjustments. The thing that surprised him, though, was that the Phoenix Suns were able to come in here on Sunday and catch them emotionally flat. He says that will not happen tonight. Their goal is to turn the intensity up as high as possible from start to finish, because the last thing they want to do is go back to Phoenix. Hannah?
Well, Ahmad, one would think that a team like the Phoenix Suns with very little experience in the finals might be uptight at this point in the series, but that is not the case. It's because their coach, Paul Westphal, has told them to have fun at the finals, and that's exactly what they've been doing, led, of course, by Charles Barkley, who you saw joking around with Marv Albert. Charles has been enjoying the city. He took in a baseball game and is even having fun at the mandatory media sessions. My ears. Okay, on a more serious note, as far as the elbow goes, Dr. Richard Emerson says it's about 25% better. Charles is in pain, especially when he extends his arm after his shots, but if you ask him how he feels, he simply says, I feel good, and says it with a smile. Marv?
Yes, thanks, Anna. Charles does have a most unique way in preparing for the NBA Finals.
Well, I don't think Michael Jackson has anything to worry about.
All right, Hugh Evans, Ed T. Rush, Bill Oakes are the officials. We saw different matchups in Game 3 utilized by Paul Westphal. What are you looking for here tonight?
Paul Westphal is going to change up during the course of the game. Yes, KJ will play Michael Jordan at times as Horace Grant misses his first jumper, but he's going to change up. You'll see Richard Dumas play him. You'll see Dan Marley play him. And here's one of the adjustments. He wants Dan Marley bringing the ball up the floor a little bit more, take some of the pressure off KJ, and after 62 minutes, he may need some help tonight.
Johnson finding Mark West all by himself. Missed assignment by the Bulls.
Well, what happened was that the Phoenix Suns set a back pick, and both men went to KJ and then hit Mark West for easy two.
And it is Dumas on Jordan here at the start. Pippen with the recovery, trying to hit Cartwright, but Barkley alert was right there for the steal. And here comes Kevin Johnson. A minute gone by, a 2-0 Phoenix lead. Grant with the rebound. Armstrong with Barkley back. So the Phoenix Suns return to the offense. Johnson, 11 for 24, 25 points in Game 3, along with 9 assists, a stellar turnaround performance. Dan Marley hit 6 from three-point range. Mark West fouled by Bill Cartwright, who would not allow for possession.
Had the first play happen, Mark West set a back pick. Both defensive players instead run to the corner. It'll leave West wide open, rolling to the basket. One player, two players go to the corner. No one rotates underneath West for the score.
To the live action, Barkley backs in, faces a double team. Dumas is open. Richard Dumas had a strange game on Sunday night. Played quite a bit of the first half. Shot well, did a nice job, but did not see much action in the second half. Bulls have missed their first 3 shots. Cartwright double team. Grant with the recovery. Suns 4, the Bulls 2.
Okay, what Coach Paul Westphal is doing, he got Charles Barkley playing Cartwright, and so he's mixing up his assignments defensively to try to throw the Bulls off.
Marley had his left-hand move cut off by Jordan. Dumas to the reverse. Richard Dumas has been getting the good start early. That has been the pattern, and he's come out with a couple of hoops here in the early going. Phoenix 6 and Chicago 2. Michael Jordan hitting on his first attempt.
Well, that time you had Richard Dumas guard Michael Jordan, and see, Richard Dumas is not used to running off of picks, and they set a pick on him.
Dumas with a beautiful move off the fake to beat Pippen, set up by Barkley.
Scottie Pippen ran over, formed a double team with Horace Grant. It was a double team that was a difficult one because the floor was so spread as Michael goes to the basket, misses, but Horace Grant took what happened was Phoenix never hesitated. They were attacked against the press immediately. Easy score, 2-on-1 against the back line.
Kevin Johnson, bothered by B.J. Armstrong. They isolate Dumas against Pippen. And Pippen plays it well. He stops him. Hears it from the crowd. One on the shot clock. It is waved off. It's a 24-second violation. Excellent defensive sequence by the Bulls. Phoenix 8 and Chicago 6. We're just underway. Game 4 of this best-of-7 NBA final series. The Bulls up 2-1. Game 5 here in Chicago on Friday night. And the Suns want to make it a Game 6 back in Phoenix on Sunday. Michael Jordan is 2 of 3. Marley gets down, so the Suns take advantage on the transition and lead 10-8.
Michael shoots a jump shot. The man guarding him takes off immediately, runs down the floor. The way you stop that is you jam the guy who runs out of bounds, put a big man on him so he can't throw that baseball pass.
Well, again, Mike, that wasn't Michael Jordan's fault that time because Marley's not guarding Michael Jordan. That was Scottie Pippen who was guarding Marley, and that was his fault.
Dumas. And Pippen moves back. Pippen all the way. Bulls and Suns are tied at 10. And Armstrong picks up Johnson in the backcourt. It's back to the pressure of Armstrong against Johnson. Knocked out of bounds. Last touch by Chicago. And it will be Phoenix ball with 8 on the 24. Barkley with his first shot. Pippen works his way inside. Oh, what a move by Scottie Pippen. The Bulls lead by 2.
See, the only problem when you got all these new mismatches, you have to, on Phoenix side, you have to remember they're not used to playing these Chicago Bull players. They're used to playing other Bull players, so now they're gonna have to get used to that.
A timeout is taken by the Bulls. 6-0 run for Chicago.
Charles Barkley makes a great reverse pivot move on the baseline, goes up strong to the rim, but the defense by Chicago, Grant from behind, blocks it. Charles doesn't quite agree with the call. After the block shot by Horace Grant, Charles Barkley does not agree. Goes after Bill Oates, the official, and lets him know. It looks like Oates is ready to hit him with a technical foul. Instead, he lets it go and walks away. You need to remember the incident that took place in Madison Square Garden with Scottie Pippen.
Yes, that was back in Game 2 of the series, a game that saw 6 technical fouls called, and it was Scottie Pippen throwing the ball at the official Bill Oates, who had the quick thumb that night, and Pippen was thrown out. Chicago lost that game to the Knicks 96-91. Knicks had a 2-0 lead, and then Chicago came back, reeled off 4 straight victories. So you're saying that perhaps the trigger-happy situation as Johnson forced it, and a loose ball foul is called on the Suns. Is it your feeling that the league would prefer a bit more compassion when it comes to ejections in critical situations?
I think Bill Oates used excellent judgment that time. I think he'll be the first to admit that he made a mistake in the game at Madison Square Garden. He missed the call. It was not a double dribble or 2 hands on the basketball. Then he compounded the mistake by throwing Scottie out of the game. This time, good decision. Walk away, let it go, let him continue to play.
Jordan with the shot clock running down. Cartwright gets to it.
Plus, Marv, you have to remember, people come to see the stars. They don't want to see them thrown out of the game.
Unless there is a solid reason for it. Cartwright not able to hit. Grant with a spectacular tip. Horace Grant off to a fast start. He has 6. The Bulls 14. The Suns 10. Horace Grant started slowly in game 3. He was involved in early foul trouble, then came on late before fouling out. West off a double team. Rebound, Grant. Well, the Bulls have to like the intensity they're getting here as Armstrong finishes off the break to give Chicago a 6-point lead.
Ahmad Rashad mentioned after that last timeout, Phil Jackson was very happy with the intensity of the basketball team, but they had come out strong. Just talked about minor adjustments, but basically overall pleased with what was going on.
Bad shot taken by Kevin Johnson, and the Suns fortunate that it was knocked out of bounds by the Bulls.
Point of emphasis for Phoenix, keep Chicago off the offensive boards, and that's their main man, Horace Grant, who gives them those second shot opportunities.
It is a 10-0 run for Chicago. Meanwhile, Phoenix has missed its last 5 shots. 5:11 remaining in this first quarter, and the Bulls lead 16-10. There's Oliver Miller, the rookie from Arkansas, checking in for the first time, replacing Mark West. Marley not given any room from three-point land. Miller, Barkley, Charles getting the good position, and the Bulls now lead by 4. For Barkley, his first field goal. Dumas on Armstrong. Kevin Johnson back defending against Jordan.
You may have noticed that Michael could have taken a quick shot when he first came down. Steal this time by Richard Dumas in transition.
Behind the back and hits on the drive. What a move by Richard Dumas. He now has 8.
It was a fantastic steal as well, and a great offensive play. Another steal here by Phoenix.
And it's Dumas with the numbers. Surprised Barkley with that pass, and it was deflected out by Chicago.
Producing some easy scores of their own by playing good defense. Dumas shoots the passing lane, then gives a little behind-the-back action as BJ reaches for the steal and finishes.
And a reach-in foul. BJ Armstrong called for his first.
Before the steal by Richard Dumas, I mentioned that Michael Jordan had a quick early shot, but instead you saw him pull it out, reverse the basketball. One of the things Chicago wanted to do tonight, use more time up on the 24-second clock. Don't get into Phoenix's tempo, play their tempo. Make Phoenix play defense.
Pick and roll resulting in the turnover. Pippen for Armstrong. Chicago leads by 4 as we come up on 4 minutes remaining in this first quarter. Dumas, yes. Richard Dumas, 5 out of 6 for 10 points.
Well, since Richard Dumas is playing so well, it's going to be interesting to see if Paul Westphal playing in the fourth quarter, because he hasn't been playing in the fourth quarter.
Sarcastic reaction to that foul call against the Suns. It was called on Barkley. The Bulls went to the line only 9 times during that triple overtime. The Suns 31 times.
Yes, the crowd happy that Michael Jordan is getting a whistle early in the game and a chance to go to the free throw line. They shot so few, only 9 attempts in game number 3, that Michael may have forgotten how to shoot it. He only made 3 out of 6.
They changed the foul. It's Oliver Miller called rather than Charles Barkley. Bulls lead by 3. Here's pressure by Chicago. Miller's pass picked off. Cartwright played by Barkley. Jordan, yes. 7 points for Michael Jordan. The Bulls lead 21-16.
Another thing that Phil Jackson wanted his team doing, get Michael Jordan down lower with the basketball. Not almost up at the foul line to post up, but down deep near that low block. That's where he caught it that time. Easy jumper for him.
Charles Barkley said after that triple overtime game the other night, Michael took, what, 43 shots? That's Marley for 3. So Michael took 43 shots. He's going to be icing his elbow, too. Pippen gets inside. Phoenix will talk it over.
If you get Michael down low enough, the double team can't get there soon enough, he'll just shoot it over the top of Kevin Johnson. And then this is one opportunity that Scottie Pippen just couldn't pass up in transition. Miller trying to guard him. No way we pull this out. We score.
Not too many teams have been asked to come back from a triple overtime loss. How difficult was it for Phil Jackson coming back from that 3 overtime defeat? We talked about that with Phil yesterday.
It's usually like 24 hours. It takes a full day to get it out of the system. By last night, I felt pretty comfortable again that, you know, everything was okay. I got it out of my system through viewing it, obviously, and finding out the second time through what I had to see. And then I got it out of my system by talking to the coaches and talking to them about, you know, realistically, where are we here? And then finally, just by getting some exercise, and then that was all right.
You know, it's amazing. Magic and I feel the same way when we're done working with you, and a little bit of exercise makes us feel much better.
What a cheap shot attempt off a serious issue. Just awful, Magic, that I have to live with this the entire season.
Well, I'm not going to get into that one, but I am going to get into this one. Now you see Kevin Johnson is coming back down to relieve some of that pressure because Phoenix had turned the ball over last time, and I think Paul Westphal wanted to get Kevin back down there.
And Kevin Johnson able to penetrate. The Bulls now lead 23-18 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining first quarter. Bulls have hit their last 5 shots. They are 11 of 18. Here is Jordan, that time guarded by Chambers. Chambers! Oh, Chambers not able to hit, but he's fouled. Chambers did well in eluding the block of the 2 guys chasing him, 2 of the best defenders in basketball, and Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen.
Earlier, when Marley ran out, Michael Jordan was in the corner. This time he was at the top of the circle, so he was the deepest man. Chambers took off immediately on the jump shot. He goes to finish it off with a dunk, but the foul makes the ball pop back out again.
Foul committed by Pippen.
Remember, to count as 2 points, the ball must pass through the net to count as 2. There are shots that have gone in and popped back out of the net again, which means you don't get 2 points, man.
Tom Chambers, 27 minutes. The other night, did a nice job, 5 for 9, 12 points. So the Bulls now lead by 3. Conway, Grant, Pippen up front, Jordan, and Armstrong at the guard. Battle between Chambers and Cartwright on the foul session on Chambers.
This is a real key matchup. Chicago, knowing that Tom Chambers is on Bill Cartwright, where they go right into him, and Chambers just called for the push in the back.
Now Jordan guarded by Dumas. Marley over to help, but leaves Pippen open. And Pippen goes to the hoop.
No interior defense that time. No one stepped up to meet Scottie Pippen. Everybody in the stadium knew he was going to fake and put it on the floor. There was nobody in front of him.
Well, I think that's the problem when Phoenix just keeps switching these matchups with Jordan. You know, you got one guy guarding him one time down, the other guy the next time. Horace Grant is called for a foul there on Charles Barkley. So they're having a problem with their team defense because of all the defenses that they keep changing.
Scottie Pippen's going to get the ball. Look at the lane to the basket. Somebody's got to step up and take him before he drives it down the lane. Nobody does. Too easy going in there.
Well, a forgotten man, Rodney McCray. Hearing the rumbling from the crowd as he gets set to check in. An injury-hit season for Rodney McCray. In his 10th NBA year out of Louisville, coming back from arthroscopic knee surgery, missed 17 games, a disappointing year. In fact, he himself says he feels his contribution has been 0. Early entrance, though, for McCray. Barkley getting the position on Pippen, and Charles with his second field goal. He has 4. The Bulls 25 and the Suns 22. Bulls have hit their last 7 straight as Michael Jordan makes it 4 for 7 for 9 points. And Chambers is fouled again.
See, what you have here is you have Bill Cartwright guarding Tom Chambers, and Tom Chambers guarding Bill Cartwright. Now we're going to see which one is going to take advantage of the other. The last time down, Bill drew a foul on Chambers. This time, Chambers draws a foul on Bill Cartwright using his quickness.
And somebody may have questioned why was Barkley taken off of Cartwright, because, you know, it was so good for Charles in the last game. He conserved all that energy playing Bill. Chicago doesn't go to him that much. The reason is because it would have put Chambers on Grant before he was just taken out. Chambers can't change ends of the floor or jump with Grant on the offensive board, so they put Barkley back on Grant.
Chambers now 3 out of 4 from the line. Bulls 27, Suns 23. 1:10 left in the first quarter. Here's Cartwright. Just under 1 minute remaining in the quarter. Jordan putting the move on Marley. Changed his mind. Last touch by McRae.
Here's another problem. Now, who does McRae play? Does he play Dumas, who's very active and quick, or does he play Barkley, who will overpower either Pippen or McRae? Doesn't matter. Right now, they just switched back and put McRae on Barkley, then Pippen ran over to take Barkley.
And Charles Barkley has hit 3 for 5. He has 6 points. Bulls by 2. Bulls have led by as many as 7. Michael Jordan on target. He's 5 out of 8. 11 points. Chicago 29. Phoenix 25. Here's pressure by the Bulls. Seconds left in the quarter. Johnson gets inside. Armstrong on the run. Chambers getting back. The lead for Pippen. 11 seconds left in the quarter, and Johnson went down in a collision with Armstrong.
No collision, Marv. BJ pushed him down. There's a little thing going on here. I think that BJ felt that KJ had elbowed him. After that, BJ just threw him down on the ground.
KJ tries to hold off to get the ball inbounds when they start pressuring Chicago. BJ felt that him holding off was a little too hard. He shoved him in the head. There's the push to the ground. That's no accident.
And it's being called a flagrant foul on B.J. Armstrong. So Kevin Johnson will go to the line. Kevin Johnson, 82% free throw shooter. Now Trent Tucker has checked in for Bill Cartwright.
The offensive man wants a little room to get it inbounds. The defensive man doesn't like the fact that he pushed him in the head. Another example of when the second foul is caught many times by the officials, not the first.
Just taking another look, little massage move by Kevin Johnson leading to the push. Armstrong, time running out. After one here in Chicago. Hot shooting by the Bulls, 15 for 24, 63%. A physical finish to the quarter for B.J. Armstrong, an unlikely combatant. Richard Dumas had the hot hand for the Suns. He hit 5 out of 6, 10 points in this first quarter. And it's the Bulls 31, the Suns 27. Welcome back to Chicago. Marv Albert, along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, Magic Johnson, Ahmad Rashad, Hannah Storm. Bob Costas will be along with the Prudential halftime report. Talked about the sore elbow of Charles Barkley. You ever suffer from telestrator elbow, Czar? I know you've been seen icing it down after telecast.
I have to deal with that frequently, particularly when given many opportunities in one game, and then in triple overtime games, it's really difficult to bounce back.
And Charles Barkley, despite that injured elbow, 3 of 5, 6 points in the first quarter. Danny Ainge has checked in for the first time. Stacey King has come on, as has John Paxson. Marley with the rebound. Nice fake on McRae. So the Suns now trail 31-29. Jordan and Paxson at the guards, with King, McRae, and Williams up front. So Scott Williams, Stacey King, and Rodney McRae on the Chicago front line. And Jordan is being guarded by Marley. Jordan. Barkley gets to it.
Ahmad had mentioned coming out of the timeout that Chicago went with McRae over King. A nice backdoor pass by Charles Barkley to Danny Ainge. Chicago had gone with McRae rather than King for more quickness on the floor because McRae's noted to be a pretty good defender. Now both players are out on the floor in an unusual unit out there for the Chicago Bulls.
First time McRae has played in this series. Seldom used during the season. Jordan, yes, and it counts.
Well, Michael Jordan feels he can beat Dan Marley off the dribble anytime he wants to, and he does it right there, scoop it for 2. Now, that's the reason why they switched KJ and put KJ on him in game 3, and now you can see that Marley is back on him in this game here.
And Michael Jordan upset with himself, 1 of 3 from the line. Chambers was called for that foul. Miller was expecting contact, kicked out by Williams of the Bulls.
Phoenix wastes no time trying to come back at you. If they can get it down, post someone up quickly, they go right to it.
Well, they changed their game now. They're going back to the regular season philosophy, trying to beat you down the court and score at will on you.
Now Barkley facing the triple team.
Charles was so concerned about McRae coming down from the top that he lost sight of Stacey King from behind him.
Jordan with 15. The Bulls lead 35-31. Patrick, you mentioned the Suns' regular season philosophy. They average 113 per game, leading the NBA, second in shooting it at 49%. Here's Chambers. Yes, a 2-point Chicago lead.
Well, they felt that in game 3 that they went back to that philosophy. Got a lot of open shots in the game in game 3 because they were pushing the ball up early, and they're trying to do that again. Barkley with the steal.
Well, Charles had that diagnosed, and he's tying the game at 35. Had some words of advice for Jordan as he finished it off.
Oh, yeah, he's just letting them know that he's here to try to win a championship. This is this is a very interesting game. You felt that the Bulls were going to take advantage of the situation because they came out strong. Now here comes Phoenix back strong.
Let's go back a moment ago to Michael, who's made a decision here, a concerted effort to go to the basket, 7 for 11 from the floor at this point. And then Charles showing Michael that he wants to play in this game as well. The best for a guy his size that's stepping up in the passing lane and then taking it the length of the floor.
Strong start for Michael Jordan. He's hit 7 of 11 for 15 points, although he did not have a usual Michael Jordan type game on Sunday night. It has been a splendid playoff run for Michael. I asked him, is this the best that he has played all season long?
I think it has been, because I think what's at stake is a little bit more challenging than what was at stake going through the 82 games. You know what I mean? Once you go through it a certain amount of times, you have a monotony starting to set in, so you don't really have the challenge that's there today or at this particular time. And I think that's helped me navigate my game and be more consistent with my play.
You kind of miss the dark sunglasses look on you.
Little attempt at humor there, Michael. Michael did have the glasses off. So. Ainge on the follow. 3 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Bulls now lead 37-35. Here's Jordan. 19 for Jordan.
There aren't a whole lot of jump shots coming out of Michael Jordan this evening. He's taking it to the rim.
And plus that Dan Marley is back guarding him a lot, and he's just taking Dan off the dribble.
Paxson looking to spot up. Jordan through the foul. Well, Phil Jackson told us after practice yesterday he wanted Michael going to the rim, and that has been the case here in the first half.
Well, he certainly elevates his game here as he finishes with the right hand. Then that was so good, he decided to come back again and try it with the left. Watch Marley yelling for help immediately. Where's my help? Come on, guys, close the lane down. But a little too late as Michael draws contact.
I couldn't believe that I read in a Chicago paper today that one of the sports writers said that Michael Jordan has lost a step. He looks like he's getting old because he couldn't finish and win the game for him in Game 3. And it just blew me right away.
How quickly they forget.
Michael Jordan with all 9 of Chicago's points in the second quarter, and he has 20 of the Bulls' 40. Make it 21 of 41, and the Bulls now lead 41-35. And here's pressure by Chicago. Now they double up on Johnson. Miller had to save it. The trapping of the Bulls paying dividends here. West for Barkley, and he's fouled by Williams.
That was an excellent read that time by West. Yeah, it was a little shaky getting the ball over the half-court line, but then he had Ainge behind the three-point line or Barkley inside. He picked out Barkley on the inside.
But it was John's fault. John Paxson, he should have stayed with Barkley. Instead, when West pump fake, he thought he was going out to Danny Ainge. John ran that way, and he dumped it right into Barkley.
One of the things coaches emphasize, don't leave until the ball is in the air, then make your rotation out, because great players will ball fake you, get you to run, and then they'll thread the needle in the heart of the defense.
Barkley on the line for the first time, a 76% free throw shooter. Danny Ainge departing, replaced by Richard Dumas, who had the hot hand early at 5 of 6. Both clubs have shot well. Chicago 65% from the floor. West cuts it to a 3-point Chicago lead, and the Suns are shooting 50%.
Paul Westphal, I would think, feels pretty good. He hasn't had to play KJ on Michael a whole lot here so far, and they're still close enough. If he needs him a lot in the second half, he should be fresh.
Michael Jordan, 10 for 14, 23 points. It counts in the foul. Dumas blocked by King, and Dumas will go to the line.
Michael Jordan with the smaller KJ goes down the baseline, then just intends to elevate over the top and get a good look. But one thing that Phoenix has been doing, the long baseball pass, something that must be there in the scouting report. They can take advantage in transition after scores.
This Phoenix team is back to playing their running style of basketball. They're running after made baskets. They're running after missed baskets. They're just getting out, beating the Chicago Bulls down the court every single time.
Dumas to the line for the first time, 71% free throw shooter. 3-point play for the rookie Richard Dumas. The Bulls 43, the Suns 41. Michael Jordan scoring all 12 Chicago points here in the second quarter on 5 of 6 from the field. Illegal defense called for the first time. And now the matchup is Kevin Johnson guarding Michael Jordan, as the rotating on the defense continues against Jordan. Miller sitting down. Chambers is back. Now Johnson guarding Paxson. And it's Dumas against Jordan. Foul call. Dumas using the 2 hands to try and keep Jordan away.
I think that the change took place because Paul Westphal felt Michael's been getting down the baseline a lot. Let me put a bigger guy, a more athletic guy, to perhaps challenge his shot. Problem is, when the offensive guy is backing down, you cannot put 2 hands in his back.
Dumas goes 6'7", about 205. Here's Jordan. Dumas gambled, went for the steal, and it led to the foul.
That's one of the reasons why Richard Dumas is not on the floor at the end of games right now recently, because he gambles a lot defensively. He breaks the team defense down, goes for the steal, misses. It leads to an easy 2 free throw attempts for Michael.
Kevin Johnson called for the foul, reaching in. Jordan 4 of 6. He has 24 points. Michael Jordan bounced back from a subpar outing in the Knicks series with that 54-point explosion. They trap Johnson. Help from Dumas. Chambers picked up by Pippen. Chambers shooting. Barkley keeps it alive. Look out. It is Phoenix ball. Hugh Evans hanging in after the contact with Jordan and still able to make the call. Timeout taken. 6:59 remaining in this first half. Jordan trying to save it. Makes contact with the official Hugh Evans. When we come back, it will be Phoenix possession.
In game 3 with Kevin Johnson playing Michael Jordan, he couldn't get by him on the first step, so he would resort to backing down, trying to shoot over the top of Kevin Johnson. The difference, when Dan Marley's guarding him, Jordan tries to face the basket because he knows he can beat Marley. The difference in foot speed in tonight's game, he goes right around Dan Marley.
Well, the Bulls and Suns have each scored 14 points in this second quarter. Michael Jordan has scored all 14 for Chicago. Offensive foul. Bill Oakes with the call on Mark West.
It was a good call. Mark West was not squared up, did not set a good screen, turned into the defensive player who was trying to go underneath the back pick, actually caught him with his arm.
Now every time, let's see if Chicago can make some room in between them and Phoenix. Every time they've gotten a lead, Phoenix they come right back and tie the game.
Jordan guarded by Johnson with a rare miss, but Grant able to keep it alive. Another possession for the Bulls. 6.5 remaining in this first half. The Bulls lead by 4. They isolate Jordan against Johnson. Pippen for 3. Johnson and Marley in the backcourt. Mark West, Charles Barkley up front, along with Richard Dumas. And the foul called. A hold on Paxson.
On that last shot attempt by Scottie Pippen, Richard Dumas ran out right away. And that time, John Paxson covered the backcourt correctly for him, so that Pippen wasn't left stranded trying to follow through on a jumper with no ability to get back and cover Dumas.
West working hard for the shot. Mark West is 3 for 3, 6 points. The Bulls now lead 45-43.
He couldn't beat KJ off the dribble on that first step. KJ did a good job keeping the ball in front of him.
Jordan with some room. 11 of 16, 27 points. The NBA Finals record most points in a half, 35 by Michael Jordan. Game 1, last year's series against Portland. Phoenix getting back. Paxson for 3. Yes. The first field goal by a Bull aside from Michael Jordan in the second quarter. Bulls have matched their biggest lead, a margin of 7 with 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Barkley. Jordan with the rebound. Jordan's pass deflected, handled by Grant. Now the Bulls lead by 9.
Well, what's happening here is Phoenix got to now slow the game down. And now it wants a timeout by Phoenix. But right now, this is Chicago. It's got their half-court offense going because of Michael Jordan is dominating the game. Phoenix must now find out what are they going to do in their half-court to combat Michael Jordan.
Thank you, Bob. Charles Barkley, the league's MVP, averaged 25 points per game, 5th in the NBA, 6th in rebounding, and averaged 5 assists per game. And a guy who is certainly enjoying being around the scene here during the NBA Finals, both in Phoenix and Chicago.
We mentioned back a few moments ago that when KJ guards Michael Jordan, he has the foot speed to stop his penetration. He does a pretty good job here taking away the lane, so Michael pulls back out. But the one thing Michael is doing now is using screens to free himself up. Now he has the jumper over the top of KJ. KJ just not big enough to get out there and challenge him. I just wanted to test my voice a little bit in a different octave, that's all.
Magic, he is soprano by golly.
Yes, a lot of soprano in that scream.
Both teams coming out of those timeouts with different ideas in mind. Hannah mentioned that Phoenix pointing out they must box out, keep Chicago off the offensive boards. Ahmad mentioned that Phil Jackson concerned with the fact that Michael's doing all the scoring. You got to get the other Chicago Bulls players involved in the offense was his point.
Well, what happened with Phoenix's side in terms of offensive rebound, see, you got all these guys playing different guys, and they're not used to playing them, and then you can go to the boards on them because they're not used to boxing out.
7-0 run by the Bulls. You saw the foul committed by Jordan, his first. Marley, who has had very few opportunities. Barkley with the save. Paxson gets to it. Remaining in the first half. Chicago seeking to go up 3-1. Phoenix trying to tie the series at 2. Jordan rebounded by Barkley.
Okay, Phoenix needs to slow it down and get a basket finally. They need to run some and get a basket. See, they're rushing their offense and turning the ball over.
Horace Grant with that steal. Here's Pippen. Paxson for 3. First half. Bulls by 9. Barkley backing Grant. A strong power move by Charles Barkley.
And Charles is very smart. Chicago didn't come the first time that he had it posted up. They're waiting for him to get to a certain spot. He's trying to draw double teams to kick out. They're not coming to double team until he gets very low, close to the basket. He's got to post up a little bit lower, then they'll come quickly on him.
Shot clock at 3. Caught right. West with the rebound. Here's Johnson.
See, I didn't like that, Marv. They should have slowed it up. Charles had just hit. Come right back to him.
Grant. And the foul is called as Horace Grant hits the floor. Foul on Mark West. That is his second.
Barkley posting up, reading the defense. Everybody is staying at home for Chicago until the last second. Paxson's going to try and come late to double team, but it's too late. You can't let Charles get this close to the basket. He splits him and scores.
Horace Grant, 8 points and 10 rebounds. A terrific first half. Horace Grant named to the NBA's all-defensive second team, but he's the first to admit. Now Michael Jordan will get a rest. 27 points for Michael. 11 of 17 from the field. Scott Williams is back. Horace Grant the first to admit when people say he's the best defensive power forward in the game, he said maybe 1.5. He says Charles Oakley of the New York Knicks is #1 in terms of power forward, but Horace Grant, an excellent defender, and has had a very strong playoff series.
Well, one guy, Oakley, won't let you get the position you want on the low post. The other guy, Horace Grant, he blocks shots and grabs all the defensive boards.
Nice pass. Barkley fouled. Kevin Johnson hitting Charles Barkley on the hop, and the foul is called on Scott Williams.
And just to go back to that thought about defense, Oakley may be a better power forward defensively as far as strength and stuff, but there's other types of defense involved, like shot blocking ability, which this guy has and Oakley really doesn't have.
So Barkley to the line. He's 1 of 2 from the line. Suns Suns now 8 of 10 from the foul line. Bulls 7 of 9. Both clubs have shot well. Bulls at 59% from the field. Phoenix just under 50.
I think this is more important for Phoenix in these last 2 minutes and 26 seconds than it is for Chicago. They cannot let Chicago get a big lead, like a 10-point lead, and get this crowd going.
The other factor, Phoenix not able to go to the major weapon in the triple overtime victory. Not able to go to the three-point shot. They've attempted only one, did not hit it. Holding foul on Ames. Bulls not giving any room to the long bombers like Ainge and Marley. Have not been able to find the look to get off the shot.
You know why, Mark? Because they stopped Kevin Johnson's penetration. See, once you stop him from penetrating, excuse me, like they're doing right now in the first half, then those Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen can play up on Dan Marley and Danny Ainge and take away the shots.
Grant 3 of 3 from the line. Game 3 on Sunday in the first half. The Bulls 1 for 1 from the foul line. So a different story here tonight. Bulls by 8. Charles Barkley hearing it from the crowd as he backs his way. Now here's a 3 attempt by Marley, and Dan Marley did get the good look.
And Barkley got the double team he wanted and kicked it out at the appropriate time. You've got to make a decision against Barkley. Do you go? If so, when do you go? And with his passing ability and unselfish play, it's a matter of picking out the right man. And if it's Marley, he has a habit of making three-pointers.
Has hit 6 the other night to tie an NBA Finals record. Oh, Barkley almost picked it off. Packs in for 3. Rebound Grant. And again, Danny Ainge able to get to the loose ball. Here's Marley spotting up for another 3. Yes! Dan Marley again. And he's brought the Suns within 2.
Because you got 2 3-pointers because Barkley penetrated, then they got him in transition and got the second 3-point.
A timeout taken by the Bulls with 1:20 remaining in this first half. Bulls 0 for the last 6. Michael Jordan has returned and gets right to it. 29 for Jordan. The Bulls 57, the Suns 53.
Something missing off of Michael Jordan this evening. The wrist brace on the right arm, the shooting hand is not there this evening.
Chambers with room. It was deflected by Grant. Grant with the block. Jordan around Marley. Jordan all the way! Yes, and it counts!
Well, Michael is dangerous when he gets the rebound and he can go coast to coast. He's going to dunk on 2 guys.
When a lane opens up, no one closes down. You've got to get to Michael sooner. You let him get inside the foul line area, you know he's going to take off from there, elevate, and keep flying to the front of the rim. You've got to get him to pick up that dribble by the dotted line area. The right wrist must be feeling better. The brace is off. He's 13 for 19 from the floor.
Horace Grant called for that loose ball foul, and Charles Barkley will go to the line.
It's just an empty feeling if you're Dan Marley, seeing Michael Jordan come at you full speed in the open court. You're backed it up, you're on your heels, you turn and look for help, and there's no one there.
Well, remember when I was telling you in game 3, he did not come at anybody with a head of steam because he was tired. Well, tonight he's not tired, and he's the most dangerous when he's coming at you with a head of steam. He can go left or right.
2 days of rest certainly helping Michael. Did play some golf, I'm told, yesterday, but 31 points in this first half, 20 of the 31 here in the second quarter. He has 13 field goals. That is 1 field goal away for an NBA Finals record, most field goals in 1 half. That is shared by Isaiah Thomas and Michael Jordan. Bulls lead by 5 with 48 seconds remaining in the first half.
Well, the only thing Michael hasn't done in the first half is come up with a steal and knock down a 3-pointer. So we'll see if he heads to his line.
However, despite the exploits of Jordan, the Suns are only 4 down.
what I was getting ready to say, that Paul Westphal must be feeling really good about his position in this game right now.
Armstrong. Last touch by the Bulls. Is trying to beat Chicago in transition. Barkley tried the three.
Not so sure with the time remaining. It was just at 29 seconds when Charles went up for the shot. Might have been better for him to run it down. As you said, Magic, they should be feeling good. Only 4 down. They could have run it down right to the end and given Chicago very little time to try and score back at him.
That has not been one of Charles's fortes, shooting from downtown. Michael Jordan, 14 for 20. He has 33 points. Final seconds. Marley, yes, and the foul! Potential 4-point play. The three-pointer by Marley, and he's fouled by Jordan with 7/10 of a second remaining in the half.
Well, I tell you, Dan Marley has become a shooter in the NBA now. In the first couple of years, he couldn't shoot with any distance. He wanted to drive. Look at here. He takes the foul and still knocks it down. That's a sign of a guy who not only can shoot, but he's also big and strong where he can take the foul and still knock it down.
So you're saying in his early going in the NBA, you'd give him the outside shot.
Yeah, before he wouldn't take it, he just wanted to drive. And that's what shows you what hard work will do for you.
Barkley gets it off, would have counted. So the Suns sparked by some thunder late second quarter. Dan Marley with 13 points. He's hit 3 from long range, 3 from three-point territory. Michael Jordan, 14 for 20 for 33 points in the first half. 22 of the 33 in the second quarter, and he has tied an NBA Finals record, a record that he shares with Isaiah Thomas. Most field goals in a half in the NBA Finals. He is 14 for 20. The Bulls at the half, 61, and the Suns, 58. Welcome back to Chicago Stadium. The usual sellout crowd on hand. Next season will be the finale for the Bulls and the Chicago Blackhawks here at the stadium. The new building still under construction just across the street will be open for business. Barkley from Marley, and the Suns move within 1. At one stretch, the Bulls led by as many as 9. Armstrong and Jordan open up in the backcourt. Cartwright, Pippen, and Grant are up front. Pippen has been very quiet. Cartwright with a show-the-ball move on West. Grant shooting. Bulls 63. The Suns 60. Setting Phoenix, Kevin Johnson, Dan Marley in the backcourt, Richard Dumas, Mark West, and Charles Barkley up front.
Some team is going to have to take control of this game defensively and not offensively. Whoever wins the game will be because of defense.
West blow the layup. Armstrong pushing down. Jordan for 3. Michael Jordan, his first three-point field goal attempt. Kevin Johnson only 1 of 6, 3 assists, 2 turnovers in the first half. Dumas posting up Armstrong, help from Cartwright, and Dumas lost it.
Try to hold it up there with one hand, that's what happened.
Pippen. Beautiful lead for Scottie Pippen, and a quick 20 taken by Paul Westphal.
Well, right here, Paul Westphal is going crazy. He's telling his team, what are you doing? Let's stick with our offense. Let's stick with what's got us back into this game.
Maybe Michael Jordan can do this. Maybe Charles Barkley can do this, depending on the size of the hands. But Dumas, use 2 hands when you pass the basketball, Richard. Otherwise, you're going to drop it against the aggressive double team. And when you turn it over against Chicago, they come back at you quickly and score.
So 5-point lead for the Bulls in this game 4 of the best of 7. Game 1, it was Jordan with 31, Pippen with 27, and a victory for the Bulls. They did it in game 2 in Phoenix, led by Jordan at 42, Barkley with the 42. Game 3, it was Marley hitting from three-point land, tying an NBA Finals record, hitting 6 from downtown. Barkley rebounded by Cartwright. Charles Barkley 6 of 13. Michael Jordan once again with the extension, once again taking it to the basket.
But see, this is what happens when you got so many guys trying to guard Michael Jordan that's not used to guarding. He just takes Dumas, head fakes him to the baseline, comes back to the middle, and scores on him.
If you go back to the first half, we showed you him crossing over right to left. That time he gave you a little zigzag dribble. He started with the crossover, but came back to the right hand to come down the lane.
36 for Jordan. His 33 points in the first half, 2 away from an NBA Finals record. He scored 35 for the record in Game 1 against Portland last season. Barkley. 8-point Chicago lead, looking to add to it. Barkley broke it up. Upset, felt that he should have picked it off. It'll be Chicago ball with 17 on the 24.
Up to this point in the game, Charles Barkley is 1 for 8 from the outside and 4 for 5 now from the inside.
Cartwright played by Barkley. Out of 5 on the 24. Out of 3. Jordan. And Barkley with the rebound. Pops it down. Dumas ahead of the field. Able to elude Jordan. The Bulls 68 on the Suns 62. Richard Dumas has 15.
Well, I tell you, that was one great outlet pass by Charles Barkley, because you have Marley and Dumas running side by side with Michael back, and he was able to lay it out enough knowing that Dumas was going to outrun Marley to get to the ball.
Cartwright fouled by West. That is number 4 on Mark West.
Barkley gets the ball, goes after the rebound, turns and sees 2 teammates down there. Michael can't decide which guy he's going to throw it to at first. He goes all the way to Dumas for the score.
Tom Chambers will replace Mark West. Bill Cartwright looking for his first points. It has been an injury-hit season for Bill Cartwright. Back in February, placed on the injured list because of a sore back and sore knees. West departing. Chambers comes on. Last year, Cartwright missed 17 games with a broken hand. Missed 17 games during the regular season this year. That's his first point. The Bulls lead by 7. Here's some pressure by Armstrong. Kevin Johnson has been very quiet to this point.
Yeah, he's not been able to penetrate and get down the middle of the lane. Also, let's take a look and see what the Chambers and Cartwright matchup if Phoenix try to take advantage of Bill Cartwright guarding Tom Chambers.
Cartwright called for that foul, his 3rd.
They tell the big men, step out and stop penetration. Well, Bill steps out, but a little bit too hard.
Well, that's what you want, though. You may think it's a bad foul, but actually it's not, because next time Kevin's going to be thinking about Bill Cartwright jumping out there, and he might not come as hard off that pick and roll, Kevin Johnson.
You're saying his bell is still ringing?
Exactly.
Chambers. And Grant able to get to it. Scott Williams has replaced Bill Cartwright. Jordan around Dumas. Yes! And it counts!
The idea of putting a bigger man on Jordan Dumas is good, except he's got to guard him off the dribble, which is bad. Richard Dumas cannot play Michael Jordan off the dribble.
I'm sorry, Mike, but no way can you put a man that's not used to guarding Michael Jordan or guarding guards on Michael Jordan, because Michael has too many moves for him. It's a good idea, but it's not working for the Phoenix Suns.
The idea is to put athleticism against athleticism, or somebody that might be able to leap and jump and challenge shots down low, but outside when Michael takes him, like you said, no way he can play him off the dribble.
Biggest lead of the game, 10-point margin for Chicago. Chambers fouled by Williams. Scott Williams called for his 3rd.
Now, I don't know where Scott Williams was supposed to go on that one. He stayed on the ground on the first fake when Chambers turned to the inside and showed the ball, then put his arms up straight, never left. It must be that his arms leaning forward a little bit broke the plane. Otherwise, pretty good defensive position to me.
Chambers 3 for 4 from the line. The Bulls 72 and the Suns 63. Michael Jordan has 39 points. Also there, Pippen. Oh, he was left free. Scottie Pippen takes advantage of the double team. Pippen has 14. The Bulls lead by 10. Johnson, rare jump shot for Kevin Johnson. That's only his second field goal. The Bulls lead by 8. Grant able to get down, and he's hammered by Johnson.
Well, Chicago just took a page out of Phoenix's book when they rushed the ball down the floor. You had Grant sitting there wide open. Michael Jordan threw a no-look pass to him, and KJ couldn't do anything but foul him.
When you got a big man who's got you 13 rebounds at this point in the game, you want to reward him every so often. And when he takes off and runs the floor at 6'10", and Michael sees him open, he's going to get him the basketball.
I always try to do that. A.C. Green, Kurt Rambis, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, if they run down the floor, I always try to get it to them.
4th team foul committed by the Suns. Barkley now guarding Pippen. Miller sets the pick. Johnson slicing through. Nice setup. Chambers rejected by Grant. Armstrong. Last touch by Chambers.
You see why they miss Horace Grant so much in Game 3, because not only can he rebound, but he can also block shots, as Mike pointed out earlier.
Chicago getting the new 24. Scott Williams setting the pick. Grant is fouled. Foul by Miller. Puts Phoenix over the limit. Oliver Miller called for his 3rd. When we come back following this timeout, Horace Grant will head to the foul line. Chicago leading by 8. Well, Michael Jordan has certainly been going to the drive tonight. 8 for 10 when he has taken it to the basket. 8 of 14 with the jump shot. In effect, he has been red hot no matter what he has been doing, but Phil Jackson wanted him to put the ball on the floor and take it to the basket. He has 39 points, 54 by Jordan. Game 4 against the Knicks is the high game in the playoffs this season, followed by the 44 by Barkley and Jordan, and then Jordan had 43 Game 1 against Cleveland. Most points ever in an NBA Finals game, 61. Scored by the current general manager of the Los Angeles Clippers, Elgin Baylor. He had 61 against the Boston Celtics back in April of 62, followed by 55 by Rick Barry, and Jerry West had a 53-point game against the Celtics back in 69.
You know, I think people forget about those two guys scoring that many points. Now, if I'm Phoenix, what I want to do here is try to keep this game within 10. Make sure you don't let it get over 10, because you got to stay in striking distance. And I think they should now run an inside play to Charles Barkley.
Bulls fortunate to get it back. Here's Jordan. And again, Jordan with it. Armstrong for 3. The Bulls with only their second three-pointer, but they extend to an 11-point advantage.
P.J. Armstrong, the best three-point shooter percentage-wise in the NBA this past regular season.
Johnson rejected by Williams. Last touch by Kevin Johnson. Words between Charles Barkley and Scottie Pippen.
Well, it's the first time that they had words on either side. Today, you had 2 skirmishes now. This one by Barkley and Pippen, and the other one by Kevin Johnson and B.J. And normally, you haven't had anything in this series.
That little thing between scenario situation where Barkley started to go in a little bit too early. Pippen hit him with a little elbow. Barkley shoved him back. They just stood and looked at him.
Well, to me, I thought both teams have been a little too friendly, and now it's starting to heat up finally.
That's a palming violation. You mentioned a couple of games back that you felt it was wrong for Michael Jordan, and here's another look at Barkley and Pippen having words at close range. You thought it was wrong during the series for Barkley and Jordan, who are friendly, to have dinner, spend that much time together. Williams called for the foul.
Well, I think what I'm trying to say is that you have to have some kind of fear and some kind of, not hate, but dislike for the team if you're going to try to win the championship. And now this series is finally heating up, because the other night they all came over, both the Phoenix Suns and the Chicago Bulls was at Michael Jordan's restaurant, and I turned to Quinn Buckner and I said, this is the first time I've ever seen two teams that were in the finals having dinner together. And when I played in the championship, I never went out to dinner with any of the guys. I always felt they were the enemy, the other team, and you had to keep it like that.
Yes, we feel the same way about having dinner with the Czar. Same type of situation.
As long as he's paying for it.
Barkley hits 1 out of 2. The other day you were also talking about the no layup rule, which is not in force, it seems, for either club. I know that was something that the Lakers had back in your days under Pat Riley.
Well, Pat Riley told us when we were playing the Boston Celtics that if we let one guy come in for a layup, or if we pick a guy up, we would get fined. And the same thing, BJ for a 3. And the same thing that he's doing with the New York Knicks. And you see Michael Jordan is able to drive here in this series anytime he wants to.
All right, Miller able to put it down. So that would tie in with guys are friendly. It'll be unlikely as Jordan tries to slice through, and he is fouled. And Jordan has been able to drive the lane, but with a no layup rule, he would pay. But it's unlikely, what you're saying, that Barkley would be the one to make him pay.
Right, here he comes in, and he went in between the double team and drew the contact. And yeah, well, what happened is Barkley's teammates will look to see if he would take Michael out in terms of just hard fouling. And normally when you're friends, you might not do that.
I just want to mention that last game, Charles Barkley played so many minutes against Bill Cartwright, and he used up so little energy that in the third overtime, he said, I was the freshest player out on the floor. But tonight, that has not been the case. He's been matched up against Horace Grant. He's matched up against Scottie Pippen. Last time he got a rebound, dribbled the length of the floor, made the pass. He's using up a lot more energy tonight. We'll see if it has its effects in the fourth quarter.
Barkley backing Williams. And a foul is called as Charles Barkley lands on the floor. Scott Williams called for the foul. Oh, Charles talking it up with Chicago Bulls fans at courtside. Looked like he hurt the elbow.
Barkley gives the little reverse dribble, drop step. The whistle is late, but you'd rather have it correct. Make the call even if it's a little bit late. Send the guy to the foul line if there's body contact.
Barkley 7 of 9 from the line. Well, Charles with some extracurricular activity. Don't read lips now, guys.
But that's Charles Barkley at his best. You know, he loved to have a conversation with the fans, especially the ones who get on him. He wants to show that he's the man out on the court, and also he tried to turn that into an advantage for his team.
It's no different here than it was in Barcelona, where the people in the arena in some of the countries may not have liked Charles, but yet through the streets of Barcelona, everybody followed the Pied Piper. Same here in Chicago.
And used the same tactics in the series against Seattle. Michael Jordan will do it on the road to get himself back involved. Jordan for Grant. Oh, beautiful pass. The Bulls lead 79-71 with 4:25 remaining in the third quarter. Barkley's pass picked off by Grant. Pippen puts the move on Miller, sets up Grant. Chicago will maintain possession. Danny Ainge returns. Tom Chambers will sit down. New 24 for the Bulls. Now Barkley guarding Grant. Pippen being played by Ainge. Armstrong. Barkley rebound. Kevin Johnson with the crossover. And Jordan gets to it.
Between last game for KJ, Kevin Johnson, and this one is he made a couple jumpers early, which got his confidence level up. Right now, he's just 2 for 9 from the floor, not real confident shooting.
Michael Jordan, very confident shooting the ball. 41 for Jordan. The Bulls lead by 10. Coming up on 3 minutes left, third quarter. Timeout call by Phoenix. Danny Ainge shaken up. Took a poke in the eye.
20 seconds timeout.
Oh, he's upset.
Trying to look inside at his cutters as Pippen comes down right there with the hand. That's where Ainge turns away, having been poked in the eye.
3:01 remaining in the third. Bulls by 10. Kevin Johnson has not done it to this point. He struggled in games 1 and 2, came back strong Sunday in game 3 in that 63-minute performance. A brilliant turnaround, 11 for 24, 25 points, 9 assists, but has not been able to get into it. Dan Marley, rebounded by Scottie Pippen. Bulls with a 10-point lead. Danny Ainge, all right, took a poke in the right eye, but remains on the floor and stays with Scottie Pippen. That's been the matchup. Jordan guarded by Johnson, and a foul call. Ainge coming over to help. Michael Jordan will go to the line. The Suns over the limit. Jordan has struggled from the line. He's 7 of 12 from the line. Kevin Johnson called for his third.
Well, I spoke to Michael before the game and last night, and he said he watched the films, and what he wanted to do was get KJ in a scoring position, try to back him in where he can get into a scoring area and then take it up over him, jump over him, and try to score there.
And the intentions of Phoenix were to come and double team him that time, but Chicago had cleared out the left side of the floor. The double team was coming from the right side. Michael just kept running away from the double team. They couldn't get to him in time.
Bulls now 13 of 22 from the line. Jordan has 43 points. Ainge changed his mind, started to go up, crowd wanted to travel, and then it's thrown away. Oh, Jordan and Ainge trash talking. Ainge with his hands on Jordan. Jordan just told him, get your hands off me.
Exactly. Now it's heating up. This is a series now. The series, I come to expect that it was going to be. Like I said earlier, it was too much friendship earlier, and now they're getting into it the way a series in terms of a championship is supposed to be.
Looked like Jordan and Barkley had some words.
Exactly. So you can't be friends. You go up with something that everybody wants, and that's that diamond ring.
Bulls lead by 12. 2 minutes left, third quarter. Here's King. And he was fouled by Miller.
Let's go back a moment ago to where the little confrontation took place. Michael with the left elbow into Ainge's midsection. There they felt he traveled. Ainge feels the pressure, thinks his teammate's going to float to the right sideline in front of the Bulls bench, but nobody's there. Now Michael's talking to him, letting him know that the pressure's going to get worse. Ainge will take it so far, and then he's going to hold his ground.
Now, what you have in here for Phoenix, you have basically almost their best offensive team in terms of you got the two three-point shooters in Ainge and Marley,
and Barkley down low. Now what Barkley must do is try to create shots for those two guys or for himself. Richard Dumas just checked in as well.
Danny Ainge, also one of the Phoenix Suns who did have dinner with Michael Jordan the other night. Bulls by 13. Johnson all the way, and he is fouled. Claiming that he took a hard shot above the left eye. Horace Grant picks up his fourth.
One of the few times that the Chicago defense has not gotten back there to close down the lane. Grant tries to come over late to get the block shot, but Kevin Johnson is already elevated, trying to convert the layup, misses, but gets fouled.
Well, this is Darrell Walker's type of game, and Phil Jackson getting set to insert Darrell for the first time. He has been spotted during this series. Very tenacious defender, very scrappy player, and he will check in. Horace Grant will get a rest. Grant has 4 fouls. He has come up strong, 15 points, 13 rebounds for Grant. Minute 52 to go in the third.
And Marv, this is an important time for the Phoenix Suns. You do not want to let the Bulls get a 13, 14-point lead here and take that into the fourth quarter. Keep the game within, like I said, 10 points or less.
Jordan. And a foul is called as Barkley took a shot. It's the left hand now that's bothering him. Stacey King called for the foul. The Bulls also over the limit, so Barkley will go to the line.
It's there at the end as King pulls on that finger where Charles starts shaking that left hand on the injured pinky finger of the left hand.
This is the most physical game out of the 4 games, out of the 3 games that have been played before, this being the 4th game. Now we're starting to see people contest each other. You're starting to see guys get upset, get angry because of all the pushing and shoving that's going on. And like I said, you have to have some sort of dislike for your opponent if you're going to try to win a championship. And we're seeing it finally now.
Charles Barkley once again gutting it out with that sore right elbow, as we reported earlier. The Phoenix medical staff making the point if this were a regular season game, Charles probably would have sat it out. 22 points, 10 rebounds, 2 steals for Barkley. The Bulls lead by 9. 1:20 left in the third. Walker for King. Oh, nice play.
But beautiful passing on the inside. Michael Jordan, as a post-up man, hits Darrell Walker cutting back across the baseline, who throws right back to the area that he vacated. Interior passing. 1, 2, count the basket.
And Barkley goes flying. Foul on King, his third. Charles will return to the foul line.
Now, why do you make a foul like this? For what? You don't want to stop the clock. If you're Chicago, you want the clock to keep running. Make Charles catch it and make a tough move on you. Now, you just fouled him last time, sending him to the free throw line to get 2 free throws. Now you're going to return, foul him again. Now, this will be a chance for Charles to make 4 free throws in a row and also stop the clock, which is in favor of the Phoenix Suns.
Frank Johnson makes his first appearance of the game, and Kevin Johnson will sit down. Kevin Johnson played 22 minutes in the first half after the 63 minutes in the triple overtime. Frank Johnson played well in the losses to the Bulls in Phoenix games 1 and 2.
In the first 3 games of this series, Phoenix is just under 73% from the foul line. During the regular season, they were a 75% free throw shooting team, which placed them 16th in the NBA this evening from the foul line, 22 out of 26. Outstanding for the foul line.
Chicago by 9 with just under 1 minute left. Third quarter. King for Jordan. Barkley rebounds. Charles went behind the back, lost it. Paxson, though, could not control, although he's claiming that Barkley deflected it out.
But just the effort by Charles Barkley after he knew that he had turned it over by diving on the floor, getting a piece of it. The ball eventually goes off of Paxson's legs out of bounds. The extra hustle by Charles Barkley.
Shot clock down to 7. Frank Johnson given the shot. Frank Johnson hits the open jumper.
It's a good move by Coach Paul Westphal. What he did is he inserted another shooter in Frankie Johnson, so when they double-teamed Barkley, he had 3 shooters he could throw the ball to.
Pippen decides to pull it back. Bulls holding for a final shot. And a foul called. Now Walker will go to the line, and if there's anyone that the Suns do not mind going to the foul line, it is Darrell Walker, has not spent much time there and is not noted for his free throw shooting, only 50% during the regular season with the Bulls. 8-2 run by the Suns, and the Bulls now lead by 7.
He had no rotation on his shot that time. The ball didn't rotate over. Very flat, so he had to get it up now.
First free throws of this series for Darrell. It's only the second game he's played in the series. Trent Tucker checks back. Richard Dumas sitting down. Bulls having big problems at the line, and it is waved off. Little hesitation by Darrell Walker. It caused one of the Bulls to step in too soon. Like a Chris Dudley free throw.
By Walker bringing the ball back over his head and pausing for a second with it. His teammate crossed the lane line.
And Kevin Johnson able to penetrate. So the Suns come roaring back. Final seconds of the quarter. Pippen. And after 3, the Bulls now lead by 5, a 10-2 run by Phoenix. Chicago led by as many as 13. Michael Jordan, the high man, with 43. We're headed to the 4th.
Welcome back to America West Arena. Kevin Johnson apparently having some problems with his right thigh with his hamstring, and trainer Joe Prosky treating him with some heating lotion and massaging that leg during the timeout. Marv?
All right, Hannah, the Bulls with an 86-81 lead as we head to the 4th quarter. Michael Jordan has scored 43 of Chicago's 86 points. Michael is 17 for 28. And 9 out of 14 from the foul line. Frank Johnson with the steal. So again, Frank Johnson has come on and has provided spark.
And Ahmad mentioning that coming out of the Chicago huddle, Phil Jackson very upset that, again, it's the second, third game in a row that Chicago has allowed Phoenix a run to get them back within striking distance of leads that Chicago's worked so hard to build up.
Well, remember I was talking about Trey Johnson again from the corner. Remember I was talking about trying to get the lead down within 10 points by the end of the third quarter. Phoenix was able to do that.
A 12-2 run by the Suns. That was not a good shot by Frank Johnson, but Paul Westphal will take it. Jordan got the step and rejected by West. Michael Jordan with the step, West with the block, and here's Marley. Now the Suns regroup. So Frank Johnson operating at point guard with Kevin Johnson sitting it out. West posting up on Jordan, and he's fouled. Scott Williams over to help. Mark West, who is not a good free throw shooter, will go to the line.
They like to clear out for Jordan after timeout, Chicago, and West realizing it, makes the rotation over, gets a piece of it, and says, hey, let's go, we got the ball, don't slow it down. Michael gets caught behind Mark West, too big, too strong for Michael down low.
Scott Williams picks up the foul, his 5th. The Suns have done the job at the line. They are 23 for 27 in contrast to the poor free throw shooting by the Bulls, and the pattern in this series has been the same. You get the idea the Bulls are going to pull away, but they have not been able to. They have allowed the Suns to get back into it. For Phoenix, a 14-2 run, and they are
be in the game playing and scoring like they're doing.
Jordan, nice pull-up move by Michael Jordan. He has 45. The Bulls lead 88-85.
He had to pull up that time because Oliver Miller made a good defensive rotation along the baseline, got there early. Jordan saw him, pulled up, hit the jumper.
Dumas around Pippen for the reverse. Jackson and Jordan at the guards. Grant, Cartwright, Pippen up front. They isolate Jordan. Paxson open for three. John Paxson hits a second three-pointer. Bulls lead 91-85.
I was just about to say that Phoenix had quieted the crowd back down again, but then Paxson energizes him with the three.
Foul is called, a hold on Paxson.
What John did, he tried a veteran move. He tried to pull Frank Johnson down on him to make it seem like it was an offensive foul. You're going to see it right here. Watch John Paxson just grab and pull Frank Johnson down like, hey, I didn't do it, but he did do it.
Once again, John Paxson has come on to provide a lift for the Bulls. He's hit 2 3-pointers. He's done it right throughout the playoffs, although he has not gotten the minutes on a regular basis. It's been an injury-hit season for John Paxson. We asked him how difficult is it receiving the inconsistent playing time and then coming through.
For guys coming off the bench, it means everything. Especially my situation, I don't get a whole lot of opportunities shot-wise to contribute, and so when you come in and they look for you right away and you knock a few down, your teammates start looking for you more. They gain a little confidence in you again. So for me, it's a big boost. It's something I want to carry on the rest of the way.
After the first 3 games, John Paxson had only 7 shot attempts. This evening, 2 for 4, so he has 4 field goal attempts. He's made 2 3-pointers.
Barkley fouled by Grant. John Paxson has played 15 minutes tonight. Horace Grant called for his 5th from the Phoenix side of the ledger. Kevin Johnson, despite the leg injury, is back on the floor. There's Scott Williams returning, and Chicago in foul trouble. Williams has 5. But Phil Jackson would rather take a chance with Scott Williams picking up his 6th than Horace Grant. Here's Johnson. Yes, Kevin Johnson. With only his 4th field goal, he has 12. The Bulls now lead 91-87.
It's really a surprise that Paul Westphal has Richard Dumas out there. Normally in the 4th quarter, Richard Dumas is sitting on the bench, and Danny Ainge or Tom Chambers is in the game, but he's elected to go with Dumas, and that was a foul by Mark West. He had his arm wrapped around Bill Cartwright and wouldn't let him go for the offensive rebound.
For West, it is number 5, and the Suns upset about that call. Mark West has played very strong right throughout, and he's received the playing time. Bulls by 4. 8:35 remaining in the game. Pippen got the step, and the call is number 6 on West.
It's going to be a big foul for Phoenix, because Mark West was doing a very good job of battling on the glass, making his rotations, getting a block here or there. He steps up, he feels it plenty of time, but those arms perhaps leaning forward, breaking the plane where the contact took place is what was called.
8 points for West. Tom Chambers replaces him. And the Bulls are now 14 for 26 at the line. Foul run down. West disqualified. 5 for another foul piece on Williams and Grant. Paxson now will sit down. Armstrong is back. Scottie Pippen had foul trouble earlier in the series, had a 3 for 9, and then appeared to straighten things out. But he is 0 for 2 tonight, and the free throw shooting has hurt the Bulls.
And it could cost them before the night is over. It could cost them this game, so we're going to keep a watch on that.
They are not a good foul shooting team. That's the case throughout the regular season. On the turnover, Pippen gets it to Jordan. And Jordan looks to settle it down. Regroups. Shot clock at 7. And Jordan is fouled. Dumas called for his third. Even Michael Jordan has had his problems at the line. 9 of 14 from the, nope, it is a non-shooting foul. Bulls thought that Michael was in the act. Pippen for Williams.
Well, see, now you're starting to see that with Mark West sitting on the bench, Chicago Bulls are now attacking the basket. They're going to take it ball to the basket because there's no shot blockers in the game for Phoenix.
Chicago leads by 6. Barkley feeling around for the presence of Williams. Chambers. And Dumas able to score with the putback. He has 17. The Bulls 93, the Suns 89. 7:10 left in the game. Armstrong. E.J. Armstrong has been off. Johnson with the ball fake, went all the way. Here comes Jordan. For Michael Jordan. The Bulls 95, the Suns 89.
What Paul Westphal was upset about is he felt that when Kevin Johnson went to the basket, they were riding him out on the hip, and that's the reason he didn't finish the play.
It counts, and the foul. Charles Barkley will go to the line.
You talk about guys going strong. Let's go back first, though, to Michael Jordan, who sees the opportunity. Chambers does not step up high enough, but then again, with Michael floating, who can?
Now, Charles Barkley going to feel Williams, and he's going to spin on him, but then he's going to dunk it right over Scottie Pippen. You talking about a strong man going to the hole. He was a possessed man. He wanted that 2 points.
Scott Williams called for the foul, so that is number 6. He is gone. 6.5 remaining of the game. Timeout is called. Bulls by 4. It has been a Michael Jordan explosion tonight. 19 for 32, 47 points in all. And he is headed in the direction of a 7th career 50-plus game in the playoffs. His all-time high in the playoffs, 63, April of 86 against the Boston Celtics. He had a 54-point game against the Knicks in May in the Eastern Conference Final Series.
Well, Marv, it's either going to take him to score probably about almost 60 tonight to win this game, or it's going to take him to get more assists right here in these last 6 minutes and 30 seconds. He's going to have to come up with either more offense or more assists for the Chicago Bulls to win.
Well, only 4 of his 47 here in the 4th quarter. Remember, Michael the other night hit only 6 of his last 20 from the field. Bill Cartwright with an opportune time for his first field goal. The Bulls lead 97-91.
Well, we got that matchup again. Tom Chambers on Bill Cartwright, so maybe the Bulls will go and try to attack Tom Chambers.
Pippen is guarding Barkley. Cartwright over to help. Chambers open. Jordan knocked it away. Pippen with the hesitation dribble, looking for the shot that changed his mind.
Barkley was by himself on the glass, nobody else helping out.
Shot clock at 7. Jordan played by Barkley. Shot clock at 3. Paxson. Harley rebounds.
In the first half, Phoenix had 3 three-pointers go down for him. Here in the second half, no 3-point field goal.
But right now, Phoenix have their best offensive team out on the court right now.
And Johnson takes it to the basket. Beautiful penetration move by Kevin Johnson. He has 14. The Bulls 97. The Suns 93. Just under 5 minutes remaining in the game. And a foul called on Marley. It's a non-shooting foul for Phoenix, their 4th.
KJ winding his way down the lane, gets an opportunity to get a look and a conversion. They've come few and far between in this game.
Let's remember, for the Phoenix team, this is the team that really won the game for them in Game 3. So you got their best offensive team out there, they can really score.
Whoa, Pippen with the pass that had too much on it, got away. And Phoenix will get it back. Pressure by the Bulls. Armstrong picking up Johnson in the backcourt and then dropping back.
Okay, Tom Chambers just told KJ, let's go pick and roll because I can take Bill Cartwright.
And Cartwright out to pick up the foul. That is 4 on Cartwright and put Chicago over the limit.
One other reason, Chambers was the guy in the last game who was setting the good screens, the hard screens that got KJ into double team situations. He was unable to throw back to Chambers, who would either take a jump or take it to the basket.
Phoenix 24 of 29 from the line. Kevin Johnson, a good free throw shooter, 82%.
Did you say a good free throw shooter? You jinxed him, see?
Put the whammy on?
Yep. You know, right here, if I'm Phoenix, I would go to Tom Chambers every time down. I would pull him out outside anywhere, the free throw line or out on the three-point line, give it to him and let him go isolation against Cartwright.
Chicago leads by 3. Bulls try to take a 3-1 lead in this best of 7. Phoenix attempting to tie it at 2 with Game 5 here in Chicago Friday night. 9 o'clock Eastern time right here on NBC. Crossover move for Jordan and finishes with the finger roll plus the foul.
Dan Marley told us when he crosses over right to left, I cannot stay with him. I know it's coming, and there it is, right to left. He gets the step, and then the elevation, and then the finish.
Well, what happens is Michael Jordan knows his foot speed is better than Dan Marley's, and he's just using all the quickness that he has.
And for Jordan, 50 points. The Bulls lead 100-94. 4 minutes remaining of the game. Chant of defense. Michael Jordan with 50 of the Bulls, 100 points. Johnson got the step. Jordan with the ball. Pippen is rejected by Barkley. Knocked out of bounds by Ainge. What a play by Jordan, who was able to elevate, extend in the air as he made certain he had someone to pass the ball to.
And then somebody just happened to be Scottie Pippen, and the guy that just happened to block the shot happened to be Charles Barkley, who, going back in the game earlier, had a few words for one another when there was some bumping and shoving going on, and Charles reminded him once again that that was me that got that block.
So 3:35 remaining in this 4th quarter. The Bulls 100, the Suns 94 as Charles and Scottie get together.
Miller Genuine Draft presents Genuine Moments.
Well, tonight's Miller Moment takes us back to Game 5 of the 1987 Eastern Conference Finals, where Larry Bird stole the inbounds from Isaiah Thomas, and Dennis Johnson scored, enabling the Celtics with Bill Walton to go on to win Game 5 and advance to the NBA Finals. And it was this past Sunday in Game 3, late in the 3rd overtime, we saw Charles Barkley steal a pass from Stacey King to further seal the Suns' victory, ending the Bulls' chances of a sweep. In recognition of these moments, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall scholarship fund. Armstrong. The Bulls 102. The Suns 94. 3.5 remaining in the fourth quarter. Charles Barkley has been quiet in the fourth quarter.
Well, he's been quiet because they haven't gone to him. They're using this pick and roll play with Kevin Johnson and Tom Chambers. Now in game 3, they went to Chambers and Barkley, but this time they're not going to either one of them.
Charles has played 43 of the 45 minutes up to this point, and in the fourth quarter, we worried would fatigue set in. Kevin Johnson hits a baseline jumper. We wondered if fatigue would set in for Charles because he was guarding different people other than Bill Cartwright. He has 2 points, no rebounds, and 1 block in the fourth quarter.
It is Chicago by 6. Michael Jordan has 50 points. Ainge gunning for the steal, knocked it out of bounds. Armstrong and Jordan in the backcourt. Pippen up front with Cartwright and Grant. Bulls with their starting lineup intact. Jordan. Rebound Marley. So the jump shot has been off in the second half for Michael Jordan. Johnson. Yes. Kevin Johnson has turned it up in the second half. And he's brought the Suns within 4 with 2:35 remaining in the game. Pippen taking advantage of a double team on Jordan, and then he's called for a double. No, wait a moment. Jump ball. A jump ball. The call was changed, and the Suns are upset.
What they're saying is that the defensive player, as Pippen went up, blocked the shot. Therefore, Scotty came down, and that's what caused him to then start dribbling again. So they're calling it a jump ball. He goes up, he comes down, the piece of the ball, then he touches the ground. Good call.
Good call. Good call. This is an important jump ball right here, the possession of it.
And it's controlled by Chicago. Jordan using the official Hugh Evans as a screen, and then he's pushed. Oh, Ainge and Jordan going at each other. Ainge and Jordan had a incident earlier, and they continue to talk. Michael had the finger pointed in the face of Ainge. He did not like
personal foul. Phoenix 22.
Did not like the body work from Ainge. The personal was called on Ainge and a double technical on Jordan, and Ainge handed out.
I still say that here's the play again. Now, you're going to watch it right here. After the foul, Michael throws his elbow up. Danny was hollering for an elbow. Then they got tangled up here. Danny gets mad, grabs the ball. Michael, they're just exchanging right now. But I still say if Phoenix is going to have a chance to win this game, they must go to Barkley or Tom Chambers. KJ is trying to do it, but I don't think he can do it by himself.
Jordan is 11 for 16 from the line. He has 51 points. The Bulls have a 5-point lead. 2:20 remaining in the game. Chicago 104. Phoenix 98. Now Barkley backing Grant, who's playing with 5. Nice move by Charles Barkley off the spin to bring the Suns within 4.
And that's all because of the concern that the Chicago has with the three-point shooting of Phoenix. Nobody came to double Charles. He takes him one-on-one.
Chicago playing the clock. Jordan with the step. Jordan going glass. Rebound Grant. That's a big bucket for Horace Grant, giving Chicago a 6-point lead.
See, that's what happens when you get 2 or 3 guys trying to stop Michael Jordan. Horace Grant is open for open shots.
Oh, nice pass. Johnson setting up Chambers. Knocked out of bounds by the Bulls. Tom Chambers could not stuff it.
It's the second time that Chambers has tried to dunk a ball this evening, and it just won't stay in.
Barkley for 3. Rebound Marley. Fires for 3. Rebound Barkley. And that's a goaltend. The basket will count.
Well, the Phoenix Suns are fortunate. They don't need threes right now. It's only a 6-point game, but because of the offensive rebound by Charles Barkley of Dan Marley's missed three-point, the basket is good.
Suns have 3 timeouts left. Ball's 2 and a 20. 1:20 remaining in this fourth quarter. Chicago with the ball and a 4-point lead. Jordan flashing in the paint. Rebound, Chambers. Johnson eluding Armstrong, finding Barkley, and the Suns move within 2 with 1:01 remaining. Phil Jackson takes a timeout.
Now Kevin Johnson has been penetrating the last 2 times down. This time he's going to find an open man in Barkley for the slam dunk.
So the Suns keep coming back. We'll be back in a moment. Back in Chicago, another stirring finish. Chicago with a 2-point lead, 1:01 remaining. That's the timeout rundown. The Bulls have had major problems at the foul line. It has hurt them, while Phoenix has done the job at the line. 81%, 25 for 31. Look at Chicago, 17 for 30 at the line. Let's go over to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, Marv, in that timeout, the entire team kept saying 1 bucket, 1 stop. That's their rallying cry. Marv?
All right, and here are the Bulls looking for that 1 bucket with 50 seconds remaining. They have a 2-point lead. Jordan double team. And Barkley with the steal. Here comes Johnson. He has Marley. Marley is stripped. Dan Marley was stripped on the 2-on-1.
Again, in game 3, Charles Barkley came up with the big steal. Here's a big steal again in this game 4. Charles Barkley read the play. He kind of baited Pippen into throwing it over there. He read it all the way, got it up to KJ. Instead of getting a basket, a beautiful play right there by Scottie Pippen to knock it out of bounds.
As we showed you that steal a moment ago, this time it's Pippen with the strip to break up the 2-on-1, but Barkley was able to do it in game 3 against Stacey King. He does it right here. When we come back, it will be Phoenix ball. 39 and 4/10 seconds remaining in the fourth. The Bulls with a 2-point lead. Both clubs are over the limit, and it will be Phoenix ball off the deflection on that 2-on-1 break by the Suns a moment ago. Kevin Johnson will inbound. Pippen reaching around. Last touched by Pippen.
Okay, you got 2 mismatches here for Phoenix. You got Charles Barkley, either go to the post and go to him, or I would take Tom Chambers, draw clock right out and go at him.
The steal by Armstrong. Armstrong took it away from Kevin Johnson.
They want to play good defense without fouling right now.
There is a 7-second disparity between the shot clock and the game clock. Jordan, yes, and it counts.
You know, it would have been better for Charles to foul him all the way than halfway fouling.
Foul called on Barkley. 4-point lead for Chicago. Jordan, 12 of 17 from the line. Gunning for point number 55. The Bulls lead by 5, 13 and 3/10 seconds remaining in regulation. And the Suns take a timeout. They're down to 1 timeout left.
Just when Phoenix had come out of the timeout, set up a play to try and tie the score. The inbound pass is fumbled, picked off by B.J. Armstrong, and then Chicago tries to use the clock.
And remember, I was talking about whether Charles would hard foul Michael Jordan. It was time for that hard foul right there. Instead of hard fouling, he lets Jordan get it up, and he compounded by fouling him and a chance for the three-point play.
The Bulls by 5. We'll be back in a moment.
Jordan puts the ball on the floor, goes to the basket to try and initiate contact. Instead of taking his arms down, Charles Barkley tries to move under him for the offensive foul. No good. Too much concentration, too much elevation. Michael Jordan on the drive to the basket gives Chicago the lead.
And Michael Jordan with 55 points has tied Rick Barry for the second highest total in an NBA Finals game. Elgin Baylor with 61. Rick Barry had 55 back in 67 against Philadelphia. And now Michael Jordan with 55.
Charles made a major mistake there. He should have, like Mike said, take his arms out. You got to put Michael on the floor, make him go to the free throw line where the whole Bulls team have been struggling, and you got a better chance. You got to take that chance to foul him, take him out.
13 and 3/10 seconds. Phoenix needing a quick bucket. Marley passed on the 3 and then was fouled. And that's not bad. It stops the clock. Not bad from the Phoenix point of view with 9 and 5/10 seconds remaining. Dan Marley, who has been very quiet in the second half after that three-point shooting display at the end of the second quarter, will go to the line. He's 0 for 1 from the line. Michael Jordan called for the foul. And Marley, a 78% foul shooter.
Watch out now here, because Dan might go for the make and then try to miss make the first one. Might try to go to miss the second one. So let's see what happens here. Well, he won't get that opportunity because he missed the first one.
Well, right here I could see him trying to miss on purpose.
Right, the second one.
missing.
Right, but I don't think he'll do it now because he missed the first one. Oh, he tried it,
Yes,
but
he did.
But it didn't work for him.
4-point lead, pressure by the Suns, who'll get the foul. Frank Johnson will send B.J. Armstrong to the line.
If I can go back to that play by Michael Jordan, see the difference between Barkley foul and Michael Jordan foul. He didn't give Marley a chance to get the ball up to the hoop, and Charles Barkley gave Michael Jordan a chance to shoot the ball.
So Armstrong, an 86% free throw shooter, will go to the line. Here's Marley. Yes, looked like he was trying to bang it off the back of the rim. So he tries to hit the first and misses. He tries to miss the second and hits.
Right. It just worked out opposite for him.
7 and 2/10 seconds remaining, fourth quarter. 110, 105, Chicago. Armstrong with his first appearances on the line. Six-point Chicago lead. Time running out on the Suns here in game 4. Miller fires. So the Chicago Bulls have taken a 3-1 lead on the Phoenix Suns. Despite shooting 53% from the foul line, or check that, 60% from the foul line. They shoot 53% from the field, and led by Michael Jordan. In the midst of a 28-9 run, the last 9 minutes, 45 seconds.
And whenever you get a team who goes on a run like that, there's only certain ways that you can stop it. One, obviously, is dig in and play defense, but the other is, if you're not making any shots from the floor, as John Paxson goes off, and the crowd shows its appreciation for what he's just done for him. But the other way to stop the run is go to the foul line, get some free throws, stop the game momentum.
Bulls by 1. Charles Barkley trying to spark his ball club up. We're down to 4 seconds to go in this first half. Armstrong, Barkley with the rebound. And Barkley nearly had it picked off on that dribble.
Charles calling for the ball, telling Kevin, dribble right back here and give it to me again in the same spot as last time.
Johnson penetrates. Kevin Johnson saw the opening, took advantage. Suns lead by 1.
Now the last 2 possessions, they ran the ball through Charles Barkley. They get 4 points. That's what I'm saying. Keep doing that. If you're a Phoenix Sun, you gotta love it, especially Paul Westphal.
That's Armstrong trying the 3, and Barkley rips it down. Marley. Good luck from Barkley. Spotting Marley, who was able to sneak down. Armstrong resets. Scottie Pippen. So the Bulls now have hit a drought after the hot shooting. Marley for 3. Oh, he was surprised that he had that kind of room.
Well, he kind of faked like he was going to pass it inside, and both men went that way to the ball fake, and he just raised for the 3.
Marley hit 3 from downtown in game 4. He had the 6 in the triple overtime. And Barkley leads the Suns back. A little too much dribble by Charles. Dumas. Yes. Suns 51 and the Bulls 45.
See, when he's got his feet set, that being Richard Dumas, he can hit those shots. He has trouble when he has to move left to right to get his shot off, but when he's at a standstill, he can knock it down.
22nd timeout taken by Chicago.
Kevin Johnson sees the opening down the lane. Can't believe it's going to be that easy getting to the front of the rim. And then, as Magic said, when you back off this guy, you're asking for a headache, a 3 for Dan Marley.
2:08 remaining in this first half.
Okay, coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll talk with the Pistons' Isaiah Thomas. Detroit, of course, had a chance to three-peat back in 1991, but they were beaten by the Bulls in the conference finals. And we'll talk with Magic Johnson. His Lakers won back-to-back titles in '87 and '88, but their bid to win 3 straight was ended by the Pistons in the finals. Isaiah and Magic coming up on the subject of attempting to three-peat, but of course, the Phoenix Suns will have a lot to say about that. It is far from a foregone conclusion. The Prudential Halftime Report in just a few moments, but right now back courtside as we rejoin Mark, Mike, and Magic.
All right, Bob. Suns with a 9-0 run after the Bulls took a 45-42 lead.
After the last game, when Chicago went up 3-1, Cotton Fitzsimmons ran across the floor to me on the way out and said, you know what? Everybody thinks this thing is over. He said, I'll tell you what, next game, the Suns will be very, very competitive. He said, you have a bunch of fighters and battlers on that team. They'll come back next game.
Cotton Fitzsimmons, Senior Executive Vice President of the Suns, color commentator on the radio broadcast. Michael Jordan, 7 of 11. He has 15 points. Suns with a 51-47 lead with just under 2 minutes remaining in this first half. Now Barkley guarded by King. Drew the foul. So Charles will go to the line.
Well, Michael Jordan, he said, well, if I can't get to the basket tonight, I'll just pull up and take my jump shot. You see that he had his head down, that froze Dan Marley, and he just jumped right up for his jump shot once he saw Dan Marley backing up.
Foul committed by Scott Williams. Suns 6 of 7 from the line. The Bulls 2 of 2. Free throw shooting, killing Chicago in game number 4, though they were able to win it. Oh, Charles. Charles being a little tough on himself.
Yeah, Charles is Charles, but you know he's playing a great game. I think he's been an emotional leader as well as a leader on the court. He's making the plays. He wants the ball, and he's leading his team right now. He's the reason why they're leading this basketball game right now.
And the Suns have a 5-point lead. Minute 35 remaining first half. Chicago's done the job off the bench. Phil Jackson not pleased with the starters. Jordan had the shot
Oliver Miller came right from behind him as he turned and beat KJ for the jump shot. Oliver Miller blocks it from the blind side.
Jordan. Oh, shit! And it's knocked away by Ames.
You mentioned that Phil Jackson not happy with his starters. In fact, in the last timeout, that was the message, that the starting unit is out of sync. You've got to get back into running the stuff. Patience, execution, the two key words.
He does have Stacey King and Scott Williams joining Jordan, Pippen, and Armstrong. Michael Jordan has 17. Suns 52. The Bulls 49 as we come up on 1 minute left in the first half. Barkley with a spin. Charles Barkley with a gorgeous move. And the Suns now lead by 5. He left Scott Williams behind him off the fake. That's a leg block, so the Bulls get a new 24.
Well, what happens is right here, Charles is going to fake like he's going to the middle. He's going to spin baseline. See you later. Don't bother to jump. I'm going to dunk right in your face.
18 for Barkley. Armstrong trying to give it back. Deflected out by the Suns.
Two things I see in this game that is different from maybe game number 4 is that the Phoenix Suns are more aggressive on their defensive end, and they're not letting Chicago get to the basket. Then on Chicago's defensive end, they're a step slow. They're not pressuring anybody like they have been in the first 4 games.
We mentioned back in the open, 36 shots per game for Michael Jordan, his average after the first 4 games. To this point, he has 14 in this game. That's 14 shots, not points.
Yes, 8 for 14 from the field. You saw John Paxson check back in. He's had the hot hand. 22nd timeout has been called. This is game 5 of the best of 7 NBA final series. Bulls up 3-1. Recapping game 1 in Phoenix. Michael Jordan with 31. The Bulls won it 100-92. Jordan with 42 points in game 2. And Chicago made it 2 out of 2 in Phoenix. The scene shifts to Chicago Stadium in game 3 in triple overtime as Dan Marley was able to convert on a NBA Finals record-tying 6 three-pointers. The Suns won it 129-121. Game 4 on Wednesday. Jordan with the 55 points and the Bulls with the 111-105 victory. Michael Jordan, the 5th player in NBA history to score 50 or more in an NBA Finals game. And he did it for the most part off the drive. He has varied it here this evening.
Probably give it to Charles, middle of the floor, similar to what they did at the end of the game against San Antonio. He would like to get a running start and face up if he could with about 8 on the shot clock, then get going at around 6.
You see him talking to Scottie Pippen as he's dribbling.
Time running out of the half. Now to 1, Barkley. Well, they used the clock effectively, but could not convert. The Suns led by as many as 16 in the first quarter. Chicago able to turn it around, and at the half, it's Phoenix 54 and Chicago 49.
Well, here he is. He's going to be talking to Scottie Pippen, telling him, you can't guard me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to take you to the basket. But he didn't score the basket.
Get the idea, Charles, a little too tense for these games. Takes it too seriously.
Well, right now, only thing he can do is be comfortable, because they're in trouble.
And that's the way he is able to psych himself. Barkley with 18, Jordan with 17 at the half. Back to Chicago just moments ago. Ahmad talked with Bulls coach Phil Jackson.
All right, thanks, Marv. Phil, a bit of a shaky start.
Well, they came out and hit everything they took. I mean, they went at one time, I think it was 15 for 18 on their trips up and down the floor, plus they got rebounds. They played very well to start with. We had to really get emotional about the game, come back.
Besides the deficit on the rebounds, what about more contribution from your starters?
Well, that'll help. You know, Horace hasn't got into the ball game yet. Bill hasn't got himself really going either, so we'd like to get them going this start of this third quarter. But, you know, we need boards, and we thrive off defense.
All right, good luck to you in the second half, Coach.
Thanks.
All right, back to you, Marv.
Third quarter is underway with Richard Dumas taking it to the hoop, drawing the foul, And he will go to the line. Dumas with 16 points.
Play the two-man game with different people. This time Dumas sets the screen, rolls, converts, and gets fouled. The opportunity now for the three-point play.
Bill Cartwright called for the foul. 8 of 9 from the field for Dumas. It is a three-point play. The Suns 57, the Bulls 49. Marv Albert, along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, Patrick Johnson, Ahmad Rashad, Hannah Storm working the sidelines. Suns in one stretch led by as many as 16. The Bulls able to turn it around and come back. Pippen. Oh, beautiful move by Scottie Pippen, who has 14. Phoenix leads by 6. Kevin Johnson played on a switch. It's Barkley, West, Dumas up front. Johnson and Marley at the guards. Johnson being played by Grant, shot over him, rebounded by Cartwright.
See, the problem with that was you had Michael Jordan on Charles Barkley in the low post. Throw that ball down in there. Charles has been having an excellent game already. There's a foul right there.
Scottie Pippen a moment ago on the baseline makes the quick move, one dribble on the floor, able to get to the rim. But going back to what Magic had said, there were two decisions to be made. Should KJ try and take Grant off the dribble, or should he get the ball down low to Barkley versus Michael? That time it should have gone to Barkley.
Pippen's pass picked off by Dumas. Now Dumas played on a switch by Armstrong, and Barkley setting it up. Dumas looking to post up. Grant over to help. Barkley has a three-pointer lined up. And it will be Chicago in possession.
In the first half, from the perimeter, Charles Barkley 3 for 6 from the outside, which is very good for him compared to other games from the outside. Inside, Barkley was 4 for 6 in the first half.
And Barkley 0 for 3 from three-point land. Kevin Johnson guarding Michael Jordan. Shot clock at 5. Jordan cuts it to a 4-point Phoenix lead. 19 points for Jordan. 2 minutes to 5. The Phoenix Suns want to take it back to Phoenix for a game 6 on Sunday night. Mark West. Rebounded by West.
One thing Chicago has to guard against is thinking in their minds that, you know what, we can just hang around close enough, and then we'll put on a surge down the stretch. You have to watch out with the way Phoenix can score points. If they get hot in the last couple of minutes, you may not be able to catch them.
Oh, Dumas able to hit on the scoop, and he drew the foul.
Well, what's happening here is that, first of all, Michael Jordan is just going to take KJ as close as he can to the basket and then jump right over him. He's been doing that all evening. And then on the other end, Richard Dumas has been living off the double teaming of Charles Barkley. He just finds an open area time and time again. Charles gets in the ball, and he takes it to the basket.
The foul was called on Jordan. Michael Jordan is second. Suns 59, and the Bulls 53.
Phoenix 11 free throw attempts, Chicago 2.
Bulls were cold at the end of the first half, hitting only 2 of their last 9. Pippen trying to set up Cartwright, went off his chest.
Between Bill Cartwright and Horace Grant, Chicago has received 2 points on the scoreboard to this point in the game.
And Horace Grant comes off a superb all-around performance on Wednesday, but as you mentioned, he has been very quiet. It's Dumas again, serving up a facial. The Suns lead by 8.
I love what the Phoenix Suns are doing in their half-court offense.
When you look at the numbers that he posted in the first 5 games, you realize that he is on course to break the all-time scoring record, average record of an NBA Finals, which is held right now by Rick Barry. But Michael alone may not be enough to win that 3rd championship. He needs the help of his teammates, and 2 players in particular who struggled in Game 5, Grant and Armstrong, who combined that average 30 points a game between them, came up with just a total of 8 in Game 5. If Chicago is to win the 3rd World Championship, Michael will need the help of his teammates.
So this series rolls on, a series of home court disadvantage, moving back to the Valley of the Sun as the between Michael and Sir Charles. Outdoors, 109 degrees here in Phoenix. And it's an automobile pinata. A Chicago Bulls car, we're told, 75 cents a hit, 3 for $2. So some enterprising people at work, and folks here in Phoenix answering what